"Harley, I'm going to tell them all about it this morning," I said confidently to my reflection in the mirror. "And they're going to agree with me." I knew that my proposal was a great idea, not only because it was my idea, but because it was as beneficial to the resort as it was for myself. And it was about time that I expressed my opinions around there. It was time that I told my brothers about my plan and how I truly felt. I was part owner, after all. But how did I really feel? Bored? No, not bored. I loved the resort. Restless. Yes, restless with the need for more. That sounded about right to me. Being restless was something that my family could easily understand about me. I was spontaneous, always on the move, and I'd enjoyed looking for ways to improve the resort in the past. But I had never proposed something this big. I knew that it was a risk, but one well worth taking. I just needed to find a way to explain it to my family. I needed to make them understand that the idea had been a dream of mine for a long time now, and I had thought it out long and well. Then they would have to understand and agree. Right? Wrong. Unfortunately, my brothers were very set in their ways. Old-fashioned, even. None of that was of any help to my cause. I jumped at the sound of the loud rattling on my dresser. Tearing my blue eyes from their own reflection, I glanced at the object causing the racket. I reached and grabbed it right before it buzzed off the edge. Glancing at the screen, I saw that it was almost 7 a.m. Shit, I thought. It's almost time for the meeting. "Hi, Dax," I answered one of my older brothers. "Are you going to do it today?" he asked me. With Dax being only a couple of years older than me and a savvy tech genius, he got me more than our two older brothers, Brad and Cole, did. "I'm gonna do it." I grinned into the phone. "Good. I called to wish you luck. I hope they listen to the voice of reason." "Me too, even though I have my doubts. Those old men are stuck in their ways," I joked. Dax chuckled. "Yeah, that's for sure. But it's a great idea. A spa addition to the resort would give me some fresh advertising material to work with. I've already got some ideas. Plus, it will bring in new guests, if you ask me." "So, when Brad does ask you for your opinion, you will tell him that?" I prodded him. "Just like I promised you I would," Dax assured me. "Whatever I can do to help. And if we can convince Brad, Cole will eventually get on board," he added. "I think so too. Great. Thanks, Dax. See you in a bit." "See you there." I hung up, and I took a deep breath. I already knew what Brad's argument would be. We are a mountain retreat, a ski resort, not a day spa. I was glad Dax got it and was on my side. Brad respected his opinion, but when it came down to it, most five-star resorts did have a spa. That's what I needed Brad and Cole to understand. Technically, Hunter's Mountain Ski Resort was a five-star outdoor activity resort. Even if our guests preferred skiing, snowmobiling, hiking, and fishing, we still should offer a five-star spa experience for those who might not be as outdoor savvy. I'd gotten to know a lot of our regular guests through ski lessons and outings that I ran. Many of the guests popped into the gym during their stay. Sometimes they stayed for a fitness class or just to get their workout in. And I had regulars from town who attended my weekly classes, which had become more and more popular over the last couple of years. Many guests mentioned they would love to get a relaxing massage, facial, or enjoy the sauna after a workout or a fun day of skiing or hiking. A relaxing experience before heading home, back to the grind of their everyday lives. Additionally, the resort had acquired a lot more female guests, thanks to Dax's ads that targeted them, who came just to relax. Some of them didn't even bother with skiing or fishing or hiking. They came to enjoy the picturesque beauty and peacefulness of the high Colorado mountains and Blue River Valley. Over the last year, I'd gotten many suggestions from our regular guests that a spa edition would be appealing to them. Those suggestions had fit in perfectly with my dream to advance my personal fitness career. I wanted to offer private physical training sessions and to gain more local clientele. I'd had several people in town tell me that they would sign up for personal training sessions, or even a membership if we had more equipment to choose from. Bottom line, my gym was just too small with only a standalone, tiny building with the basic equipment and 2 changing rooms with 1 shower each. It could be so much more than that. With an addition and upgrade, I could offer state-of-the-art equipment and a fully functioning gym with larger changing rooms, showers, a sauna, and maybe even a juice bar. With a devoted spa next door, it would give the locals more of a reason to travel up the mountain. There was not another fully functioning spa around for miles, and the guests would love it. I just knew it. And why not kill 2 birds with 1 stone? We could expand the building at the resort, add newer equipment, and I could start up my own business. Harley's gym, personal training, and spa. I'd loved the ring to it as soon as it popped into my head. Of course, I was no masseuse, so I'd have to hire someone to run the spa part of the business and provide the services. But with me running the gym, fitness programs, and as the personal trainer, I knew that my business would be successful. Plus, it would be a win-win for the resort. That was the basis of my pitch that morning. I hoped that my brothers would see it as I did. If they said no, then I'd considered starting up a new business in town. The problem with that was I'd be taking some business away from the resort. I would also be taking myself away from the resort. Being part owner, that option was not ideal and not what I wanted at all. It would be more beneficial for all of us if I were to stay put, to grow my business as an addition to the resort. I met my eyes in the mirror again. I can do this. The easy part was over. Establishing the plan and preparing the proposal. Now for the hard part, to get my brothers to listen, and even harder yet, to get them to agree with me. I finished getting ready for the weekly Monday morning breakfast meeting. Every Monday, it was custom for my entire family to meet for breakfast in the River Room. The River Room was the resort's restaurant, main lounge, and event room. We had a 5-star chef on board who had won himself and the restaurant many awards over the years. I wanted to look good for my presentation that morning. Not that it mattered to my brothers, who would probably not even notice, but it was important to me, so I dressed to fit the part in a black dress shirt with the top button undone. No need for a tie at breakfast. I slid into a dark blue stiff pair of jeans and then my black leather boots. Taking one last look in the dresser mirror, I appreciated the man who looked back at me. My short and spiky dark hair and well-manicured beard were all trimmed and styled perfectly, as usual. Bright blue, confident eyes beamed back at me. I stood up tall to my full 6'1" and admired the look of my muscles bulging against the black leather as I slipped into my jacket. I ran my fingers through my thick hair one last time, roughing it up a bit before I grabbed my proposal from the dresser and ran downstairs, out of my cabin to my SUV. Over the past week, with Dax's help, I'd run some numbers to help support my cause, and we'd put together a formal proposal. After expenses, the addition could be making a profit within a year, maybe even sooner. I was excited to report the numbers to my family. My cabin was the last one on the drive that housed the entire Hunter clan at the resort. My mother's house, the big white log house where we all grew up, was first in line. Then 4 smaller cabins followed, one for each son and their families. I was the only member of the pack who lived alone. Single and enjoying life, as I liked to say to my mom when she continuously asked when I was going to settle down. As I drove past the cabins and down the mountain drive, I enjoyed the early morning view of the landscape. Fog had settled into the valley below as the tall, snow-covered peaks of the surrounding range peeked through, extending into the crystal-clear blue skies above. It was a beautiful sight to behold, and just another reason why I'd hate to move my business into town. I loved the mountain and that view. As I drove further down the ridge, my SUV became engulfed in the thick fog, and I took my eyes from the light on the horizon to carefully navigate the road down to the main resort buildings. Finally, I pulled into the wide lot and took a spot in front of the massive log building that housed the guest rooms, common area, and the restaurant. Looking around, I noticed that all my brother's vehicles were already in the lot, so I knew that I was the last to arrive. Scooping up my papers, I hopped out of the SUV and trotted up the broad wooden steps to the front porch. I entered the common area and waved to Clark at the front desk when he looked up from his newspaper to see who had come inside. The nighttime front desk attendant had been with us for almost 15 years. Clark peered over his black-framed readers and smiled at me. He gave me a brief wave before turning his eyes back to his paper. Smiling, I slipped through the dining room's double-wide doors. My family occupied the entire front section of the dining area, with several tables pushed together to create one oblong one. The view behind the table, through the large picture windows, was breathtaking. The fog had settled to the river valley below, revealing a silvery, snow-covered mountain ridge in the distance, backed by a brilliant blue sky. Children's laughter filled my ears. My gaze turned from the view to see what all the commotion was. The smaller children, my nieces, 5-year-old Abby and 3-year-old Rainey, ran around the long table, playing a game of tag with Bella, Cole's German shepherd. Their cousin, 1-year-old Dax Jr., clapped his hands and squealed in pleasure at them from his high chair. His copper-colored curls sprang around his chubby cheeks as he bounced in his seat. Chuckling to myself, I looked around the dining room and was glad that it was empty aside from the staff and us. As well as the commotion that Bella and the kids were making, my family was blatantly talking over one another. That was the norm, however, and most of the regular guests were used to the children and large dog bounding around the dining room during meetings and special occasions. Also the norm was my loud, rambunctious family eating meals together and competing for who could talk the loudest. Smiling, I saw that 12 places were set at the table, plus Dax Jr.'s high chair. One for each of us. I took my place next to my brother Dax, with Brad's twin sons, Reed and Bryce, on my other side. I waved to my mom, Mary Beth, at the other end of the oblong table and said my hellos to everyone else. My mom called the children to their seats as the servers brought out several trays of breakfast foods and pitchers of OJ and set them in the center of the table. We all helped ourselves by smothering our plates with scrambled eggs, bacon, and sausage links, home fries, and toast. I hadn't had my morning coffee yet, so I got up to grab one from the self-serve coffee and tea bar beside the main buffet table. I sipped on my coffee and nodded to one of the servers who was lighting the sternos. Soon, other guests would wander into the dining room to either order from the menu or enjoy the morning breakfast buffet. I wanted to get the meeting started before any distractions took place. I went back to my seat and glanced over at Dax. Our eyes met. He offered a supportive nod, and I nodded in return. I ate my breakfast quickly, shoveling my eggs and home fries into my mouth, and patiently waited for my turn to speak. I listened to Brad talk about the upcoming events on the schedule for the week. Then it was Cole's turn to talk about repairs and maintenance he had planned. As usual, Brad turned to Dax next, and he discussed the current commercial he was working on for the upcoming summer events. Finally, it was my turn to talk. I cleared my throat and fidgeted in my seat. Brad furrowed his brow at me. Usually I was quick to blurt out my weekly schedule of events, but today I had a lot more to say. I took a long look at each of my brothers and made sure that I had their full, undivided attention. I held up my notes before me and began. I wanted to make a proposal. I began my pitch. Ignoring the shocked look on Brad's face, I followed the points on my notes and told my family about my idea to expand the fitness building and to build a new spa addition to the resort. I made sure to point out all the positive attributes that a spa would add, including the new local clientele it would bring in. I mentioned the guests and local clientele's suggestions and their wish for a massage parlor and spa, and a better gym experience. My brothers listened patiently, even though I knew that they were dying to butt in. I could see it on their faces, but did my best to ignore their glances at each other. When I finished speaking, there was a moment of stunned silence, and I was happy when Dax spoke up before Brad could say anything. "I'm with Harley on this one," he began. "I think that a new addition to the resort would bring in more guests. Plus, more of the locals that he had mentioned. You should take note that most other resorts have a spa and massage parlor, and it's become the norm nowadays, Dax added. Cole looked skeptical, but he nodded at Dax, taking into consideration what we both had said. But the look on Brad's face told me that he wasn't sold on the idea just yet. I don't know about this, Brad replied. We aren't known as a spa type of resort. We're an outdoor retreat. I stopped him. That's where Dax's advertising would come in. Plus, he has a huge following on social media, as do Lindsay and Oakley, I pointed out. With some advertising, we would bring in more visitors. Plus, many of my current clients would jump at spa and massage treatments. Brad shook his head. I just don't know. Have you run the numbers? This sounds expensive. And who would run the spa? You're trained in personal fitness, but not spa treatments or massage therapy, Brad questioned. He continued, still shaking his head in doubt. It would mean hiring more staff, personalized and experienced staff, at that. It's a huge investment that could go wrong. We've never done anything this big before. I don't know if the benefits would outweigh the risks. I looked Brad dead in the eyes. I had this. Yes, I've run the numbers. I realized that we would have to hire a masseuse, preferably one who could run the entire spa to save on some money at first. After the cost of the additions, equipment, and new hire, we would only be in the red for the first year. Then it would be all profit, I assured them. I have all the numbers right here for you, I added, holding out my proposal. And where would we put this new addition? Cole asked. I'd like to enlarge the gym building and make it into a real physical fitness center. We could add small rooms for private lessons, bigger changing rooms, a classroom. I do my lessons now right in the main room, and I know that many patrons would prefer privacy during their lessons. The spa would be right next door with an attached walkway. That way, guests can go for a massage right after working out, or just go to the spa for a massage and facial without walking through the gym. I'd like to add a sauna as well. The full package, I answered. We have plenty of space. It could work, Cole agreed. It would be a lot of work, though. We'd have to cut down the trees around the gym to build the additions. More costs, Brad said. We would cut the trees down ourselves and build the new structures with the wood. We've all got experience with that, Dax added. We have plenty of trees on our land to use for the new additions. Maybe we can even clear a new snowmobile path as we cut the trees, so we aren't cutting down trees without a double purpose, he suggested. Guests would enjoy a new snowmobile and hiking path, my mom chimed in. It would be another advertisement point as well, Dax added. True, Brad replied, rubbing his fingers through his beard. At least, he was taking my proposal seriously now. I think it's a great idea, Mom said. She winked at me, and I grinned in return. Mom always had my back. Me too, nodded Lindsay. It's a great idea. Something new. Oakley and Angela were both shaking their heads in agreement too. I noticed Brad look around the table before turning back to Cole. What do you really think of this idea, Cole? Do you think it would be profitable? He asked him. Cole thought for a moment before answering. He glanced at me and said, I think that it would be profitable just like when we added the fishing cabins, cleaning station, and outdoor cooking areas. It gave the guests what they wanted and brought in new clientele, he said. Yes, but that was fishing. We already had anglers visiting the resort. We just gave them more options to do what they like to do. We don't get too many visitors looking for spa treatments, Brad countered. But we do, I exclaimed. My fitness programs have boomed in the last few years. Many of my clients are women. Many of our guests are women. And not all the guests come to ski and fish, I reminded Brad. It's true, Angela told her husband. We get lots of young ladies who would probably splurge on a massage or facial. And we'd probably get more locals who would come up for a massage and spa appointment as well, she added. Maybe even have dinner afterward. We could even advertise a spa and dinner package deal. That's a great idea, Lindsay beamed. There's not another spa parlor for 20 miles at least, she added, nodding at Angela. Oakley's face lit up. Yeah, And look at all the guests we get during events, anniversaries, weekend-long weddings, she reminded Brad. I'm sure many of those guests would partake in massages and spa treatments. Not everyone skis, fishes, or even goes on nature walks when they come for the events. Brad thought for a moment. What you all say is true. I'm just worried that the investment won't pay off in the long run. It will, Brad. I'm sure of it, I urged him to see it. Take a look at these numbers, I added, holding out my proposal to Brad. Brad took the papers from me and quickly flipped through them. I'd have to go over these numbers better. Let me look over all of this during the week, and we can talk about it again at the next meeting, he announced in his "it's final" tone. I wanted to talk about it more now, but when Brad used that tone, there was no point. He was done listening. I thought about blurting out that if he didn't agree to the new spa addition here at the resort, that I'd been thinking of starting up my own business in town. I glanced over at Dax, who knew what I was thinking. He slowly shook his head at me. Frowning, I reached for my coffee cup instead and downed the black liquid in one hard gulp. I'd give Brad his week, but in the meantime, there was a business conference that I wanted to attend in Las Vegas the upcoming weekend. I had to tell him that I was planning to go so that my sessions could be reassigned while I was gone. I'm planning on going to a business conference next weekend in Las Vegas, I bluntly informed my family. What? My mom looked up in surprise. What for? Cole asked, just as shocked. It's called Business Inc. Conference. It's held every year in Las Vegas. Basically, it consists of successful CEOs speaking of mistakes they had made when starting up their businesses and how they figured out what was important to their success. Plus, it's a big meet and greet of like-minded individuals, I explained. Okay, Brad said slowly. I can learn a thing or two, and it's good for the business, I told him. I've been looking to expand my personal fitness and training programs for a while now, and I'd like to get some ideas on how to do that. What about the ski lessons and outings you normally run? Cole asked. Of course I'll still run the ski lessons and group outings, I promised him. But I'm really into health and training, and it's a dream of mine to expand my business. I'd love to do it here at the resort. That's why I think a spa is necessary for expansion, I continued. Brad shook his head, as if he would never get what I was trying to tell him. I sighed before continuing. Expansion is good, Brad. All businesses expand. Brad met my gaze. I realize that, Harley. I also realize that what isn't broken doesn't need to be fixed, he said sternly. I frowned at him. Now it was his turn to sigh. Look, he began in a softer tone. I agreed to look over all of the information that you have provided and said that we would discuss it again next week. Until then, go ahead and go to that convention if that's what you really want to do. We'll cover your lessons and events next weekend. It is what I want to do, I replied. Brad nodded. I tried not to let my disappointment show at the outcome of the meeting, but thanked him instead. I wanted Brad to keep a positive frame of mind over the addition. Getting upset would not help my cause. I'll run his ski lessons and group outings next weekend, Oakley offered. I'll help out in the gym while you're gone, Dax offered. Thanks, Oakley. Dax. Reed and Bryce can help as well, I added. They have both been doing great as ski instructor assistants, and I know that they know their way around the gym, I suggested. If that's good with you both, I asked, looking at the twins. They nodded in unison. Anything to help out, Uncle Harley, Reed answered. Yeah, Bryce agreed. That will work, nodded Brad. Okay, good. Thanks for all of your help and support, everyone, I said, looking around the table at each one of them. I really do appreciate all of you. We finished eating, and my family chit-chatted for a bit before heading out to their duties for the day. On my way out, I caught Dax by his truck. Thanks, Dax, I told him. Your support means the world to me. What are big brothers for? He chided. Anyway, I think that it went well. You knew that Brad wasn't going to just agree with your proposal right out of the gate. Yeah, I knew, I agreed. It's great that the girls thought it was a good idea, Dax added, and I'm sure that Angela will be talking to Brad about it some more. I am glad that the women of the family all saw the need for a spa, I chuckled. Dax snickered in agreement. It's not a manly mountain man type of thing, so of course Brad and Cole can't understand entirely. I chucked, picturing them at a spa. I'd talk to Angela about it more over the week and see if she can help out with persuading Brad, he suggested. Good idea. Plus, Angela is good with numbers, so I'll ask her to go over them too. Once Brad sees the full picture, he would have to agree that a spa edition would be profitable. Good thinking, Dax nodded. So, who are you going to this convention with? Las Vegas, huh? He asked, grinning. Myself. I smiled. I just wanted to go. I was checking it out last year online, and I thought that it would be helpful to talk to some like-minded people. So, when I saw it come up again this year, I booked myself a spot. Cool. Sounds like a plan. It will be good for you to get out of here for a while anyway. You hardly ever leave this place, Dax laughed. I know, really, I chuckled. I'm always booked. No time for anything else. I've never been to Las Vegas either, so I'm excited to check it out, I admitted. Have some fun, Dax ordered as he got into his pickup. I plan on it, I called back, heading to my SUV. As the next few days went by, I didn't hear anything more about my proposal from Brad. I did catch Angela before I was leaving for the airport and asked if Brad had mentioned it. No, he hasn't brought it up, Angela admitted. But I think it's a great idea, and I'll let him know. I'm giving him time to let your proposal sink in. I've gone over the numbers and they make sense. Let him go over the numbers too, and he'll see it. She smiled. I'll talk to him about it over the weekend. I'm pretty sure that he'll come around. Thanks, Angela. I appreciate your support. This has been on my mind for a while now, so I hope that he does come around. Sure thing. Hey, Harley, don't worry too much about Brad. Have a good time at the convention this weekend. You deserve it. We'll talk when you get back. I will. Thanks again, Angela. I took Angela's advice and put Brad and the proposal out of my mind for the time being. I drove to the airport in silence, wondering how the convention would play out. I'd never been to any sort of event of its size. I was looking forward to a change of pace from the quietness of the resort to the hustle and bustle of a city like Las Vegas. Emily, the methodical sound of the rain beating against the window pane had put me in a light sleep. Popping in my ear brought me back as the plane began its slow descent. I reached into my purse for a piece of gum. I always had trouble with my ears during a flight. Chewing the gum, I concentrated on swallowing the tangy juice until my ears began to feel normal again. I glanced out of the window, hoping to get a glimpse of the city lights, but could only see raindrops as they slowly journeyed down the foggy pane. I wiped away at the fog with my shirt sleeve and peered through the rain, trying to get a look at the fast-approaching city of Las Vegas. I hope that the weather clears up for the convention, I thought. I had never been to Las Vegas, and this was my chance to have some fun for a change, as well as learn a thing or two about starting up my own business. At the thought of starting up a business, a vision of my parents popped into my mind. I had been trying to forget about them, as well as the episode that took place right before I had jumped into the cab earlier that afternoon. My parents had gotten wind of me heading off to Las Vegas for the weekend. Instead of calling as normal parents would, they took it upon themselves to show up at my house and express their disapproval in person. Emily, you are already in debt, my father reminded me. This trip is a complete waste of time and money. I know that I'm in debt, Dad. Thanks for the reminder, I sighed. You should be happy with what you have. A good job as a massage therapist in an up-and-coming practice, my mom added, waving her finger at me. Especially after that awful mess you got yourself into. My dad nodded at her in agreement. This is no time to run off to Las Vegas in hopes of starting up a business that you can't afford. Stay with what you know, my dad said, red-faced. Think of Chloe, my mother said firmly. The mention of my daughter Chloe made me angry. Who do you think I am thinking of? I am trying to give my baby a better life. And if you two would just support me and have some faith in me, I would have an easier time accomplishing my goals, I blurted out. Your goals? Mother asked sarcastically. Your goals aren't realistic, dear. You have no experience in running a business, let alone starting one up, she reminded me coldly. The business world is no place for a soft person, my dad added. Yes, honey, we are only looking out for your best interest. Your father knows what he's talking about. He's been in investment banking for 20 years, don't forget. Now her tone was soothing, manipulative. Mom was so kind to remind me. It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, Dad grunted as he straightened his tie. Tears stung at my eyes and threatened to humiliate me. Dad is in corporate business. I want to open up a massage therapy spa. They are not the same. And how will I know if I don't try? I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. We've supported you through massage therapy school. Truthfully, we did not think you would make it through that. We are happy that you did and are good at it. But there is no way we are going to throw away our good money on a business startup that you know nothing about, my mom retorted, back to her bitchy self. That's what this convention is for, I tried to reason with them. The annual Business Inc. Conference in Las Vegas is an outlet for entrepreneurs to learn from and mingle with over 500 industry leaders, I informed them. Humph, my dad replied. You are no entrepreneur. It's a waste of time. And money, he repeated, stressing the word money. Where are you getting the money to go on this trip anyway? I took a deep breath and looked over at Kellen, my older brother, for some help. He had lent me the money to go on the trip. Only Kellen believed in me these days. To my relief, he spoke up. It won't hurt for Emily to attend the conference and to learn a thing or two. Plus, she's been working close to 50 hours a week. It will be good for her to get out of town for a spell. My parents looked at Kellen as if he had grown a third arm. It's a waste of your hard-earned money, my mom told him. I don't see it that way, he answered. Emily has the right to try and accomplish her dream, and I'm glad to help. My parents hated to be disagreed with. I was lucky to have such a wonderful, supportive brother. You will learn one day, Dad said to Kellen before turning away to go back to his town car. My mom leaned down and gave Chloe a kiss on the cheek before she followed him, not bothering to say goodbye to me. My chest quivered, and I turned to wipe at the tears in my eyes. I did not want Chloe to see me cry at my parents' expense. I was glad when the cab that I had been waiting on pulled up to the curb. Taking a deep breath, I leaned down and gave Chloe a goodbye kiss and hug. Be good for Uncle Kellen, I told her. I will, Mom, she said in her sing-song voice. I smiled at her and hugged her close once again. Mommy, she whined playfully. I'm gonna miss you, I told her. Miss you too, Mommy. Love you. I love you too, baby girl. Standing on my tippy toes, I leaned up and wrapped my arms around Kellen's broad shoulders. Take good care of my baby, I whispered in his ear. Always, he whispered back. I stood back and took a long look at my baby before motioning at the cab driver to come and get my luggage. I'll call when I get to the hotel, I told them. Go and try and have a good time. No, don't try. Have a good time. We'll be fine, Kellen promised me, as he took Chloe by the hand and led her back toward the 2-story duplex. I smiled at them as they walked down the walkway. Chloe looked back and lifted her small hand in a farewell. I raised my hand in return. I turned just in time to see my parents' black town car drive by. I gave my parents a curt nod as they drove off. I will prove them wrong, I thought. The cab driver took my luggage and put it in the trunk before whisking me off to the airport. My parents had a knack of ruining my day. I had been so excited about this trip. I'd been working nonstop, saving money so that I could one day start up my own massage therapy practice. It had always been a dream of mine to own my own practice, or even a spa. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances had gotten in the way and put me into debt and traveling down the wrong path. But I was ready to rectify the past, put my skeletons in the closet, and prove to myself that I could do it, once and for all. The sparkling lights of Las Vegas came into view as the plane circled over the city, now making its full descent toward McCarran International Airport. "Wow," I whispered at the bright lights. Not even a rainstorm could hide them. The excitement that I'd been feeling since I booked my spot at the Business Inc. conference came rushing back to me. The plane continued on to the airport, and I buckled my seatbelt for the landing. The plane landed without incident, and soon enough, I had claimed my luggage. With my carry-on bag strapped over my shoulder, I rolled my suitcase to the front entrance. The rain had not let up, I saw to my dismay, and I didn't have an umbrella. Sighing, I looked out of the big windows of the airport as all the cabs filled up with passengers and sped off. Now what? I had no experience in hailing down a cab. Not that there was one left. I was hoping that I would be able to find one just hanging around outside of the main entrance. Think, Emily. Maybe I should ask someone. I looked around the airport for a help desk. I didn't see one, but knew that all airports had one somewhere, usually near the entrance. The airport was busy, and being Las Vegas, that was understandable. I started to ask a couple of passers-by, but they didn't pay any attention to me. Everyone was in such a hurry, I mused. I wondered if I should call an Uber. As more people rushed by me and out the wide sliding doors, I decided that that would be my best bet. I reached for my cell phone in my jacket pocket and opened the Uber app. I'd only used it a couple of times and was trying to understand what I was looking at. I didn't even know the address to the airport, I was thinking, when out of the corner of my eye, I noticed a yellow cab pull up in front of the building. To my surprise, no one jumped inside or rushed toward it. This is my chance, I thought. I grabbed my rolling luggage and tugged it behind me as I trotted out of the doors toward the cab. The small wheels bounced on the concrete, and I thought for sure they would bust. I approached the cab and reached for the door handle. Before I could grab it, a tall, well-built man dressed in a dark suit cut right in front of me so that if I hadn't jumped back, he would have plowed right into me. He completely ignored me, even after I loudly cleared my throat, and he opened the cab door for himself. I gasped aloud. "Excuse me!" I shrieked. I didn't mean to yell so loud, but I was pissed. He paused. I knew that he had to hear me. I was pretty sure the entire airport heard me based on all the turned heads. Slowly, the man turned to look at who had made the shocking sound. He put his bag over his head to avoid the rain. Brilliant blue eyes locked onto my own. I tried to read his expression. Brilliant and unsympathetic. I held my gaze even though the man was intimidating. Over 6 feet with broad shoulders and well-muscled arms and legs. His eyes on mine, he asked, "Oh, I'm sorry, was this your cab?" As if he didn't know. "Yes," I replied, standing tall. A raindrop fell into my eye. Temporarily blinded, I blinked hard. Oh no, I hope he didn't think I was winking at him. I saw a look of surprise cross his face, but he quickly recovered. Even though the blurriness of a wet eyeball, I couldn't help noticing that the man in the suit was extremely handsome. No, not handsome. Hot as hell. I started to fidget. "Stop it," I told myself. "Stand tall." To my surprise, my body listened. I stood up and glared at the hot cab thief. I did not want him to catch on that I was completely out of my element at the moment. The man's bright blue eyes squinted at me. Small crow's feet appeared at the corners of his eyes that made him look even sexier. He was not squinting in a confused type of way, not like, "Oh, I didn't see you there. I'm sorry, here you go," as he holds out the door for me. Nope. He was clearly amused at my outburst. Suddenly, he grinned an incredibly sexy grin. I almost melted right into a puddle. Why not? With all this rain, nobody would notice, right? "We can share?" the hot man asked as he opened the door. As if he knew that I was going to agree, he waved me into the cab. What a smug bastard. The cab driver looked over and saw us both standing in the open doorway. I saw his eyes travel to my luggage, and he got out of the cab to offer assistance. He looked from me to Mr. Smug and asked, "Are we sharing a ride?" He stressed the word "ah." Yes, Mr. Smug answered for me. My eyes went wide. I looked from the cab driver to the man. The nerve he has. But what else was I going to do? As much as I wanted to, I couldn't refuse the cab. Looking around, I didn't see any other cabs that were just waiting for a passenger. Yes, I agreed a little too loudly, allowing the cabbie to take my luggage and place it in the trunk. After you. Mr. Smug grinned and waved his arm for me to get inside for a second time. I didn't move. He held out his hand toward the back seat of the cab and raised his eyebrow as if to ask, "What is the delay?" I just stared at him. I couldn't take my eyes from his. Now he smiled, a big smile. Perfectly white teeth beamed behind a dark, well-trimmed 5 o'clock shadow. We both held our gaze, me trying to express my displeasure with him. My show of displeasure just brought about an even bigger grin. Mr. Smug was amused with me. Did he forget that he just tried to steal my cab? It made me angry, and I felt my cheeks grow hot. I was just about to blurt something smart out when the cab driver laid on the horn. Instead of telling the man off, I jumped to the heavens. My hand went instinctively to my chest. Mr. Smug burst out in laughter. He laughed a long, hearty laugh, his blue eyes welling up with tears. He put his hand on his belly as he laughed, as if he had just heard the joke of the year. "I don't see what's so funny," I retorted as I got into the cab and slid over. He promptly got inside beside me. Wiping the tears from his eyes, he was still giggling. He wasn't even trying to control it. "Nothing's funny," he said to my glaring stare. "I'm sorry. I had a long flight," he smiled. So did I. That didn't turn me into a complete ass. The cab driver asked where we were headed, and to my dismay, both Mr. Smug and I blurted out, "Renaissance Las Vegas Hotel." "Shit. Really?" Mr. Smug looked at me and winked. I glared at him in return. We drove in silence, and when we reached the hotel, Mr. Smug grabbed his overnight bag and got out of the cab, leaving the door open for me to get out. I exited slowly and waited for the cab driver to help get my suitcase from the trunk. The guy winked again and tossed a wave over his shoulder as I watched him briskly walk away. He reached the hotel entrance with only a few long strides. Why am I watching him? Because he has a nice ass, I knew. I could not take my eyes from his manly behind. His ass filled out his dress pants perfectly. His round buttocks bulged as he took each step. I felt momentary disappointment when a concierge opened the door for him. They both nodded to each other, and he walked through the large doorway, disappearing inside. I needed a moment to settle down. I tried to look around at all the lights and people, but the busy scene only added to my nerves. I took my time to position my carry-on bag over my shoulder and slowly extended my suitcase handle. I took several deep breaths. It was time to start enjoying myself. I walked slowly as I pulled my suitcase behind me. The wheels heaved over the pavement, and the luggage tugged at my hand as I meandered toward the hotel doorway. Note to self, buy better luggage for my next trip. My next trip? Whenever that would be. I hoped that Mr. Smug had a fast and successful check-in so that I could avoid him going forward. I'd had enough of him this evening. All I wanted to do was get to my room and change out of my damp clothes. Maybe have a nightcap to relieve some stress of the day. The concierge, all decked out in black and red, greeted me with a friendly smile and opened the door. I returned his smile and stepped inside the grand hotel lobby. I gasped loudly at the scene around me and suddenly felt foolish. Jesus, Emily. Act like you've been out in public before. I was pleasantly surprised by the beautiful and elegant decor. Tall, dark wooden pillars led the way to the common area, which glowed in golds and reds. Small marble tables were scattered around the room, surrounded by brown leather couches. I heard laughter and saw a softly lit lounge off to the right. I will have to visit later, I thought. I leisurely made it to the front desk and was happy that my cab partner was nowhere in sight. I checked in easily, and an attendant asked if I needed help with my luggage. I told her that I could manage, and headed to the elevator. Even the elevator was elegant, decked out in creamy marble with golden doors and glowing buttons. I selected the button for the 22nd floor and enjoyed the ride up alone. I made it to my room and slid in the keycard. Opening the door again, I was pleased with the room's decor. Elegant but homey and comfortable. A white, fluffy comforter and pillows like clouds covered my bed. There was a large window with the drapes drawn. Las Vegas twinkled through the pane. Perfect. I hadn't been in a hotel room for a long time, not since my ex had taken me on a business trip. I missed the elegance and fuss of hotel staff waiting on me, but not the costs of such luxury. I would have to be double sure to enjoy this weekend. I took my suitcase to the bed and unzipped it. I removed my 2 best dresses that I had brought for the events this weekend and hung them in the closet. I had a few other more casual dresses, jeans, tops, and several pairs of shoes to unpack. I put my toiletries in the bathroom and marveled over the jet bathtub for a moment. Suddenly, I realized that I was starving. I hadn't eaten since that morning, with only having a small snack on the plane. I needed to call Hellen and check in, but I decided to go down to the lounge and order something to eat and have a drink before I called. Hellen was a night owl, so I knew I wouldn't wake him if I waited. I changed out of my damp and rumpled travel clothes and put on jeans and a sweater. Looking into the mirror, I realized that I looked too plain for a place like this and decided to change. I chose one of my sundresses, a white and yellow floral with spaghetti straps that hugged my slim curves perfectly. I draped a creamy white shawl over my shoulders. Now about this hair, I thought. My yellow blonde hair had mostly dried flat against my head. I brushed a comb through the long layers and fluffed out the curls at the bottom. I added some powder to my oval-shaped face and defined jawline. With a light blushing to my round cheekbones and a stroke of dark mascara to my almond-shaped blue-gray eyes, I felt upbeat and happy again. I checked my look in the mirror. Perfect. Smiling, I headed out the door and down to the lobby. Harley, I settled into my room and turned on the TV. Nothing but news. I hit the guide to find a movie. Flipping through the entire guide, I found nothing of interest and threw the remote down on the bed. I looked at the clock. It was only 10 p.m. Too early to go to bed. A beer sounded good. I replaced my shorts with a pair of jeans and smoothed out my black t-shirt. Good enough for the lounge. I was in awe at the hotel's architect and decor. I'd never been somewhere so fancy. My resort was 5-star, but a 5-star mountain ski resort was a far cry from an expensive Las Vegas hotel. At the lounge, I chose a seat at the end of the bar, away from the other patrons. Everyone was in groups and being loud and rambunctious. I didn't blame them. I just wanted some peace and quiet. Or maybe I was overly accustomed to peace and quiet. I'm in Las Vegas, for heaven's sake. Tomorrow I'd get out on the town a bit and see some sights. Light laughter at the other end of the bar caught my attention. A sing-song voice was having a one-way conversation. The voice intrigued me, and I leaned in to get a better view. It was the girl from the cab. I knew that she was staying in the same hotel, but this was a big hotel, and I didn't think that I'd see her again. I watched as she talked to someone on her cell phone. Her full red lips formed a smile, and her face lit up. She was beyond beautiful. It wasn't just her smile. She had long blonde hair that glowed in the fluorescent bar lights. I watched as she flipped it over her shoulders and put her head back in laughter. Her eyes lit up when she laughed. Cab girl reached for her drink and took a sip through the tiny straw. She kept the straw in her mouth as she listened. It slowly slid through her red lips and sunk into her drink. So sexy. My eyes roamed from her lips, over her slim neck, down to her chest. She was wearing a sundress that revealed enough to start up my imagination. Her chest heaved as she laughed, and I imagined what that creamy cleavage would feel like in my palms. The thought of touching her breasts got my cock involved. I fidgeted in my seat to hide my hardening erection. Maybe I should go and say hello? No. She probably hated me. I was kind of a dick, but I'd been overwhelmed and just wanted to get to the hotel and get settled. Now that I could admit that I might have handled myself a little better. Cab girl hung up the phone. She stared off into space and smiled. Who was she talking to that would make her smile like that? A boyfriend? Maybe she was married. I didn't know anything about her, not even her name. I was still considering going over to say hello when she put the slim straw to her mouth again. This time she did not let it linger and slide from her lips in a sexy way. Instead, she sucked up the rest of her drink and got up from her stool. Disappointed, I watched as she walked out of the lounge. The view from behind was just as splendid, however. Cab girl's hips swayed as she glided in her high-heeled sandals, taking her round ass along for the ride. If her hips can sway like that. With each step, the sundress flowed around her perfectly smooth and toned thighs. My dick hardened again, and I turned back to my beer. I ordered another beer, trying to put cab girl out of my mind. I watched the hockey game on the big screen TV but couldn't pay attention to it. To my relief, a cute brunette pulled up the stool beside mine. She looked over and offered a flirty smile. My cock was bulging, and I knew that I could charm this girl right up to my room. But something stopped me. My cock wasn't hard for her. As stupid as that sounded, I just could not bring myself to flirt back with her. I downed my beer and threw some bills on the bar. The morning would come early with the start of the conference. I should get some rest. The beeping of my alarm clock woke me up before the sun rose. I wanted to get a workout in before the morning session began. I headed to the bottom floor where there was a large fitness room and indoor pool. The pool area wasn't like other hotels that I'd been to. Though it was indoors, it was set up as an outdoor retreat. A lit-up waterfall cascaded into the pool, and a tiki bar served food and drinks while a hot tub bubbled beside the pool. The gym was next door, overlooking the massive pool. The fitness room was no joke either. The new state-of-the-art equipment mesmerized me. And yes, there was a sauna. And, of course, a juice bar and a huge changing and shower room. Don't forget the spa. I saw signs for it all over the place, exactly as it should be in any resort or hotel. While working out, I thought of taking pictures of everything to show Brad and Cole, but then changed my mind. What would pictures prove? That expensive hotels in Las Vegas offered the works? I could just hear Brad. We are a ski resort, a mountain retreat. We don't need all of that. I sighed and immersed myself in working out my biceps and triceps. I showered in my room and dressed for the first part of the day's convention. This morning was a conference featuring CEOs who would talk about their failures and how they turned them into success. Later that evening, there was a meet-and-greet formal dinner. There was going to be plenty of time between the morning conferences and dinner, so I decided to dress casually for the morning festivities. The weather was warm, with it being late spring. I'd planned to do some walking that afternoon, so I opted for a black pair of dress shorts and a light blue polo shirt. I strapped a belt around my waist and slid into a pair of black and blue Nikes. No work boots today. I checked my look in the mirror and was proud of my reflection. I flexed my newly worked out biceps and admired my toned body. Self-centered? Not really. I just knew I looked good and worked hard to do so. I took the elevator down from the 30th floor and headed outdoors. It was only a short walk across the street to the Las Vegas Convention Center. Once inside, I rode the escalator up a floor and followed the signs through the hallways to the first convention. I turned a corner and saw people milling around, so I knew I had found the right place. From the top, I entered a room with stadium-style seating. It reminded me of a college lecture hall, but on a much larger scale, and much fancier with a large stage below and all the bright lights. I took the first seat I saw as they were filling up quickly. I glanced over to greet a couple who was sitting beside me. They introduced themselves as Billy and Victoria. They were about my age and seemed friendly enough. The speakers took the stage one after another. I listened attentively and took down a few pointers. I was intent on learning a thing or two while I was there, but a certain woman's face kept popping into the back of my mind. I looked around the room but saw no sign of her. I looked for the bright yellow blonde hair to no avail. I listened for that sweet sing-song voice between speakers. Nothing. I tried not to be disappointed. I told myself, you don't know anything about her. It was possible that she was not even at the hotel for the convention, and I reminded myself that I was probably the last person that she would want to see anyway. Nothing worked, though. The more I talked myself out of thinking of her, the more I did think of her. I gave up and let her image fill my thoughts. I was glad when the morning session was over. I needed to get some lunch and fresh air. Maybe a beer. The convention center was massive, and it took me a moment to find an exit. Once outside, I looked up and down the busy street, trying to decide which way I should walk. It didn't seem to matter, as both directions looked just as populated with people and lights. Even in the daytime, the lights of Sin City shined non-stop. I walked around the block and took in the sights. There were casinos galore, massive buildings full of individual character. I turned the final corner of the immense block and realized that I had not eaten anything yet. Dinner was still a few hours away, with more speeches beforehand. I spotted a small bar that was just my kind of place. I wanted to avoid the overpopulated casinos for now. I chose an outdoor table and checked out the menu that was sandwiched between the ketchup and mustard bottles. A waitress, who didn't look a day over 16, took my order: a burger, fries, and a cold bottle of beer. Most people wouldn't think that a fitness buff would eat like I did, but I earned my calories, so I enjoyed them when I wanted to. The double BBQ bacon and cheddar burger and fries washed down well with 2 beers. The waitress took my empty tray away and brought me one more beer. What the hell? I was on vacation. I was sipping on my bottle and people watching when someone caught my eye. The yellow blonde hair grabbed my attention first, and though her back was to me and I couldn't see her face, I knew by the swish of her hips and the bounce of her ass. It was the girl from the cab. I watched as she walked on the opposite sidewalk. She wasn't looking in my direction. Instead, she seemed to be window shopping as she stopped in front of several shops. She was already carrying several large shopping bags. Something on my side of the street caught her eye, and she started walking in my direction. Wait, what is she doing? Was she going to try to cross the street there? Right there? Yep, she was. Even I, who lived in the rural mountains, knew to use a crosswalk when crossing busy city streets. Cab girl looked both ways, chose her moment, and started trotting across the 4-lane street. I smiled at her courage. That was the girl who could not even stand up for her own cab last night. Now, she was running, well, half running, across a busy-ass street. A car got close and laid on their horn. Cab girl gave them that scowl of hers and kept on going. She reached the sidewalk right in front of me. I saw her exhale in relief, but before she could take another step, a guy on a bike came speeding directly at her. I watched in horror as she looked up just in time to sidestep the bike, but in the process, her bags were swept from her hands. Oh my God. I got up from my seat and ran over to help her. That was a close one, I told her as I bent to pick up her bags. She had bent down at the same time, and at the sound of my voice she raised her eyes to meet mine. Her eyes grew as wide as saucers. It's you, I grinned. Yeah, it's me. Her eyes lingered for a moment longer, shocked to see me. I noticed that they were a lovely mix of blue and gray. She blinked and went back to retrieving her bags. Thanks, but I got this. Okay, I said, as we both stood up. Are you here for the conference? I asked her. Yes. Are you? Yeah, I am. Humph. I grinned and slightly cocked my head. I'm not sure what that means. When I saw the look on her face, I added, or maybe I don't want to know. She smiled a little. I was going to have to put the charm on hard to get out of this mess. So, are you walking back to the hotel? Yes, I am, she answered curtly. But she didn't move, so I took that as a sign to keep at it. I gave her my most charming smile, the one that got me laid as often as I wanted it to. She did not smile back as I intended, and she turned to walk away. Damn, she was going to be tough. Wait, I called after her. I'll walk with you. It's a free country, she answered without stopping. I hurried back to my table and saw my waitress nearby. I practically threw money at her, yelled that I was sorry, but to please keep the change. Now, I was the one trotting to catch up to cab girl. When I caught up, she turned her head slightly, and our eyes locked. This time, I gave her a real smile, not my over-the-top charming one. She didn't fall for the charm before. Not that I understood why, but I figured that I should not use it again and push my luck. Looking for the words to break the silence, I asked, "Are you enjoying the conference so far? I didn't see you this morning." She looked over at me. "You were looking for me?" I shrugged noncommittally. "I just knew that you were at the hotel and wondered if it was for the conference." She turned her head away. For a moment, I thought she wasn't going to respond. "I was down in the front, and yes, I am enjoying the conference so far. I think the speakers gave good advice this morning, and I'm looking forward to hearing more." I was a bit shocked at her answer. Beautiful? Yes. An entrepreneur? No. I didn't see it. But of course I wasn't going to say that. We reached the hotel. I needed to stop in my room to get ready for the dinner meet and greet. I assumed that she was doing the same. "Are you going to the meet and greet tonight?" I asked her. "Yes. That's why I was out shopping. I accidentally ripped the dress that I was going to wear. Got it caught in the closet door somehow," she informed me, frowning. "I'm sorry to hear that. But glad that we ran into each other." She didn't look at me, but I noticed her eyes widen. She nodded. I wanted to ask her to join me at dinner, but first, I should find out more about her. "Who are you here with?" I casually asked her. "You saw me arrive alone," she answered sarcastically. "Yes, but you could have been meeting someone," I put out there. "True," she agreed. "I'm here by myself," she finally said. "Cool. Me too." I got a smile with that answer. It was a start. "You want to join me at the meet and greet? I mean, since we are both here alone and all?" Cab girl looked at me thoughtfully. "You think that's a good idea?" she asked. "Why not?" I replied. "You're the only person I know here. We should sit together." I grinned. "We know each other now?" "We shared a cab," I reminded her. Here came the famous glare. "In case you have forgotten, you blatantly stole my cab." "Whoa, wait a minute. If I stole your cab, I wouldn't have let you get inside of it," I informed her. "You let me get inside of my own cab? Oh, thank you. You know, I had that cab first, and you busted right in front of me to take it for yourself," she countered. "But I didn't take it for myself. I shared it with you, remember?" I quickly defended myself. The conversation was not going as I had intended it to go. "I do remember, and I have already thanked you for sharing my own cab with me," she said curtly, and picked up her pace as she walked into the hotel. The concierge opened the door for her and nodded at me. I didn't miss the pitied look he gave me. I sighed. "Wait, would you?" I called after her before she disappeared through the crowd. She stopped and turned, bags swinging in her hand. "I'm sorry for taking your cab last night. I really did not do it on purpose. It was the rain. I had my head down coming out of the airport and just saw bright yellow, so I ran to it. When I noticed you, I felt bad, so I hoped you would share it with me," I confessed. I put my hands in my pockets and studied my shoes. Finally, she spoke up. "I accept your apology. I'll meet you down here in the lounge at 5:30. With that, she was gone, but I was left smiling. Then I remembered something. I still didn't know her name. "Emily." Tossed my bags onto the bed. What just happened? The last person I would have ever expected just asked me to join him at the meet and greet dinner. The pace of my heart quickened. Mr. Smug? Really? What was I going to do? I was so confused. It all happened so fast. Too fast. I inhaled hard and exhaled slowly. Deep breaths calmed my nerves. Okay, so I had a date with Mr. Smug. A date! Was that what it was? A date? I looked into the mirror at my disheveled hair. I had awoken late that morning and only quickly ran a brush through it, causing it to frizz. And the humidity of the city air didn't help any either. I needed to shampoo. I grabbed my undies and bra, a sexy black lace combo. I had splurged for this trip, my entire weekend wardrobe newly purchased. I wanted to make a statement, leave an impression. Showered and dressed in my new undies, I massaged lotion into my moist skin. I enjoyed the feel my body's curves, silky skin, and my mind wandered. A warm sensation grew in my groin. When was the last time I was with a man, I thought? Too long ago. But don't go making tonight more than it is. It's just a meet and greet. And Mr. Smug only asked because he was alone. Mr. Smug. I giggled at the nickname that I'd given him. That was the first name that had popped into my mind the night before, and it had fit at the time. But he hadn't seemed so smug that afternoon. That made me wonder who the real Mr. Smug was. I was intrigued, I'd admit. A good-looking man like himself, confident, composed. Mr. Smug probably already was a successful entrepreneur. He certainly dressed the part, wearing that expensive suit last night. Who flies in a suit? A businessman, of course. I sighed. Don't let it bother you. Not everyone here is an entrepreneur. That's why many of us are here, to learn how to be one. I glanced at the clock and realized that I only had a half of an hour to meet him. I dressed in a red floor-length tulle dress with a V-neck bodice, showing off some cleavage. The skirt was flocked with red velvet to create a subtle fishnet pattern. I had spent way too much on the dress, but when I'd seen it that afternoon, I'd known it was for me. I did my hair up in a twist and applied makeup. I checked my look in the mirror and was pleased. Damn, I looked good. It wasn't often that I had the opportunity to get all dolled up and go out anymore. I was impressed with my results. Giggling, I slid on my red pumps and grabbed my matching evening bag. When I reached the elevator, my heart skipped a beat. All the nerves I had managed to wash away in the shower came rushing back. I went through my breathing exercises as the elevator descended to the first floor. The doors opened, and I was relieved to see other eloquently dressed people. I noticed that many of them were couples. That made me glad to have a date. Looking around, I didn't see Mr. Smug, but had told him that I'd meet him in the lounge. Taking one more deep breath, I set a smile on my red lips and gracefully walked to the lounge. I looked around the room, but didn't see him. Walking toward the bar, I thought that maybe he was just late. I'd have a drink and wait for him. I sipped on my sparkling apple sangria and glanced at my watch. He was 15 minutes late. Maybe he's not coming, I thought as I finished my drink. I didn't want to order another drink before eating dinner. Face it, he's standing you up. Sighing, I hid my disappointment and grabbed my bag. With one last hopeful look around, I got up to leave. A group of young people was blocking my way. Drinks in the air, they were singing along to the music without a care in the world. As I tried to navigate around them, I heard a deep, commanding voice roar over the singing. Out of my way! I watched as the group parted like the Red Sea, and the most striking man alive emanated through the opening. My jaw dropped to the floor. I quickly closed it, not wanting to give Mr. Smug a reason to be any cockier. But he was on fire. Dressed to the nines in a black dinner jacket with a bright red cummerbund and matching carnation in the lapel. Jaw set, Mr. Smug walked by the partiers as they looked on in awe. How did he know that my dress was red? Mr. Smug paused and returned the compliment. His eyes said it all. His thorough assessment was a bit disturbing, as he took his time to study my face. His eyes lingered over my red mouth, roamed to my exposed bosom, then deliberately to my hips. He approached, and in a husky tone he said, "You look stunning." "Thank you," I whispered. Our eyes locked. His blazing blue eyes bore into my own. We stood gazing at each other, not speaking. My nerves got the best of me, and I spoke to break the silence. "You don't look so bad yourself," I complimented him. "But you're late." "I know. I know. I'm sorry," Mr. Smug blurted out in apology. His tone softened. "I thought that it would be nice if we looked like a couple, so I ran to the tuxedo shop. I hadn't planned on them being so damned busy." I was shocked. How did he know what color my dress was? A look of confusion grew on my face, but before I could say it, he said, "I saw inside your bags earlier when you dropped them. I figured bright red tulle was the dress you mentioned buying for tonight." That explained it. I relaxed and nodded at him. "I am truly sorry I am late. I was worried that you wouldn't be here," he said sincerely. "I was just getting ready to leave. Thought you weren't coming. I'm glad that I waited." I smiled. "You're glad, eh?" He smirked. Damn him and his cocky charm. I blushed and looked down at my red heels. When I looked back up, Mr. Smug was grinning at me and holding out his arm. "Ready?" he asked. I slid my arm into his. "I'm Emily, by the way," I said, suddenly realizing that we'd never gotten that far. "Harley Hunter," he answered with a tip of his head. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Emily." I couldn't help but smile at the sound of my name on his lips. We strolled to the convention center in style, arm in arm, heads turned. I held onto this Adonis's arm and noticed how hard his muscles were. As he took each step, they flexed under my hand. The tuxedo fit him immaculately, like it was made for him. I couldn't stop glancing over at him. The tuxedo was expensive, yes, but it was how Harley wore the expensive tux. He owned it. He sure knew how to dress the part. Watching him walk beside me, I noticed his firm jawline and perfectly manicured beard. I imagined how the stubble would feel against my skin, how his smooth lips would feel against my own. A tingly feeling grew in my groin. He may be a smug, cocky frat boy, but he was incredibly handsome, and I felt incredibly lucky to be on his arm tonight. We approached the convention center along with other meet and greeters. Some walked as we had, enjoying the mild evening air. Others arrived in taxis and town cars. Everyone looked so stylish, and we fell into place while entering the grand lobby. This was the first time I was in the lobby at night. It was massive with floor-to-ceiling windows and bright, colorful lights beaming off the glass. It was a sight to behold. The greeters directed us to the banquet room, which was set up on the second floor. We followed the crowd and lined up to give our names. The greeters welcomed us and invited us to enjoy the evening. The founder of the conference was due to give a speech promptly at 7 o'clock, and dinner would be served soon after. I let Harley lead the way. Truthfully, all the dapper guests and animated lights had me overwhelmed. I had only attended small dinner parties with my ex, nothing with this grandeur. When we emerged into the banquet room, I was happy to see that the colors were neutral and the lighting was soft. It was beautiful. Round, candle-lit tables sparkled around the dance floor. 2 lounges, both decorated with silver lights, illuminated on either side of the room. Harley seemed to know where he was going. He grabbed my hand and led me through the crowd. He approached a table and spoke to the couple who were seated there. Turning to me, "We can sit here. I met these two at the conference this morning. Billy and Victoria, this is—" Harley paused. A frown formed on his perfect face, and I nearly laughed out loud. I blushed a little when Billy and Victoria raised their eyebrows at Harley. I found it a bit amusing that he remembered their names from the morning, but had completely forgotten mine in a matter of 15 minutes. Harley was clearly shaken and embarrassed, and though part of me wanted to knock him down a peg, the pitiful look on his face made me reconsider. I'd give him that one. I reached out my hand. "Hi, I'm Emily Mayberry." Billy and Victoria watched the entire scene unfold as if it were a movie. I didn't blame them. I could just imagine. A seemingly happy couple, walking hand in hand with matching attire, and it turns out Harley couldn't even remember my name. They probably thought he'd paid for my company. Comical, I'm sure. Harley turned back to Billy and Victoria. They looked at me and grinned. I nodded with a smile. Now it was Harley's turn to blush. I knew that he had felt that he had goofed yet again. But somehow, all his goofing made him real. Not Mr. Smug, but instead, Mr. Harley Hunter. Billy stood and offered for us to sit down. We graciously accepted as a server came to ask us for drinks. I ordered a glass of white Zinfandel, which was my favorite dinner drink, and Harley ordered a bottle of beer. Harley sat close to me so that we could hear each other over the chatter of 500 guests. We sipped our drinks and waited for the speaker to take the stage. I am so sorry. I can't believe I totally spaced before. I honestly don't know what's wrong with me. Harley dipped his head close to mine to make his apology. I nodded. I'm sure there have been so many women. It's hard to keep track of all of the names, I teased, unable to help myself. He turned another shade of red and dropped his eyes. That's not it at all. It's you. You fluster me, he admitted. It's fine, I said, suddenly wanting to make him feel better. So, Emily, where are you from? He asked. I'm from Olympia, Washington, I answered. His brows rose in surprise, and I giggled. Where did you think I'd be from? I asked. I don't know. But if I had to guess, I'd say like Chicago or Philadelphia. You seem like a city kind of gal. That answer surprised me. Me? From the big city? Nope. No, I chuckled. Why would you think that? I inquired. I don't know, because of the way you carry yourself. But I didn't see you from a big city. Like New York City. Because of the cab thing, he said slyly. I faked insult and slapped him lightly on the arm. Watching his face light up with a grin did something nice to my naughty bits. Well, I'm from Olympia, which is the capital of Washington. But it's Washington, remember? Lots of forests, bays, and harbors. In fact, I live near East Bay. My home is very beautiful. Harley nodded as he listened. That sounds awesome. Just my kind of place. My eyes grew wide. I didn't expect him to say that about Washington. Just as he pictured me as a city gal, I definitely pictured him sitting behind a desk in a big high-rise. What about you? I asked. Where are you from? I'm from the Blue River area in Colorado. Well, a small town called Blue Haven. Blue River? Colorado? I repeated, shocked. He nodded. Straight out of the mountains. The mountains? Harley chuckled. Literally. This time I let my jaw hang open. You live in the mountains? I asked dumbly, as if he hadn't just said it twice. Smiling, he sipped on his beer. Yep, I'm a real-life mountain man. You're shitting me, right? You don't look like a mountain man, I exclaimed. Now I thought that he was pulling my chain. That got the belly laugh. I wasn't sure why it was so funny, so I scowled at him. Seeing my face, he tried to stop laughing but failed miserably. I swear, he snickered. Of course, I don't typically dress like this at home, but I'm in Vegas at a formal event. You didn't expect me to be in my flannel shirt and jeans with my axe slung over my shoulder, did you? He asked, a bit sarcastically, but still smiling. I seriously couldn't tell if he was pulling my chain or not. A mountain man? I just couldn't see it. I mean, he was big and muscular. But could I picture him with that axe? Cutting down trees? No. He seemed too much like a pretty boy. I nodded at him, and he grinned. I don't know what that grin meant, but I was glad when the speaker took his place on the stage. We listened to the founder of the event speak about how grateful he was for us attending and that the event would be nothing without us. Blah, blah, blah. He seemed to drone on forever. My stomach rumbled. Oops, I hoped that Harley didn't hear it. But I was starving. Looking over at his handsome face, I saw that he was intently watching the speaker and sipping on his beer. Finally, it was time for dinner. The servers appeared from nowhere, carrying large black trays. First served were fancy dinner salads. Harley smiled at me before digging into his. It was gone in 2 bites. No kidding. Earlier we had each given our server our choice of entrees. I chose Capra's chicken, and Harley had chosen the beef Wellington. Our meals came, and the room quieted while everyone chowed down. We chatted with Billy and Victoria. It turned out they were from San Francisco, California. I should have known. Victoria was tan as hell, the exact opposite of my fair skin. It suited her, though, with her long, straight black hair. I liked them both. They were nice, and seemed like a lot of fun. After dinner, it was time for the actual meet and greet. It was expected of us to get up and mingle. The servers cleaned up and left us to fend for ourselves and to get our own drinks from the bar. This was where it got awkward. How did one mingle when they were with a date? Did I get up and leave Harley to go greet and meet? Or did we go together? My question was answered when Harley asked if I wanted another glass of wine. I mistakenly said yes, as I should have said. I'd get it myself. He left with a nod and headed to the bar alone. I watched his self-assured gait as he strolled away. He stood tall and took long strides. I watched until he was lost in the crowd. I looked around for someone to meet. Victoria and Billy had gotten up, together, to get drinks. I was alone. I glanced at the other nearby tables to no avail. Most people, couple or not, had gotten up to either get a drink, mingle, or dance. I waited for Harley to return, but the wait got tiresome. What is he doing, I wondered. Then it dawned on me. He probably got caught up with talking to someone. A good-looking, successful man like himself was bound to be stopped by someone. A successful man like himself? He had just told me that he lived in the mountains. What kind of jobs are there in the mountains that are considered successful? I had to wonder. Earlier, I had thought that he had dressed the part. But maybe he was just acting the part. I sighed. The evening was not going as I had hoped. I needed to do what I was here to do. I got up and started walking toward the opposite bar that Harley had gone to. At this point, I was a little unnerved that he hadn't returned. But then, something stopped me. No, I thought, I'm going to see what Harley's up to. I'd really like to know how successful he actually is, or pretending to be. I headed over to the bar and spotted Harley. My breath came fast. He was talking to a tall redhead. Should I turn around? Go to the other side of the bar? Why was I so unsure? Think, Emily. You came with him tonight. He invited you. Why would he be upset to see you? I'm mingling, not prying. I took a deep breath and slowly released it. Breathe, I reminded myself. As I got closer, I noticed that he had 2 drinks in front of him on the bar, a bottle of beer and a glass of white Zinfandel. So he hadn't totally forgotten about me. That made me feel a tad bit better. I approached slowly as to not interrupt. Harley's eyes traveled over the redhead and found mine. A seductive smile formed on his lips, and his gaze bore into me. I froze. My heart pounded. A flare of temptation welled deep inside my body. I felt my cheeks flush and told myself to look away, but I couldn't take my eyes off his. The redhead kept gabbing away, oblivious to the fact that Harley was seducing me with his eyes, with his lips. His gaze left my face and fell to my breasts. It lingered, and I felt him mentally undressing me. Back to my eyes, his gaze said he wanted me. I began to sweat and nearly hyperventilated. I needed some air. I looked around for the exit, but someone touched my arm. I looked up to see Harley standing before me, his gaze fixated. Silently, he handed me a glass of wine. With a nod, he motioned for me to join him at the bar. I stood beside him, and the redhead eyed me up and down. "This is Emily Mayberry," he introduced me to the woman, but he didn't mention her name. I nodded, and she did the same. With a sly smile meant for Harley, she turned to talk to her girlfriend. "Sorry, I got caught up. I was hoping that you would come to save me," he said. I smiled and sipped on my wine. A moment later, 2 women, one who appeared to be in her 50s, approached us. "Harley Hunter," "What brings you to Las Vegas?" the older lady asked. Articulately dressed, the older woman held herself well and seemed like someone important. The other woman was a younger version of the first. Her daughter, I presumed. She was dressed in a black evening gown and had an attractive face. "Miss Bachman," Harley replied. "And Cassie, I didn't expect to see you two here." He obviously knew them well. "Cassie wanted to come. I thought that it would be refreshing for me as well. The worst thing you can do is get too settled in your ways, you know? Especially with how fast things change these days," she explained. Harley nodded, but his eyes were on Cassie, and hers on his. "How well does he know these women?" Harley snapped out of it and turned to me. "Miss Bachman, Cassie, this is Emily Mayberry. Emily, please meet Miss Olivia Bachman and her daughter Cassie Bachman," he introduced us. "Nice to meet you both," I responded. They responded in the same, but I saw Cassie Bachman eyeing me up. Who was she? Was it even my place to ask? Or even to wonder? I'd only known Harley Hunter for one day. A rush of jealousy coursed through my veins. Why? "Down, girl, he's not yours to fight over." I turned and sipped on my wine. "What brings you here, Harley?" Cassie asked in a soft tone. "Last time we were at the resort, you seemed content. Are you looking to break away from the family business?" she asked, head tilted. I tried not to look like I was listening too closely, but I was. I wanted to know more about this resort she mentioned, and Harley's family business. Harley looked thoughtful for a moment before answering. "No, I could never leave my family. I love that mountain too much. I want to expand the fitness room and add a spa. I'm just looking for the best way to make that work for the resort." Did he just say spa? "Ooh, a spa, that would be lovely," Cassie answered, her eyes wide. "And would you be the masseuse?" she asked in a sexy tone. Harley chuckled. No. I'll keep on doing what I do, just on a bigger scale. I'll have to hire someone to do the treatments and run the spa." "Oh, phooey," Cassie fake frowned, then sucked on her straw in an exaggerated sucking motion. Her mother gave her a disapproving look and tried to grab her elbow. Harley blushed, and I downed my wine. This Cassie girl was getting on my nerves big time, though there was no reason she should. I had no claim to Harley Hunter, though the more I learned about him, the more intrigued I became. At first glance, Harley and I were nothing alike. I was learning, however, that wasn't exactly true. We were both from small mountain towns, and both were looking to start up the same type of business. Who would have thought? Harley tore his eyes away from Cassie and noticed my disposition. I knew my cheeks were flushed, and I was fidgeting. I stopped jittering, but my ears still felt hot, and I needed another drink. Harley reached for my glass and ordered us 2 more drinks. Miss Bachman and Cassie were talking amongst each other before turning to Harley. "Why don't we do dinner before you leave? I might have a proposition for you." Miss Bachman invited Harley. A proposition? Probably her daughter. Gross. Harley handed me a fresh glass of wine and reached for his wallet. "Okay, here's my card," he replied, handing his card to Miss Bachman. "We don't need that. I have your number, Harley," Cassie said, batting her eyelashes in his direction. Of course, she had his number. "Okay, I'll talk to you two soon," Harley replied, locking eyes with Cassie once again. With one more sexy grin from Cassie, she and her mother turned and walked away. It was as if I wasn't there. "You okay?" Harley asked after he noticed my rosy face. "I'm great," I replied, trying to hide the coldness from my voice. Why was I so upset anyway? I wasn't sure why, but I couldn't stop the feeling. Harley furrowed his brow but didn't push it. "Do you want to dance?" he asked me. "Dance?" I repeated. He grinned his sexy grin. "Yes, dance with me." It was more of a command than a request as he whisked me by the hand from the bar. We crossed paths with our table, and he promptly grabbed the glass from my hand and placed our drinks down. Before I knew it, I was on the dance floor, being led in a waltz. I had no idea what I was doing, so I followed Harley's lead. It was incredible. He held me firmly and whirled me around the floor. When the music stopped, I was out of breath. A slow song came on next, and Harley grabbed my waist and pulled me to him. Stunned, I stiffened up. My heart was racing under my ribcage, partly from the waltz and part excitement from being so close to this gorgeous man. Feeling my nerves, Harley moved his hand to mine and brought it to his chest. His other pressed firmly on my low back, holding me close to him. "How do you know how to dance like that?" I asked him, relaxing a bit. "I know a wedding planner," is all he said. Like that explained it. Harley guided my arm around his neck and put both hands behind me. He pulled me to him, and I could feel his breath on my face. I smelled his masculine cologne, and my body involuntarily melted against his. He held me so tightly that I could feel his chiseled abs through his suit. Damn. My body was betraying me. As much as I wanted to stay annoyed by the whole Cassie situation, my body was responding to Harley's rugged manliness. And truth be told, he'd barely paid much attention to her when I was around. His hand wandered lower, so it was resting just above my ass. He swayed his hips against mine, and my body answered. My breath came fast, as did his against my ear. I felt his manhood harden, and I inhaled sharply. I wanted to pull away. It was going too far, but I couldn't seem to stop it. My nipples hardened under my dress, and the ache between my legs grew more intense. I was relieved and disappointed when the music stopped. After a quick announcement from the DJ, a fast, modern song came on. "Don't know this one." Harley chuckled and led me to our table. Back at the table, Billy and Victoria had returned. They were tipsy and talking over one another. I was glad for the distraction. If I thought too hard about what had just happened on the dance floor, I would make a really stupid decision. Though my breathing had returned to normal, my body still ached with desire. I looked at Harley to find him watching me, his gaze intent. Boy, am I in trouble. But maybe it didn't have to be so complicated. I was a grown woman with needs. Would it really be so bad to give myself to this ravishing man? To enjoy myself? It was Vegas, after all. And what was that saying? What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Harley, I was mesmerized by her beauty. Judging by the looks I'd been getting and the comments and few numbers that had been slipped into my jacket pocket at the bar, I knew that I could have a number of women in the room tonight. But I didn't want them. I wanted her. When we danced closely, I'd hardened for her. I knew that she felt it. I felt her stiffen. But she didn't reject me. She didn't push away. And that made me want her even more. We had another drink and talked to Billy and Victoria. I was done with the meeting and greeting. Not that I minded meeting new people, but I was here to meet entrepreneurs, and most of the people seemed to know less than me. I'd have to wait for the lectures tomorrow to learn from the best. "We are heading back to our hotel," Billy announced. "But in case we don't run into you tomorrow, we are planning on going out on the town after the conference tomorrow night." Victoria began. "Yeah, why don't you guys join us? Meet us at our hotel lounge, say at 9 o'clock, Billy asked. I looked at Emily. I would only go if she agreed. Normally, I'd turn them down. I wasn't much of a partier, but if Emily agreed, we could spend more time together. "Okay, I'll go. If you want to, Harley?" she asked me. "Sure, sounds like a plan." "Where are you guys staying?" I asked them. "At the AAA condos across the street," Billy answered. "Meet us at the outside lounge. It's by the pool in the center of the condos," Victoria added. We solidified our plans and said our goodbyes. I looked at Emily. She looked like a princess adorned in the red fishnet tulle dress. And that neckline. Oh, Lord, I couldn't pry my eyes away. Finally, I forced myself to look away. I was no stranger to beautiful women, but none that I'd met so far had affected me like Emily did. There was just something about her that drew me in and held me in place. Guests were filing out. "Do you want to go back to the hotel for a nightcap?" I asked her. I wasn't ready for the evening to end just yet. "Sure," she answered with a smile. We finished our drinks and I offered up my arm. Emily slipped her hand through and grasped my elbow. It felt natural. I realized that we had only known each other for a day, but something just seemed right about being there with her. We strolled slowly back to the hotel. The nighttime air had a chill, and I noticed Emily shiver. "Are you cold?" I asked. "No, I'm all right," she replied. Emily wasn't wearing anything over her sleeveless dress. I stopped and took off my jacket. "Here," I said, moving behind her to slip it over her shoulders. "Thank you," she said softly, seeming surprised by my chivalrous gesture. I must really have made a bad impression on her during our first meeting. Our eyes met. I wanted to kiss her sweet lips. I couldn't stop myself. I moved in. She took a step back, surprised at my gesture. But I didn't let up. I grabbed her waist and pressed my lips into hers. I paused, waiting for her to either kiss me back or push me away in outrage. Lip to lip, I felt her tremble, and I knew it wasn't from the cold. I parted my lips to say something, but just then, her lush red mouth smashed into mine. I kissed her deeply and passionately. Emily parted her lips slightly, and a moan from deep within invited me inside. My tongue danced with hers. My breath was labored, as was hers. Emily stirred against my torso, and I pulled her flush against me. My cock hardened, and from the low groan in her throat I knew she could feel it against her. I broke the kiss to catch my breath and looked into Emily's blue-gray gaze. Her eyes were hooded, and her pupils were dilated. I moved in to claim her lips again, but she gently pushed against my chest, breaking the spell. "We should get back to the hotel," she whispered. "Okay," I agreed. I took her by the arm and walked back. "Do you still want to have a nightcap?" I asked. I hoped that I hadn't blown my chances by kissing her. "Okay, but just one. It's getting late." I couldn't read her. Did she want me as badly as I wanted her? Her kiss seemed to have suggested it, but her body language now had changed, and she seemed closed off again. We sat at the bar, and I ordered us drinks. Our conversation was light, to my relief. Perhaps she was more okay with our kiss than I'd originally thought. After our drink, I wanted more, but Emily stood and handed me back my jacket. "Thank you again," she said. I nodded and stood up to stand before her. This time, I didn't pause. I crashed my lips to hers and kissed her hard. Emily responded, but not like before. Our kiss was short, but sweet. "Let's go," she said as she started to walk toward the lounge doors. "All right," I said, following her without question. "What floor are you on?" I asked when we reached the elevators. "The 22nd, she said. I pushed the button for her floor, but did not push the one for mine. I still had hope that this evening wasn't over. We were alone in the elevator, and I took my moment. I grabbed her by the waist and pulled her body close. She didn't move. Our eyes locked. "The night doesn't have to end yet," I whispered in a gruff voice. I was so turned on. "But it does," Emily returned, pulling away. Disappointed, I let her go. She saw the look. "Harley, I don't want to offend you, but I don't sleep with men on the first date." She paused. If that is what this was, a date. I felt like an ass for being pushy and thinking she'd just fall into bed with me. "You could never offend me by being honest with me," I told her. "And yes, this was a date," I added. Emily's red lips formed a smile, and I was glad to see it. The elevator's doors opened on the 22nd floor, and Emily stepped out. I decided not to press my luck and stayed inside. "Will I see you tomorrow?" I asked her. Yes, she replied softly. My eyes stayed on hers until shiny golden doors blocked my view. Releasing my breath slowly, I pressed the button for the 30th floor. As I took the ride, my cock remained hard. I adjusted myself in my pants. It was probably for the best that she went to her room alone. Emily was much too special for my typical one-night stand. I undressed and hung up my tuxedo. I needed a cold shower. I turned the water to icy and stepped inside. The freezing water did nothing for my hard-on, nor did it erase Emily from my mind. I gave up and turned the water to hot. I let it fall over my broad shoulders, down my toned pecs, and over my hard-lined abs. I grabbed the bar of soap and lathered up my cock. I thought of Emily, of taking off that red, fluffy dress. I'd unzip it from behind, reach around and slide my hands underneath the V-neck. I'd stop to trace her collarbone and let my hands roam over her round breasts. I ran the foamy bar of soap over my abs to my hard member, traced it over my balls before gliding it up my shaft. I fisted myself and began to pump as I thought of her. I imagined what her soft breasts would feel like in my large hands. I massaged her tits and fondled her nipples. Emily put her head back and moaned. I moved my hands over her flat belly. I pushed the red fabric over her panties, forcing my thumbs inside to push them down as well. I stood behind her naked and beautiful body. I ran my hands over her lushness and slipped my fingers inside her. Emily's pussy was warm and wet. I finger-fucked her from behind and felt her quick breath as she turned her head to my neck. My dick pressed into the small of her back, hard and long. I bent my neck to kiss her red lips. She responded with a groan as she arched her body. I thumbed her clit until she cried out in ecstasy. "Come, baby," I told her. Emily's pussy contracted, and she came hard on my fingers. Her moaning was music to my ears. I gathered more soap on my hand and grabbed my dick once again. Stroking my member, I imagined it was Emily's hand. No, her mouth. Her red lips sucked my cock hard and fast. I threw back my head and cried out in orgasm as I shot streams of white down the shower drain. I tossed and turned half the night in bed. I'd thought relieving myself in the shower would help get Emily off my mind, but I was wrong. I wanted her now more than ever. Emily. After a night filled with vivid dreams of desire, I awoke suddenly with a start. I squinted over the blanket at my travel alarm. 7 o'clock. Why didn't the alarm go off? I jumped up and grasped the small clock, usually so reliable. I looked at the key on the back. Damn it, I forgot to wind it. Not too surprising, considering my mind was only on one thing last night. Or, should I say, one person. Harley Hunter. The first lecture started at 9, and I wanted to call Hellen and Chloe to check in beforehand. I grabbed my undies and jumped into the shower. The steamy water splashing over my body was heavenly. I tried not to think. But, of course, Harley was still very much on my mind. I knew that I had made the right choice the night before for my own sanity, but my body disagreed. Even after bringing myself to orgasm twice, my desires were not soothed. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I was hungry for him. I groaned. What am I going to do? I'd made that mistake in the past, jumping into it right off the bat, letting my desires do the thinking. It turned out to be so wrong. A huge mistake that cost me too much. But I always reminded myself, if I hadn't made that mistake, there would be no Chloe. Chloe, my sweet angel, such an innocent soul. I saw her delicate, heart-shaped face, the dark features that she had inherited from her father. Dark, curly hair hung over her shoulders, bronzed, sun-kissed skin. But she had my almond-shaped blue-gray eyes. I smiled. My little girl was such a beauty. Today I was all business. I dressed in a mid-thigh, black, sleeveless sheath dress with a white contrast trim and matching jacket. I slipped into a pair of black high heels. I combed back my yellow blonde hair and twisted it up, securing it to my head with bobby pins. I carefully applied a minimal amount of makeup, just enough to freshen up my look a bit. Satisfied, I checked my look in the mirror. Today I was dressed the part. I checked my watch. I had just enough time to call Hellen, and I hoped that he was up. The phone rang 4 times, and I was just about to give up when I heard the line connect. "Hellen, you there?" I asked the silence. "Yeah, sorry. I just woke up." "Thought I missed the call," a gruff voice responded. "I'm sorry to wake you. I have a busy day, so I wanted to call now," I informed him. "It's okay, but Chloe's still asleep too." I figured she might be. "She's not an early riser, thank goodness," I giggled. Hellen chuckled and yawned. "How are things going? Learning anything? Better yet, are you having fun?" "Yes, I've learned a lot and met a lot of interesting people. And yes, I'm having a great time. In fact, I'm going out with a group of people I've met tonight," I told him. "That's great, Emily." Hellen's voice brightened, and I knew he was glad for me. Oh, wait. Chloe must have heard me talking. I waited a moment. In the background, a little voice asked, "Is that Mommy?" The phone crackled, then, "Hi, Mommy, it's Chloe!" My daughter exclaimed excitedly, "Hi, baby. I miss you. How are you?" "I'm good. I miss you too, Mommy." "When you come home?" Chloe asked. "Tomorrow night. It will be late, though, so don't wait up," I told her. "I want to wait," she informed me in her serious tone. I smiled. That was Chloe for you. When she wanted to do something, she set her mind to it and look out anyone who tried to challenge her. "All right, ask Uncle Hellen first and make sure it's okay if you stay up late," I replied. "Uncle Hellen always stays up late." So matter of fact. I stiffened a giggle. "I know, but ask anyway, please. He's the one in charge, you know." "Okay. Thanks, baby." I blew kisses into the receiver. Kisses returned through the line. "Love you so much. Can you put Uncle Hellen back on for a minute?" "Okay. Love you too." Then I heard Chloe yell, "Uncle Hellen! Mommy wants to talk to you!" The TV turned on loudly. I heard My Little Pony singing, "Friendship is Magic." A small, sing-song voice joined in. I grinned proudly. The phone rustled, and Kellen's voice came on the line. "Hey," he said. "Hey, yourself. Just wanted to say bye. See you tomorrow night. Call me if you need anything." "I will. Enjoy yourself tonight. Don't worry about us. We got a pizza and movie night planned," he informed me. "Mini pepperoni and The Secret Life of Pets." I could feel his smile through the phone. Hellen loved Chloe to death. "That sounds great. Wish I was there." No, you don't. Have fun," he reminded me. "I will. Thanks, Hellen. See you tomorrow." "See ya." I placed the phone to my chest. I missed them. I hated being away from my baby for any period of time. But I knew she was in good hands, and what I was doing was to build a better life for her. I arrived at the conference center at 8:50. The room was filling fast. I spotted an aisle with empty seats and took one. I told myself not to do it. Don't do it. But I did. I looked around the massive room for Harley. I was near the top of the stadium-style seating. The stage looked tiny below. If he was down there was no way I'd be able to spot him with all these people. I looked for a tall, broad-shouldered man with dark, ruffled, spiked hair, probably in a suit. I didn't see him. Part relieved, part disappointed, I opened my notebook and got ready for the first speaker. The CEO of WAD Systems, an internet security company, took the stage and spoke of his journey. The guy had started up multiple companies before getting it right with his current one. He'd suffered failures and had good pointers on how not to make the same mistakes. I was busy scribbling what the guy was saying when I felt a thump beside me. Shit, someone had just sat down. I had been enjoying the extra space in the overcrowded room. I kept on writing even when I felt eyes on me. I decided not to be rude, so I put on a smile and glanced over. Harley Hunter. He grinned. Yup, he was just as sexy as I remembered from the night before. I was perplexed. How the hell did he find me in this room? He leaned over and whispered, Thanks for saving me a seat. I opened my mouth to protest. Man, he's full of himself. He opened his notepad and glanced over at mine. Mind if I copy your notes? I glared at him. He ignored me and moved closer to see what I'd written. Giving up, I handed him my pad. Hurry up, I don't want to miss anything. Harley nodded while reading over my notes. Oh, this guy. He handed it back to me. What did he mean by this guy? Sighing, I turned back to the speaker. But Harley didn't move away. He stayed snug up against me, and it agitated me. I began bouncing my leg. Harley put his hand on my leg to stop the bouncing. I stopped, but his hand stayed. The feel of his hand on my bare thigh made my heart rush. Breathe, Emily, I reminded myself. I didn't dare look at him but brushed his hand off of my leg. When there was a break between speakers, he looked at me, and his gaze demanded my attention. Our eyes met. Sparks flew. His eyes left mine only to roam over my body. I noticed him inhale and hold it. Eyes back to mine. You look absolutely ravishing. His voice was raspy, seductive. My body reacted instantly. I inhaled deeply. If I had to spend the entire day with this man, I was in serious trouble. I allowed my eyes to roam over his body as well. He was dressed in a short-sleeved pink polo and black shorts. The pink did him justice, accenting his dark hair, sideburns, and 5 o'clock shadow. Top unbuttoned, I got a glimpse of bulging pecs when he leaned in close. And you look comfortable, I told him, for a lack of a better word. The corners of his mouth twitched. He even wore a casual outfit with just as much sophistication as a suit. It's going to be a hot one today, he advised me, eyeing my jacket. I can take it off, I informed him. I hope that you do. Oh, I bet you do, I said, forgetting that I was trying not to flirt with him. I really, really do, he grinned. That grin was going to be my undoing. He placed his hand on me again and squeezed my leg. I wanted to pull away but was frozen in place. It was as if we were the only 2 people in the room. Face to face, he was close enough to kiss me. How did you find me? I asked him. Wasn't hard. Your hair kind of stands out. Plus, I was on a mission. I'd have roamed around this whole damn room to find you, he said, and my heart stuttered in my chest. I was grateful when the next speaker took the stage. Otherwise, I might have suggested we go do something really stupid. How about lunch? On me. Harley turned to me when the lunch break came. I hesitated, but his eyes commanded me to say yes. I was helpless and starving. I'm hungry, I admitted. I didn't have time for breakfast. No time for breakfast? He looked at me as if I were nuts. I never miss it. My favorite meal of the day, he informed me. That had me thinking. Why were you late? I had trouble sleeping after you left me the way you did last night. I woke up late and needed a workout. He eyed me, waiting for my reaction. My mouth formed an O. His eyes were drawn to my rounded lips. I wasn't sure how to respond. So, I didn't. He smiled and said, "Let's go." We left our seats and headed up the aisle. Wide but crowded, we were stuck behind minglers. We paused, only for a second, but Harley's impatience showed. He took my hand into his and started forward, navigating his way through the crowd. His presence was dominating, and he easily cleared a path, leading me through. Heads turned to watch us walk by. We made it outside, and Harley held onto my hand, not giving me a chance to snatch it away. By then, I'd given up. He was determined to be close to me. Why fight it? You like burgers? He asked me. Yes, love them. Cool. That place we met yesterday. They had an awesome burger. I'm a creature of habit when I find something I like. He winked at me. I allowed a smile in response to his compliment. We strolled hand in hand down the block to the restaurant and selected a patio table. I could see why he liked this burger joint. It wasn't over the top as many of the other restaurants in Vegas were. A young waitress whose name tag read Heather came out to greet us. Her eyes widened when she saw Harley. "Hi there. Back for more?" she crooned, focused on him. He gave the girl, who looked as if she was 15, a curt nod. He avoided her eyes like the plague, and I put my hand to my lips to stifle a giggle. Harley glanced at me and smiled. He must be used to that sort of thing. "A beer?" Heather asked Harley, batting her eyelashes. My smile widened. "Sure. And get my girlfriend A." He paused. "What would you like, my love?" He grinned slyly. I went along for the ride. "I'll have a beer as well, babe." I made sure to play it up. Harley licked his bottom lip. He was enjoying our little role play. "She'll have a beer too," he told Heather, his eyes glued to mine. I gave him a wicked smirk, and Harley grinned ear to ear. That got Heather's attention. She finally looked at me, back to Harley, then me. Our stares never wavered. She smiled a knowing smile. "There's a wedding chapel up the road, you know. You two should take advantage of it while you're in town," she advised, before strutting off to get our beers. "A wedding chapel. Sounds interesting," Harley teased. "Nope, no wedding chapel for this girl. That's just what I needed, to go home with a husband." I could just see my parents' faces now. "Why? You got a boyfriend?" "No. But we can't get married," I said sternly. "Why not? This is Vegas," he said mischievously. I gave him a sideways look. Shaking my head, I looked at my menu. The waitress came back to save the day, and I ordered a burger with ricotta salata and pickled zucchini with a side of parsnip fries. I saw Harley's what-the-hell look when I ordered. I smiled. "I'll have the BBQ bacon cheddar burger with fries," he told the waitress. "Regular fries," he reminded her, still giving me that look. "Ricotta salata and pickled zucchini? Parsnip fries?" he questioned me, scrunching up his face. "What's wrong with that?" I asked. "I like to eat healthy when I can." "Okay," Harley replied. "You might like it if you tried it," I told him. "It's possible. I've tried lots of strange combinations. Things I wouldn't even know existed if it weren't for Michael," Harley said. "Michael?" I asked. "Our chef," he said, as he sipped on his beer as if that explained it all. He had a personal chef? Who the fuck is this man? I needed to know. "What do you mean by your chef?" "You have a personal chef?" I asked Harley. He grinned. "Well, kind of. But Michael works for my family's restaurant. He's a 5-star chef, hence the strange combinations I mentioned. I'm happy with a burger and fries, but our guests like gourmet food when they come to our place," he informed me. I wasn't exactly shocked at his reply about his family's restaurant. He obviously had experienced some success, hence his well-to-do stature. "Your family owns a restaurant?" I repeated, more than asked. "And you mentioned last night a gym? How many businesses do you have?" Our burgers came, and Harley dumped a pile of ketchup on his fries. "I'm part owner of a mountain resort with my 3 brothers. The gym and restaurant come along with the package," he said nonchalantly. I narrowed my eyes at him. "You own a resort?" I asked, now a bit surprised. He nodded his head in a yes, shoving his burger into his mouth. I hadn't even touched mine yet, and his was half gone. "Eat," he told me. "We'll need to get back for the afternoon expo. Unless you want to skip it and go do something else?" he suggested with a wink and flirtatious grin. I picked up my burger and began to eat, though I had about another 100 questions for him. "What do you do?" he asked me. "I'm a massage therapist." His eyes went wide. "Really? That's interesting." "You looking to open up your own practice?" he asked. "That's the plan," I told him. "Why are you here?" I asked him, even though I had heard some of it the prior evening. "I'm in charge of the ski events, and I run the gym at the resort. I want to expand the gym so that I can offer private training and more classes, and add a spa. I think we need it. Most resorts have a spa service and a nice gym. Not that our gym isn't nice, it's just small," he explained. "Why can't you just expand?" I asked. Sounds like you already have the setup to do it? It's my brothers. Too set in their ways. We've never tried anything new like this before, so I thought I'd come here to get some pointers on how to make it successful. I'm hoping to go home with some good tips that will help persuade them that I'm right about this, he explained. Makes sense, I replied, nibbling on my fries. Harley nodded. Are you close to starting up your practice? He inquired. I shook my head. Unfortunately, not, I answered, not making eye contact. Why not? He asked. When I didn't answer right away, he added, I don't mean to pry. It's okay. I don't have the funding yet. But what? I sighed. My parents are well off, but they won't help me. My brother Hellen wants to help, but I hate to take his hard-earned money. So, it's a work in progress, I quietly alleged. Oh, he said. I could see the wheels in his mind turning. I had heard what he said last evening to Miss Backman, that he would need someone to run his spa. Even if he asked me, it was impossible for me to move with Chloe and all. Harley nodded. It will work out if you're determined, which I can see you are. I nodded in appreciation for his comment. He was right. I knew. We finished eating and drinking our beers. It was time to get back to the convention center. That afternoon, an expo had been set up with booths of CEOs and other entrepreneurs so we could talk with them in person. Harley was right. It was a warm one today. On the way back, I had to stop to take off my jacket, and I couldn't miss Harley's coy grin. Want to stop back at the hotel so you can drop your jacket off? He asked. Okay, I agreed. Harley nodded and took my hand to lead the way. Back at the hotel, we headed up to my floor. I was consciously aware that I was bringing Harley Hunter up to my room. I would have to keep my distance. I inserted the key card and opened the door to my temporary home. Welcome to my room, I invited Harley inside. My room is on the opposite side, he remarked, heading directly over to the window. What a view. These city views always amaze me. I eyed him. I was born and raised in the mountains. The closest town has a population of 800, give or take, he smiled. I smirked at him. I thought Olympia was a rural area. He had me beat by a mile. I still can't see you as a mountain man, I confessed, ogling his body. That earned an ear-to-ear grin. Shaking my head, I hung up my jacket and went to the restroom to freshen up. There's a minibar in the fridge if you want a drink. Sorry, no beer, I called out to him. When I emerged, Harley had 2 drinks poured for us in the provided tumblers. Sorry, you don't have any ice, but the whiskey is cold. He handed me a glass. Whiskey? I remarked. Harley sipped on his. I shrugged. Why not? I thought. I took a sip, got ready to grimace, but was pleasantly surprised at the smoothness. I smiled and took another sip. It's good whiskey, Harley agreed, sipping on his. We stood by the big picture window enjoying the view as we sipped on our drinks. Harley put his arm around my waist and pulled me to him. I let him. The whiskey warmed my insides. Harley warmed my outsides. I wanted to put my hand on his chest, touch his hard body. I restrained myself and sipped. We stood like that for a good while, watching the city lights, people, and traffic far below. I was comfortable, and it oddly felt right. We should be getting to the expo, Harley suggested, not taking his eyes from the view. I could tell he didn't mean it. Truthfully, I was content as well. But we were here for the convention, not a weekend fling. We should go, I agreed, taking my last sip. Harley put his empty glass on the windowsill and followed with mine. Our eyes met. He put his other hand around my waist and pulled me to him, so we were face to face. My heart hammered painfully in my chest. I could only stare at him mutely. For a second, Harley regarded me. Then he bent his head, and his mouth claimed mine. A jolt of fire swept through my veins as Harley's lips pressed ardently against mine. I was conscious of the warmth emanating from his body, so close to mine. I smelled the light scent of his cologne, the heat of whiskey on his breath. But most of all, I was moved by the hungry longing that his touch evoked deep within me. Harley's soft lips commanded mine. I was aware of the pleasurable tingle in the pit of my stomach, of the tightening of my nipples, and an insane urge to press myself closer to his rock-hard body. I moved my arms around his neck and clung to him. Harley pulled me closer. Desire engulfed my body, and I trembled with fierce urgency. As much as I needed it, I felt instinctive danger in feeling the way I did. I reluctantly pulled away from him. A rueful grin tugged at the corners of his mouth. I was dazed by his kiss and gazed at him blankly for a moment as the world slowly came back into focus. "Let's go," Harley whispered huskily. I nodded, but he didn't let me go. He put his lips to mine, softly this time, and kissed me lightly. Then, he abruptly moved his hands from my waist. My arms slid from his broad shoulders and moved down his chest. I took a step back. Harley took my hand and led me the entire way to the expo. After visiting countless booths and being introduced to at least 100 entrepreneurs, my feet started to throb in my heels. I need to get these shoes off, I thought. Harley noticed my discomfort and asked if I was ready to leave. "Yes, I think so," I answered, grimacing at the pain in my feet. Harley frowned at me. "Are we still going to meet Billy and Victoria at 9? He asked. "I'd like to go if you would. I've never been here before. Be nice to get in some sights while I'm here." "Me neither." Harley nodded in agreement. "Let's meet in the lobby at 1:45, and we'll walk over to their condo," he suggested. "Sounds like a plan," I smirked at him. I noticed his sexy mouth twitch in pleasure. He offered me his arm, and I gladly accepted. It hurt to take each step, but with Harley's help, I pushed through it to make it to the elevator. We rode up, stopping at my floor. With a quick peck, Harley let me go. As the doors closed, he said, "See you in a bit." "You can count on it," I smiled playfully. He grinned. The sliding doors parted us for now. Back in my room, I jumped in the shower for the second time that day. I was excited about my outing with Harley and looked forward to seeing him again. I hummed as I showered and dressed. I put on a mid-length short-sleeve boho maxi dress with a V-neck, high-split front. I twirled in front of the mirror. The black base with red and blue floral prints swooshed around my legs. I loved it. For my hair, I blew dry it long, allowing the ends to curl. I applied my signature eyeliner, mascara, and red lipstick, and I was ready. I slipped into a comfier pair of black sandals that strapped up my ankles, grabbed my evening bag, and left to meet Harley. Stepping out of the elevator on the main floor, I instantly saw him. He was flipping through a newspaper that someone had left in the common area. I paused when I saw how handsome he looked. He was dressed in a gray, slim, leisure blazer over a white dress shirt with black buttons. The top buttons, as usual, were unbuttoned, and his sleeves were shortened to expose his forearms. He had on black jeans, a black belt with a silver buckle, and a large black-banded fancy watch. He looked up and saw me gazing at him, and grinned the sexiest smile yet. I melted on the spot. He hesitated only slightly and bent to kiss my lips. His lips warmed my own. I kissed him back until he pulled away and offered me his arm. "You look as beautiful as ever," he said, glancing over and giving me an expressive look. Not seductive, but sincere. I blushed. "And you look handsome," I returned. Cheerfully, Harley led me around the block to the AAA condos. We made our way to the courtyard where the outdoor pool and lounge were. "Emily, Harley, we're so glad you came," yelled out Victoria as soon as she saw us. She put her arms out for a hug. I could tell that she'd already had a few as she embraced me tightly. Billy nodded at me and held out his hand to Harley, who accepted it. They shook briskly. "Have a drink on us. Then we'll get going," Billy offered. We accepted, and I decided to go back to the tasty apple sangrias I'd had the night before. Harley stuck to his beer. The atmosphere was light and fun. The bar was packed as it was a Saturday night. Patrons were even in the heated pool, which vented steam into the cool spring air. Before we knew it, shots of something Victoria called Tootsie Rolls appeared before us. I shook my head. I don't do shots. Oh, come on, Emily. It's just 1 part vodka, coffee liqueur, and OJ. Not even a full shot of liquor. And it tastes just like a Tootsie Roll. She was pretty convincing. I looked over at Harley, who shrugged and tilted his glass to mine. Yay, Victoria sang, and we all clinked glasses. To Vegas. Damn, she was right. It did taste just like a Tootsie Roll. After a few fun pictures and selfies, we decided to hit the Vegas Strip and casino hop. We checked out a couple of shows, a magic act and acrobat couple. We played a few slot machines, and I ended up winning $50. Billy and Victoria must have hit big because once again, shots ended up in our hands. This time, they were doubles. I'm going to pay for this tomorrow, I giggled to Harley. I was feeling really good just then. Me too, he smirked as he downed his double. Moving along, we ended up at Treasure Island. It was the best place that I'd seen yet. The theme was, of course, Treasure Island, and there was a large moat, drawbridge walkways, and a pirate ship. The place was lit up with neon pastel lights. We ordered more drinks and more shots. I was getting tipsy and glad to have Harley's arm to lean on. Tipsy himself, he was eating up every moment of it. Somehow I ended up on his lap at the outdoor bar while we downed even more drinks. I didn't care. I'd never had so much fun with a man. It felt right. After the bar, we spent some time exploring the pirate ship and mat before Victoria spotted it. Treasure Island Wedding Chapel. Oh, a wedding chapel! Victoria chanted to Billy. Billy beamed at her. Should I propose first? He asked. I thought he was kidding, but apparently Victoria had other ideas. Yes, please, she prodded him. Billy got down on one knee and asked her to marry him while Harley and I looked on. Yes, she screamed and jumped up and down before she threw herself into his arms. Harley and I giggled, but the next thing I knew, Victoria was telling Harley that it was his turn. Oh, no, we just met, I informed Victoria, pointing from Harley to me. She was all smiles. Seriously? The way you two are with one another, I thought you'd been together for ages. Well, so what? We're in Vegas, she laughed. And we need a witness. You can be ours and we'll be yours. A double wedding, Billy proclaimed. It didn't take too much more prodding to get Harley to agree. This is all a joke, I kept in mind as Harley bent the knee. Sorry, I don't have an engagement ring, but will you marry me? He asked flirtatiously. It seemed too real. My face flushed. I looked from Harley to Victoria to Billy. Victoria had her hands clasped, excitedly awaiting my answer. Don't keep us in suspense any longer, Emily. I can't take it, she pleaded. Yes, I said in the heat of the moment. Harley laughed. He stood up and whisked me off my feet just as if it was real. Let's go and sign up, Victoria suggested. She led us toward the chapel. Billy and Harley left Victoria and me while they went to sign us up. Next thing I knew, white bouquets were placed in our hands. Do you want to change or freshen up? The bouquet lady asked us. No, we're ready now, Victoria said too happily. The lady nodded. The four of us were led to a small chapel set up right in the midst of everything. It was pretty. More gold and red with white floral bouquets and red garlands that lined the room, and a red carpet led to the altar. I looked over at Harley and noticed he was wearing a matching white rose that had been pinned to his jacket. He also had a small black box in his hand. You two can go first, Victoria said excitedly. All right, we agreed. After a few words, Harley pulled a shiny ring out of the box and placed it on my finger. You can now kiss the bride, the minister said, and with that kiss, we were married. I laughed and hugged Harley around the neck. It was fun to pretend. Even though the words had sounded official, There was no way you could just get married on the spur of the moment, I thought. Didn't there need to be licenses and applications and such? Still thinking the entire thing was a joke, I was shocked when the lady was back with a marriage certificate framed in a fancy holder. Both of our names were on it, mine being Emily Hunter. I looked in shock at Harley. Emily Hunter. It has a nice ring to it, he laughed. I looked at the ring. It must have been cubic zirconia. It was big and super shiny. How much did this cost you? I asked him. $500. 500, I shrieked. Well, 580. 80 for the minister, he said matter-of-factly. My eyes bulged from their sockets. Now what? I asked. Now we party, Victoria bellowed blissfully, gazing at the rock on her finger. We party, Harley told me with a grin as he agreed with Victoria. The fact that Harley wasn't freaking out about it all somehow made me believe that it still wasn't real. I was drunk, and so maybe I was missing the joke. Okay, I decided, allowing Harley to take me by the hand to our next stop. Soon, I didn't care about the wedding anymore. I was too drunk to care much about anything. The night went on, and somehow, I ended up back in Harley's hotel room for a nightcap. Harley grabbed a beer from his mini-fridge and asked what I wanted. A beer is fine, I told him, though I wasn't sure if I could drink another drop. Here you go, Mrs. Hunter. It did have a nice ring to it. I took the bottle and sipped on it. As I lowered the bottle from my lips, Harley was looking at me intently. My gaze roamed eagerly over his features, his thick dark hair and deep blue eyes with their extravagantly long lashes, and his full, luscious mouth. I took in his perfectly straight nose and strong jawline. My attention went back to his mouth. I found myself remembering the texture and pressure of those warm, knowing lips against mine. Rashly, I reached up and touched his hard chest with the palm of my hand. Our eyes met, and my heart hammered when I saw the raw desire in Harley's eyes. Harley's fingers closed around my hand. Bending his head, he pressed his warm lips against the palm of my hand and muttered in a tormented voice, "You have no idea what you do to me." I stared at him, desperately wanting him to kiss me again. My lips parted, unconsciously inviting him to me. With a groan, Harley dropped my hand and captured my slender shoulders. He dragged me roughly up against him, his mouth crashing down demandingly on my own. Mindlessly, I returned his kiss. His tongue entered my mouth, and I trembled with pleasure when he hungrily probed the inner warmth. An urgent need aroused within me. My arms closed around his waist, and I embraced him, wanting even more. Harley continued to kiss me, his hands sensuously kneading my shoulders, his chest hard against my tingling bosom. Driven by pure instinct, I ground myself against him. I felt his hard-on for me, and a bewildering mix of delight and fright shuddered through my body. I blindly followed his lead and kissed him more deeply. I was helpless from the powerful tide of passion that suddenly rocked through my body. Harley moved us toward the bed. I bumped up against it, and he lifted me to lay upon it. He only stopped kissing me to crawl up beside me so that we were lying side to side. He brought his lips back to mine again and again, giving me long kisses that left me weak and dazed. But kissing didn't satisfy the blazing hunger I was feeling between my legs. I moved my thigh over Harley's leg, and he reached his hand up my dress. I groaned and arched my back to tell him I wanted more. Harley took the hint and climbed to straddle me. He pushed my dress up over my black panties, flat tummy, and over my plump breasts. He lifted me with one strong arm and slid the dress over my head with the other hand. Laying in my black silk panties and bra, his hands roamed over my body. I groaned in complete delight. Again, I arched my back, and Harley slid his hand behind to unclasp my bra. He pulled it off my bosom and flung it aside. I was speechless as I felt his warm, seeking fingers on my naked breasts. He erotically, teasingly stroked and caressed my erect nipples. A moan escaped from deep within my throat. "I must have you," said Harley, his voice thick with desire as his thumb moved rhythmically over my pulsating nipple. I nodded. Harley leaned in to kiss me before sliding his mouth sensuously down my throat to my round breasts. His tongue curled around my nipple, his teeth lightly gazing it. The feel of his knowing mouth on my breast sent shivers through my body. He sucked, and my fingers went to his head and clenched onto his thick hair. I wanted to touch his naked body. As if hearing my thoughts, Harley lifted his torso and slowly unbuttoned his shirt. As he shrugged it over his biceps, I put my hand up to his flexed pecs and deliberately slid it down to his molded abs. Harley's fingers caressed my inner thighs. Oh, dear God, it might be wrong. My soul might be damned for all eternity. But I desperately wanted Harley Hunter to take me right then. His fingers found my pussy, and he softly stroked the tender flesh. I turned my head to the side and closed my eyes, waiting for his fingers to enter me. He pushed 2 digits inside momentarily, feeling my juicy insides. Then he abruptly pulled them out. I opened my eyes to find him unbuckling his belt and pulling down his pants. His cock, hard and long, sprung out to greet me. I gasped at its utter girth. "Harley," I groaned as I spread my legs for him. With one fluid movement, he thrust his hard member deep into my wet heat. His size made me ache, and I cried out as he filled me up. He pulled out and pushed back inside, continuing in a solid rhythm. A flood of heat and desire swept through my body at the probing intimacy he was wreaking upon me. I wrapped my legs around his hips and leaned up to him, wanting to move with him. Harley pulled me up with his strong arms and sighed softly as we moved together. With an odd tenderness, he fucked me slowly as we indulged our entangled bodies. I felt his cock stiffen inside of me, but I was too shattered by the pulsating explosion of waves of orgasm that shuddered through my body that I couldn't think of anything else. "Harley," I whimpered. He let me fall back to the bed. "Come, baby." He leaned over me and whispered into my ear. I came hard as he pushed his thick cock into me. Harley let me finish before he executed one last deep thrust. I watched as he threw his head back in orgasm. His muscular chest rose and fell as he held his breath, then slowly released it. After a moment, his body relaxed, and he collapsed onto me. His glossy blue eyes showed his complete contentment. Harley hugged me for a moment and kissed my lips. "Let's get under the covers," he suggested. We snuggled in, and Harley wrapped his arm around my petite body. The last thing I thought before drifting off was how perfect it all felt. "Harley," I felt something stir, and it woke me. Before I even opened my eyes, I remembered last night with Emily. I hoped that it wasn't a dream. When I did open my eyes, I instantly felt the pains of drinking too much. My head throbbed, and my vision was blurry. But when I looked over, seeing Emily made it all worth it. It wasn't a dream, I thought happily. When I focused on her face, my happiness wavered. "What's wrong?" I asked her. She was staring at her hand. "The ring. Oh, shit. What did we do?" I sat up quickly. I wanted to pull her to me but hesitated. Her look told me that it might not be such a good idea. "Emily?" I repeated. Finally, she looked over at me and bursts out in tears. Oh, double shit. "We're married?" she asked. Thinking back to the night before, Treasure Island Chapel resonated in my mind. "Maybe," I answered her. "Maybe. Not maybe. We got married, Harley. I can't be married," she wept. "Wait, no. There's no way that was actually real," I said. Emily got up and started looking around the room. She spotted a folder on the table near the window and picked it up. "It looks pretty real," she said, sounding utterly defeated as she tossed the folder at me and sat back down on the bed. I looked over the folder in my hands and the wedding license it contained. Apparently, you could get married to a virtual stranger on a whim in the middle of the night. Only in Vegas. Huge tears strolled down her cheeks, and it broke my heart. "Emily," I began. but I wasn't sure what else to say. I was speechless for the first time in my life. "What?" she cried. "Don't worry, we'll figure this out, I promise." "There's nothing to figure out, Harley. We need to annul this marriage right away," Emily informed me. "I don't know how we do that," I stated. "Don't we have to go to the courthouse or something?" "It's Sunday." I wasn't sure if that was true, but didn't know what else to say. Emily lightly blew her nose. Her body heaved with sorrow, and I felt bad for her. I moved closer to her to console her, and she stiffened. "Emily, we'll figure this out," I repeated for lack of better words. Truthfully, my brain was in a fog and wasn't working properly yet. She relaxed for a moment and let me cuddle her. I wrapped my arms around her small, naked body and pulled her to me. I kissed the top of her head, and a fresh round of tears erupted. I didn't move, didn't speak, just let her cry. When she stopped, I whispered, "Can we talk about this now?" She shook her head into my chest. I could feel her tears all the way down on my abdomen. "Is this really the worst thing?" I asked. That was the wrong question to ask. She pulled back from my embrace and looked at me as though I'd sprouted a second head. "Yes, Harley. This is the worst thing. We don't know each other. We live thousands of miles apart. This isn't some fun vacation story we have to tell. We are married for Christ's sake." I nodded, surprised by the twinge of pain that stuck in my chest. She was right. We didn't know one another. We did live thousands of miles apart. But ever since I'd first laid eyes on her, I'd known there was something different about Emily, something special. Maybe this was fate. She stood up and grabbed her clothes. "I need to go," she said. "I need to pack." "Okay. What time does your plane leave?" I asked. 5 o'clock, she answered. "Mine leaves at 5:45. We have some time to discuss this. Meet me in the lounge before you leave the hotel? Or we can go and get lunch, then share a cab to the hotel? Please?" I begged her. She stared straight ahead for a moment. I thought for sure she was going to say no, but to my relief she nodded slowly. "I'll meet you downstairs after checkout at 12. "Okay." "And, Emily, please try not to worry about this. I'll take care of it," I told her earnestly. She looked at me. "How are you going to take care of it when we live like 1,000 miles from each other?" Tears started falling again. "I'll think of something," I offered lamely, and her tears began to fall again. She looked at me through her drenched blue-gray eyes, and I noticed how bloodshot they were. Damn, she probably felt as rough as I did. I was sure it didn't help the situation. "I'll see you in the lobby," she said, and turned to put on her clothes. I turned my head as she dressed, not wanting to offend her any more than I already had. "Want some coffee before you leave? I can make a cup," I offered. "No." Dressed, she picked up her shoes and evening bag and headed for the door. It banged shut behind her. I sighed. Now what? I wondered. I got up and put a pod in the 1-cup coffee machine. Once my cup was filled with black gold, I meandered to the shower. I put the coffee where I could reach it while the hot steam cleared my head some. Out of the shower, I reached for the ibuprofen in my carry-on bag, swallowing 4 with the rest of the coffee. I trimmed my beard and mustache, keeping it short. I brushed my teeth and splashed on some cologne, and dressed in a black t-shirt and blue jeans. No need for a suit on the way home. I packed my 1 large carry-on bag, the largest the airport would allow on the plane, with my wardrobe and other stuff that I'd brought. If anyone saw how I treated the expensive suits, they'd probably have a cow. Especially the tailored tuxedo that I had purchased last minute on Friday. Checking the ibuprofen bottle, only a few remained. I put those in my pocket for later and trashed the big bottle, along with my toothbrush and tube of toothpaste, to save on space. Ready to go, I turned on the TV to wait until it was time to check out. I couldn't stop thinking of Emily. What if she checked out early? Maybe I should go down to the lobby and wait for her. No, if she wanted to leave early, then she could. I couldn't force her to have lunch with me and share a cab to the airport. But what about the marriage? I looked at the clock. It was 11:15. I couldn't wait for another second. I made it down to the common area, and Emily was nowhere to be found. I checked out at the front desk and went to find a newspaper. I checked my watch. 11:30. She still had a half of an hour. I tried to read the news, but my mind wouldn't focus on the print. I kept glancing toward the elevator. 11:45. Still no sign of Emily. I started to feel nervous. Maybe she had already left. I thought about going up to her room and checking, but I didn't want to piss her off. Better to give her space. 11:50. I was fidgeting in my seat. 11:55. Nothing. 12 o'clock. Checkout time. 5 after 12. Still nothing. What the fuck? She did ditch me. Pissed, I tossed the paper down on the table and grabbed my bag. Then I remembered how I was late for our date the other night, and she had graciously waited for me. She probably felt the same way, I realized, thinking I stood her up. I hesitated, undecided. I hated being indecisive. 10 after 12. Shit. I needed to know. No more waiting. Either she was still in her room, or she was gone. I took long, hurried strides toward the elevator before I changed my mind. I pushed the up button and watched impatiently as the down arrow above the elevator lit up. It stopped on several floors. I tapped my foot. The doors opened, and I rushed forward right into someone. "I'm sorry. Excuse me," I said. "Harley." A familiar voice called my name. I looked down into the prettiest face I'd ever seen, even if it was red-eyed and puffy from all the tears. "Emily, I thought you had already left. I was coming up to find you." She gave me a small smile. "I'm sorry. Thanks for waiting. Let me go check out. I called the desk and asked for an extension so I could get my shit together," she said. "Okay, let me help you." I took her rolling suitcase from her and followed her to the front desk. After checkout, we walked outside, me still rolling her yellow-flowered suitcase. "You sure you got that?" She smiled. I nodded. "I'd roll this silly yellow-flowered suitcase anywhere for you," I informed her, and I would have. That got a bigger smile, and it warmed my insides. "Where to?" she asked. "There's a cafe across the street and up the ways a little bit. Noticed it last night when we walked by. Looked like a good place to have lunch." "Okay, lead the way," Emily said. I offered her my arm, and she easily snaked her hand through and fell into step beside me. We fit together well, I noted, as we walked in silence. Suddenly a crazy thought filled my head. Was there a way we could actually make this work? No, I told myself. There's no way. We made it to the cafe, and a waiter sat us at a table near the bar. Emily ordered a glass of lemon water, and I did the same. We checked out the menu in silence. I hated the silence between us, but didn't want to push her. I sipped on my water and watched the people walk by the windows. It was another nice day in Las Vegas, and many were in summer clothes. I glanced at Emily, and she was gazing out the window as well, though she didn't seem focused on anything in particular. Our meals came, and I ate like a starving man. I hadn't realized how hungry I was. Emily picked at her salad. "Em, it's going to be okay," I repeated. I sounded like a broken record, as many times as I told her it would be okay. She sighed and looked into my eyes and nodded. I was surprised that she didn't tell me that it wouldn't, or that it couldn't be fixed. Anything could be fixed. Somehow. "When I get home, I'll look into it. See what we need to do," I offered. Again, a nod. I took a deep breath and wished she wasn't so upset. I needed to ask before it was too late. "Other than the fact that we barely know one another, what about being married is so bad?" She seemed startled at the question. She looked at her plate while she contemplated her answer. Finally, her sad blue-gray eyes met mine. "It's not you, Harley. You're great. I just can't be married. Not now. Not to someone I just met." She paused, considering what to say. Or how much to say, it appeared. Without another word, she shrugged. I didn't understand, but decided to drop it for now. Prodding into her life would just cause her to clam up on me. I didn't want that. "Can we exchange phone numbers? So I can reach you after I find out about the annulment process?" I asked her. "Yes." She reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out her cell phone. "What's your number?" "I'll dial you." I rattled off my number, and then I felt the buzz of her call in my pocket. Retrieving my phone, I saved it with her name. All right. Got it. Silence enveloped us again. I finished eating, and Emily picked at and left most of her food. Finally, she said, "I'm finished. I'm not hungry." I paid the bill and took possession of her yellow flowery rolling bag. We went outside and walked back to the convention center, where it would be easier to find a cab to take us to the airport. In the cab, I reached for Emily's hand. She grabbed onto it and held it tight. I needed to be close to her before we parted ways. I switched hands so that I still had her small hand in my grip and moved to put my arm around her shoulders. Emily cuddled into my side and laid her head on my chest. I held her close, feeling the warmth of her body against mine. I wished more than anything that I had more time with her. I didn't want to think how hard missing her was going to be. I moved my head close and waited for her to respond. I was relieved when she moved her lips to mine. I kissed her, as if I'd never see her again. I hoped that it wouldn't be so. In just a few short days, this woman had dug deep into my soul. The cab reached the airport too fast. My heart dropped when I opened the door. The cabbie retrieved our luggage from the trunk. Strapping on our carry-ons, I reached for her hand one more time and pulled her suitcase into the airport. I looked at my watch. It was time to part ways. She would need time to check in her baggage. Our flights were in opposite directions, so we had to say goodbye. I stopped to face Emily. She didn't look up, so I carefully lifted her chin so that she would look at me. Her eyes studied my face as if she was trying to bore my image into her mind. I had to see her again. This couldn't be over. Looking into her eyes, I felt an easiness between us, as if the stormy emotions of earlier hadn't existed. I smiled at her, and Emily smiled in return. My heart thumped in my chest as I choked back my emotions. I looked closely at her, just like she had done to me. I studied her face. Her smile lit up her entire face, the way that her blue-gray eyes would shyly meet mine, and then flicker away. I moved my eyes down her body one last time. The soft material of her summer dress tightened across the firm bosom. I brought my eyes to the smooth, fair flesh that rose so temptingly above the low-cut neckline. I swallowed with difficulty, as even now my body responded instinctively to hers. I tore my gaze from her, trying to decide how to say it. How do you say goodbye to a woman that magnificent? Emily took a step forward, and I leaned in to embrace her. I brought her to my chest, and she tucked her head under my collarbone. I took in her scent one last time, inhaling deeply to savor it. For these last few precious moments, I had her in my arms. Emily moved her head to gaze into my eyes. Seeing the passion in her lovely eyes, I urgently sought out her mouth. I moved my lips over hers in a proper farewell. We had to let go of each other. I let Emily take a hold of her suitcase. With one last look, she turned and walked away. I watched her go and was surprised by how much it hurt. I swallowed hard. Emily never looked back. On the plane ride home, I played back the entire trip. Every moment I had with Emily. Then it dawned on me. We never filled out any official paperwork at the chapel, especially Emily. We hadn't signed a damned thing. I signed only the credit card slip and told the lady our names. That's how they put them on the marriage certificate, which, more than likely, wasn't a legal document. Then the real dilemma hit me. Did I tell Emily that I didn't think our marriage was real? Or did I keep on pretending and try to win her over? Emily? Now that I had time to calm down, I started thinking straight. I felt bad for overreacting earlier with Harley, but when I woke up and saw the ring on my finger, the night before came rushing back to me, and I panicked. Harley didn't understand. It was easy for him to say it would be all right, and maybe it would be for him. For me, it was another story. I sighed. I knew that I'd made some really bad decisions in my life, but Harley didn't feel like one of them. Something about him was different. Something about us felt right. It was the way he looked at me. From the first time our eyes met, he never looked away. My ex, Sean, had never looked at me like that. Harley looked at me like I was the only woman in the room. Sean had looked at every woman and had slept with a few. Harley paid attention. Sean never paid attention except for when he needed something from me. Harley was protective. Sean beat me. Harley made me feel special. Sean had made me feel worthless. Looking down at the ring on my finger, a tear slipped from my eye. I was going to ask him to take it back, but forgot. Now, I was glad that I kept it to remember Harley and our time together. I looked out the plane window as we entered Washington State. I could tell by the green foliage. Flying over Nevada and Oregon on the way to Olympia was mostly desert and mountains. I was almost home. The thought of seeing my baby made me feel better. The plane landed just before 7. I exited the plane and went to claim my suitcase. I had ordered an Uber when the plane landed, and by then it should be out front waiting for me. A green Caravan, the app said, with driver Tony. Grabbing my suitcase, I rolled it out the front doors into the pink and purple twilight. Tony's green Caravan was easy to spot. I waved to him, and he pulled up to the curb to help me with my luggage. I'd been running on autopilot. No thought. No emotions besides regret. I only felt regret, and the pain deep within my heart. Tony drove me home humming to Natalie Cole's "Miss You Like Crazy." Wiping my eyes, I thought, how appropriate. The van was dark, and I sat in the middle seat, glad the driver couldn't see me. 20 minutes later, the Uber pulled up to the curb of my duplex. I was glad to be home. Tony helped me with my bags, and I paid him. With a nod, he was off to pick up his next traveler. I rolled my yellow flowery suitcase up the walkway to the stairs. I let it clunk up the wooden steps onto the front porch. I didn't care that it made a racket. The door flung open. "I would have helped you with that," a deep voice said. "Welcome home." I smiled at my brother, Hellen. Instantly I noticed something. He was a lot like Harley. Not just his features, but how he held himself. He was confident, loyal, and protective. I looked up into his blue eyes. He looked tired. Cole, I was sure, had worn him out good the last couple of days. Kellen's bushy, light brown hair was tousled, but tired as he was, he never slouched. He stood tall in the doorway, his full 6'3", towering over me. He was an exercise buff, just like Harley. He stood with his hands on either side of the doorway, his biceps bulging out of the short-sleeved shirt. His broad shoulders blocked my view. A small body with flowing curly hair snaked her way around Kellen's thick legs. Excited blue-gray eyes mirrored my own. "Mommy!" Chloe exclaimed. She ran out and tossed her arms around me. I dropped the handle of my suitcase and picked up my girl. "Hi, Chloe," I crooned, kissing her cheek. "I missed you so much. Did you have fun with Uncle Kellen?" Chloe kissed my lips. "Yes. And he let me stay up late," she informed me. I see. Did you thank him?" I looked into her big, innocent eyes. She said, crooking her neck to look back at him. "Thanks, Uncle Kellen." "Anything for my little Chloe." He grinned at her. Inside, Chloe filled me in on everything that happened since I'd left on Thursday. "We had a party, a pizza party, and we watched The Secret Life of Pets. It was so funny," she giggled. "That sounds like so much fun." I put on a smile for my baby. As soon as she looked away, my face returned to melancholy. matching my state of mind. I looked up to see Hellen frowning at me. I tucked Chloe into her bed, read her one of her favorite stories, and watched as she drifted off to sleep. She looked so peaceful, and I envied her. I kissed her forehead and went downstairs to the living room to face my big brother. Hellen was sitting on the couch, sipping on a beer and watching a hockey game. When he saw me looking at him, he sat up and held out a second beer. I accepted and sat down. "What is it?" he asked kindly. "Nothing," I lied, taking a big swig from the beer. Hellen's gaze didn't falter. "I know when something is bothering you. You are a super bad liar. Now tell me," he commanded. I showed him the ring on my finger. He looked at it, confused. "You spent too much money on a ring?" he guessed. I rolled my eyes at him. "No, I got married." Hellen stared into my eyes, then back to the oversized, shiny ring. I could tell that he was trying to process what I had just told him. "You got married? To who? You were only gone for 3 nights. More confusion. I shook my head knowingly. "Only 3 nights. Yep. Give me some freedom and I fuck up my life," I informed him, holding back tears. Hellen's gaze didn't falter, but he wasn't fully grasping it. "You can't get married that fast." "Well, I did," I answered. "See?" I held out the ring to him so he could get a closer look. "That doesn't mean anything. Where did you get married? And to who?" he asked again, trying to piece together my problem. "At a casino called Treasure Island, a wedding chapel, to a man named Harley Hunter," I said coolly. But as Harley's name passed my lips, a fresh set of tears fell. "Okay," Hellen said, reaching for a Kleenex. He let me cry. When I stopped, he asked, "Why are you crying? Because you made a mistake or because you missed the guy?" Hellen knew me only too well. No point in lying about it. "Both," I admitted. Now my body was racked with heart-wrenching sobs. I let it all out, whatever was left inside of me. Hellen put down his beer, took mine out of my hand before I dumped it on the couch, and pulled me to him. I wept uncontrollably into his chest. When I finished, I took the handful of Kleenex from him and blew my nose and wiped my eyes. I looked up at him through my tears. "Emily, first off, did you sign any papers?" he asked me. Thinking back, I realized that I hadn't. "No, I didn't sign anything," I answered. "Then how could this marriage be legal?" he questioned me. I don't know," I stammered. "How could it be?" "The certificate." "We got a certificate signed by the minister," I informed him. Hellen slowly shook his head back and forth. "I'm pretty sure you need a license signed by a judge to make it legal. A marriage license." My eyes widened. Why didn't I think of that? Hellen was right. The wedding was never even legal. Bewildered, I wanted to tell Harley. Harley, who was content with the marriage? Bless his heart. He would have stuck it out till the end. I knew it. A strange sense of disappointment hit my chest and knocked the wind from me. A new wave of tears welled up. These ones for Harley alone. The connection between us was broken. Gone. No need to call and tell him, as I'm sure he already knew. If he didn't, he would know soon enough. I put my forehead into my hands and leaned over the couch to cry. Hellen let me be. When my tears finally dried up, he asked quietly, "Emily, are you going to be okay?" "Yes," I told him. Just like Harley had said, everything would be okay. I sighed. "Do you want to talk about it? About him?" Hellen asked me. I didn't respond, just stared at the carpet. "You really like him, don't you?" I nodded my head. "Yes." He stopped questioning me and put his hand on my back. Rubbing it, he said, "Maybe you could still see if there's anything there with this guy. Just because you aren't married doesn't mean you can't see where it could go. I know you, Em. You don't let yourself get close to anyone. If this guy slipped past your defenses enough that you ended up in a wedding chapel with him, There must be something there that is worth exploring. I gazed over at him. If only he didn't live in Blue Haven, Colorado. The realization of what I just said hit Kellen. His mouth opened as if he wanted to say something. Then it slowly formed a frown. He shook his head at my bad fortune. I knew he felt bad for me. Kellen knew that I could never move out of state with Chloe. He put his arm around me and handed me my beer. Sipping our beers, we watched the hockey game in silence. Harley, my flight landed at Eagle County Regional Airport at 8:45. I had left my SUV parked in the lot and was glad I didn't have to get into another cab. I drove the hour and a half back to the resort in silence, much the way I had driven to the airport. But this time, my mind was on Emily Maybury. I wondered if I would ever see her again. I told her that I would call as soon as I found out anything about annulling our marriage. I had already figured that it was never even legal at all, so the annulment wasn't necessary. Pulling into the resort from the dark mountain road, the warm lighting greeted me. The roads, parking lots, and public areas of the resort were lit 24/7. Most of our guests from the weekend had headed home. Fishermen remained, mostly, staying down in the cabins by the Blue River. I rolled down my window and listened. Nothing but silence. I drove up to my cabin. Grabbing my bag, I jumped out of the truck and shivered. 26 degrees in the nighttime mountains was a big difference from the 79-degree weather of Las Vegas that afternoon. I was looking forward to the sunshine tomorrow when it would go up to 48 degrees. I would never complain about that, because that kind of temp still brought in skiers to the resort for the late season. I entered my cabin and turned on a table lamp. More silence. I walked to the living area and turned on the TV. A news lady reported the local news. I lit a fire in the fireplace, pulled the marriage certificate from my bag, and headed to my office to turn on the computer. I needed to know. After a couple of quick searches, it was just as I had thought. Vegas marriages were not legal unless you visited the courthouse beforehand and got the necessary license. I looked at the certificate and sighed. Harley and Emily Hunter had a nice ring to it. But it wasn't meant to be. Though I'm sure she'll be relieved, I was not. As impossible as it seemed, I had fallen for Emily during our short time together. Even her attempts at holding me at arm's length had been endearing. The marriage thing somehow kept us bonded together. Now, she had no reason to ever talk to me again. I thought about if I should call her or let her be. A simple internet search would give her the same information that I had gotten. But I had said that I would get in touch. I looked at my watch. It was 10:45 now, but only 9:45 in Olympia. I wasn't sure of her bedtime, but decided to call. The phone rang 5 times before going to voicemail. "Hi, you've reached Emily. Please leave a message." The sound of her voice quickened my pulse. "Hi, Emily. I hope you made it home okay. Call me back when you get a moment. Thanks." I hung up and waited for a few moments, hoping that she would call back. But she never did that night. The next morning was the weekly breakfast meeting with my family. Brad had said that he would discuss my proposal then. With everything that had happened weighing heavily on my mind, I wasn't as excited as I had been the week before, but I still needed for my plan to move forward. "Morning, Harley," my mom greeted me. She leaned her chin up for a kiss, and I offered her my cheek. At 30, I was still her baby. "How was your trip?" She paused and frowned when she noticed the look upon my face. "What's wrong, honey?" she asked, concerned. I hadn't bothered dressing up or shaving, showing up in my sweatpants and t-shirt. I planned on a long workout directly after the meeting. "Nothing, Mom. Just tired from the weekend," I explained, hoping she would accept the excuse. She nodded, but kept studying my face. Finally, she smiled and dropped it. I went to the coffee bar for a coffee and looked around the room. Nothing had changed. The toddlers were playing with Bella. Dax Jr. was trying to get out of his high chair to join them. My brothers were talking over each other about a hockey game last night. I took my seat and nodded at my nephews, Reed and Bryce, who both greeted me. Finally, the food came, and we dug in. Though I was feeling off, I ate with a hearty appetite. I'd missed the home-cooked food. After 2 servings, a tall glass of OJ, and downing a second cup of coffee, I was ready to discuss my proposal further. Brad had other ideas, however. I saw that he had my folder with him, but he started with his own business first, then moved on to Cole and Dax as usual. Turned out we had a wedding planned for the next weekend that I didn't even know about. It was up to me to plan the outdoor events. Finally, Brad got to my proposal, and I waited to hear what he had to say. Harley, I took a look at all of the info and the numbers, and I agree that it does play out as you have proposed. He paused. I waited for the but. But I think we should start small. Maybe work on expanding the gym first. Then revisit the notion of a spa edition. I sighed. Of course. Everyone was looking at me, waiting for my thoughts. Truthfully, I wasn't happy about it. But at least it was something, and I didn't have it in me to fight today. When can we get started? I asked. Brad looked at Cole. Cole was the woodworker, handyman around the resort. He would oversee zoning the area and the main building plans. Well, we'll have to draw up a blueprint to the building specifications first. Zone out the area. Get a permit from the city. Cut the trees. He began. Cole took a sip of coffee before continuing. At the same time, zone out a new snowmobile trail so we don't cut down trees needlessly. We can get started on the blueprints as soon as you like. Draw up the rough drafts, Harley, and I'll work on finalizing them. But the construction would have to wait until the summer, after the wedding season. I don't think we should have construction going on during the events. Brad nodded at Cole in agreement. I wasn't happy about the timeline, but what he said made sense. Spring was a busy time for us. Oakley, Dax's wife, had become a well-known wedding planner after Congresswoman Stone's event and all that avalanche drama. Someone even wrote a book about it all. So, she was a busy wedding planner, and the resort was packed with spring weddings. I nodded. Okay, that will work, I agreed. I didn't have the stamina to argue with them. I would start drawing up those blueprints as Cole had suggested. It would give me something to do to take my mind off Emily. Hey, I can help you out with those blueprints, Dax said overexcitedly. I knew he was trying to cheer me up. I can download a blueprint program on your computer and add a map of the resort and our land to it so you can plan the building and a new snowmobile trail easily, he suggested. I smiled at him. Thanks, Dax. That would be awesome. Cool. I'll stop by your place tonight and get it downloaded, he offered. Sounds like a plan, I agreed. After the meeting, I headed straight to my tiny gym. I checked my phone, which I had on vibrate during the meeting. No missed calls. She should be awake by now. I was hoping that she would call in the morning. I turned up the ringer volume and started my workout. There was no call from Emily all day. I had an uneventful day, causing the waiting to be worse. We didn't have any skiers, as most of the guests were either fishermen or hikers at that time of year. Kevin, the guy who worked the ski lodge lounge and ski equipment rental, only needed to open for a few hours over peak time. He had it covered. And I only had one afternoon fitness class scheduled. One guest and one guy from town showed up. Shit. I had way too much time to check my phone. I had a quick dinner at my cabin and thought about calling or texting Emily again. Maybe she didn't save my number and didn't realize the call was from me. Maybe she didn't get the call. Or most likely, she's simply ignoring me. When Dax rapped at my door, I was relieved to have the company. Hey, brother. How was the convention? Las Vegas? He asked, excited to hear about it. All right. I led him to my computer and pulled out the desk chair for him. All right? That's all? He asked. Then he saw my look. Oh no, he said, not sitting down yet. What happened? He asked, troubled. I shook my head. Getting it off my shoulders would be good for me. The conference was good, the city busy and bright, I answered. And, Dax prodded, I met a girl and we got married, I blurted out. I raised my blue eyes to meet his nearly identical ones. He looked astounded. "Married? What the fuck?" he exclaimed. "How is that even possible?" Dax asked. "It's not really, though we didn't know that at the time," I told him, and held up our marriage certificate. Dax studied it. "Harley and Emily Hunter, eh? Sounds good. So, where is this girl?" he asked. "In Olympia, Washington," I told him with a sad smile. Dax noticed the disappointed look. He was my best friend, really. I didn't need to hide my feelings from him. I also didn't need to explain my impulsive behavior. He knew me well enough to know that if I'd married a girl after 3 days, there was something I'd seen in her that was special. "Wow, you must really like this girl," Dax considered. "I liked her," I admitted. "You mean you do like her?" he corrected me. I nodded and took a deep breath. Dax sat down and slid a disk into the computer. "Call her. A long-distance relationship isn't impossible. Hard, but not necessarily impossible," he proposed. I did call her. "She hasn't called back," I told him, eyes studying the computer screen as he downloaded the program. "Oh," he said, "give her some time. If she feels the same way, she'll get in touch with you," he reassured me. "Maybe," I said. I wasn't so sure about that, though. "I'm sorry, Harley. I'm sorry that I don't have any better advice," he frowned. "Thanks for talking with me. It made me feel a bit better," I told him. "Anytime. Now, let me show you how this works." I pulled up a chair. For the next couple of hours, Dax showed me how the Blueprint program worked. After he left, I played around with it until my eyes got droopy. I checked my cell phone again and made sure it was on my nightstand before climbing into bed. The weekend wedding event came and went. Still no call from Emily. By that time, I had given up on her. At least, I'd been busy over the weekend. The wedding had a large party, and lots of guests were invited. Thursday through Sunday, I was incredibly busy, without a chance to get caught up in my feelings. It was Monday again, the resort's least busy day of the week, and I was a crabby fucker. At the morning meeting, I had gone over my blueprints with Brad and Cole. Cole took them to do some finalizations over the week. It was the beginning of May. With another month to 6 weeks of weddings, no construction on the main site could be started. We could start cutting trees on the proposed trail, however, hopefully in the next couple of weeks. After my workout, restocking the lodge bar with wines, spirits, and beer, I organized the skiing gear. I had my weekly afternoon fitness class. 3 guests showed up today, along with my one Monday townie regular. Back up at my cabin, I had dinner and sipped on a couple of beers. When I found myself alone with not much to do, Emily popped into my mind. I knew that she lived in Olympia. Maybe I could find her on Facebook or Instagram. I went to my office and fired up the PC. After searching for an Emily Mayberry from Olympia, Washington for an hour, I had turned up nothing. I even recalled her saying that she was from the East Bay area. She had mentioned parents and a brother who would share the name Mayberry. But nothing. This perplexed me. It was Wednesday, and had been a week and a half since I had left Emily that message. I told myself to forget her. If she had wanted to call, she would have. I was grateful when the weekend's guests started filing in Thursday afternoon. I kept myself busy over the weekend, but soon enough, Monday came again, and it had been 2 whole weeks, and no Emily. I thought about her every morning when I woke and at night before I went to bed, not to mention the many times over the day. No matter how many times I told myself to stop, to let her go, I couldn't. After the morning meeting, I did my usual Monday routine. Back in my cabin after dinner, I found myself staring at her pictures on my phone we had taken the night we were fake married. One picture of us together was my favorite. Victoria must have taken it. Emily was sitting on my lap at one of the outdoor bars. Vegas lights shined all around us. Emily was wearing that smile that lit her entire face up. Her blue-gray eyes were gazing up at me and I at her. Her shiny yellow hair hung over her shoulders. My arms were around her slim waist. I was smiling down at her. She was so beautiful. We looked so right together. I X'd out of the picture. What was I going to do? I couldn't live with myself if I didn't try and get in touch with her again. I decided to text her. Keep it friendly, I told myself. Me, Emily. Hi, I hope you are well. I was looking at our pictures from Vegas. I miss hearing your voice. Call me or text. Anytime. Harley. Emily, I was in between begging Chloe to eat her green beans and trying to get my own dinner in my mouth when I heard a text notification. I grabbed my phone, thinking it was Hellen saying hello. Nobody else texted me, really. Forking a chunk of salad, I clicked on my phone to see who it was from. The fork stopped an inch from my open mouth. Harley. I hadn't heard from him in 2 weeks, not since he last called, doing his diligence to tell me that the marriage wasn't legal as he said he would do. But, since Kellen had already told me, I didn't need to hear it from Harley, too. I'd never returned his call, and I thought he had forgotten about me by now. He had texted that he missed my voice. I beamed. I thought about his in return. Confident, seductive, charming. I felt a tingle in my abdomen. Who is it, Mommy? Chloe stopped making faces at her vegetables to ask. A friend from work, I told her. Oh. You can't just eat chicken nuggets. Eat your green beans, and you can watch one of your shows before your bath, I told Chloe. I don't like green beans. They're icky, she protested. Then straight to your bath and to bed, I informed her. Chloe's face crumpled into a frown at the thought of eating her green beans. I shoved a bite of my salad into my mouth to stop from laughing. I needed to keep a stern attitude with her. I watched as Chloe pondered her options. Eat them and get to watch My Little Ponies. Or don't, and it was bath and bed. She knew I was serious. I didn't play around on work and school nights. Slowly, I watched as she picked up each green bean, one by one, as if it were a spider she was holding by the leg. She turned it, examined it, and shoved it into her mouth. She chewed thoughtfully, scrunching up her little face in an exaggerated look of disgust. I smiled as I watched her. She got me, but watch her I did. I'd given her this ultimatum before and later found her veggies on the floor under the table. When she finished eating all the green beans, I allowed her to go to the living room and watch her show. I looked back at Harley's message. He mentioned the pictures from the night we got married. Deliberately, I hadn't looked at the pictures in my phone, but now I was interested. I pulled up my gallery and began flipping through them. I studied Harley's handsome face, his deep blue eyes, his strong jawline, covered in that sexy 5 o'clock shadow. He looked happy. I looked happy. I didn't recall ever seeing myself look that happy. My favorite picture was the one where I was sitting on Harley's lap. My face was lit up by the Vegas lights. I was smiling, gazing up into Harley's sensuous eyes. He was smiling, too, gazing back into my own. His thick arms were wrapped around my body, holding me tightly to him as if he would never let me go. We were happy. It looked right. Being with Harley felt right. Tears welled up into my eyes. Shit. Not again. So far, I'd done a good job of putting Harley Hunter out of my mind for the past 2 weeks. Well, I'd done a good job of trying. Because if I was being real with myself, Harley had never left my mind. I clicked back to his text. I wanted so badly to text him back, to talk to him again. I missed him. But what should I do? Perpetuate my infatuation for a man I could never truly have? I just didn't know what to do. Sighing, I thought of all the reasons not to text him back. My life, my situation, my family. What was the point? We could never be together, I reminded myself. But it hurt too bad to shut him out completely. Maybe we could just be friends. If I could separate the emotions from the reality, keep it real, we could stay in touch. Ultimately, I decided that I couldn't live without Harley in my life in some fashion. So I texted him back. Me. Harley! Nice to hear from you. I am well, thank you. How are you? Keep it simple, I thought. A moment later, I was delighted to see the text bubbles bounce. He was texting me back. Harley, Emily, I'm good. So glad to hear from you. I've missed you. He's missed me. My heart soared at his words. I took a deep breath, trying not to get my hopes up, and failing miserably. Me. I've missed you too. Harley. I guess you found out about the marriage. You didn't call me back. Me. Yes. I'm sorry for overreacting. I should have known. Harley. I didn't realize it until later myself. No need for an apology. I wasn't sure what to say then. At my pause, Harley took the lead. Harley. What have you been up to? Any progress on your clinic? Me. Same old, same old. No progress to report yet? You? Harley. Same. Nothing new here. I started to text back, but the bubbles bounced, so I waited. Harley. I've been thinking about you so damn much, Emily. I want you so bad it hurts. Just then, my daughter yelled from the living room. Mom, the movie stopped! Come fix it! My heart raced at his last text. Be right there, Chloe. Harley. Emily? Are you there? Me. Yes, I'm here. I must run for a bit. I'll text you tonight. Harley. Looking forward to it. Until then, I'll be thinking of you. I smiled. What would he be thinking of me? Did I really have to wonder? This was Harley, the man who went for what he wanted. I went to fix Chloe's movie and watched the rest of the show with her. But my mind wasn't on little ponies. I was daydreaming of the night I spent with Harley in his room. I might have been drunk, but I remembered the feel of his touch, his kiss, our bodies entwined together as one. The tingly sensation returned. Just thinking of him brought it on. I was going to have to relieve myself later, I thought. After Chloe's bath, I tucked her in and read her a story until she drifted off. I wanted to text Harley again, so I raced through my bedtime routine. I didn't want any interruptions this time. Me. Hi, Harley. Hi. I was waiting for you. My heart thumped in my chest and the tingling in my groin grew. Harley. What are doing? Me. Laying in my bed. You? Harley. Same? What are you wearing? I gasped at his forwardness. Looking down at myself, I was wearing a t-shirt and pajama bottoms. I giggled. I was not going to tell him that. Me. A red silk camisole and matching shorts. Harley. OMGM. Why did you tell me that? I giggled a girlish laugh that I hadn't heard from myself in a long, long time. Me. 'Cause you asked. Harley. I did. Do you want to know what I'm wearing? Oh no. This was going to get dirty, fast. Me. Of course. What are you wearing? Harley. Nothing. I'm naked. Oh my God. Instantly, his bare, rock-hard body popped into my mind. Did he have a hard-on? In my vision, he did. My body reacted. I remembered what it felt like to have his huge cock inside of me, and my pussy flooded. Bubbles bounced. I took too long to answer, not knowing what to say back. I knew what I wanted to say. Harley, I'm hard. For you. Say something, Emily. Me. Are you playing with yourself? Harley. I'm jerking off thinking of you in that red silk. You should take it off. Me. I'm slipping it off. Harley. Are you naked? Touch yourself for me. My pussy was throbbing. I slid my t-shirt off over my shoulders and wiggled out of my bottoms and panties. Me. I'm naked. I'm wet for you. Harley. Put your fingers in your pussy and think of me there. I did as he said. I pushed 2 fingers up into my wetness and felt my warm insides. I moaned in the pleasure, imagining Harley's thick dick inside of me. Me. I'm finger-fucking my pussy like it's your big cock. Harley. My cock is going to explode soon. Massage your clit. Me. Harley, make me come. Harley. I want to slide my cock into your tight little pussy. Fuck you good and hard. Come for me, baby. I massaged my clit and fingered my dripping pussy. An intense warmth built up in my abdomen, and I arched my back up as I came hard on my fingers. I reached for the phone. Me. I'm coming. Harley, it's your turn. Come for me now. Harley, I'm coming now. I'm covering your perfect tits. My body wasn't finished. I quickly brought myself to a second orgasm, enjoying the frenzy that took over me. Me. I'm coming again on your big cock. Harley. That was so good. Why haven't we done that before? I giggled. Leave it to Harley to ask. Me. It was good for me too. And I don't know, but we should maybe do it again sometime. Harley. I agree. Have a good night, Em. Sweet dreams. Me. You too. Harley. Oh, they'll be sweet for sure. I dropped the phone and closed my eyes, thinking of him. I imagined him lying naked beside me. As Harley wrapped his firm, protective arms around me, I drifted off to sleep. Harley, 1 month later. Me. You seem down lately. What's up? Emily. Nothing. After a month of nightly texting and lots of sexting, I was hoping that our relationship would move forward. But it hadn't. I'd taken texting any day over no contact at all, but I really wanted to hear her voice and see her beautiful face. Me. You can tell me. Emily. I applied for a business loan yesterday, and they refused me. Said I didn't have enough saved yet, and I had no credit. My brother offered to co-sign, but I said no. Me. I'm sorry. You will get there eventually. These things take time. We're just starting to cut down trees here for my gym expansion. Way this is going, it will take years. There was a pause. I watched for the bubbles to jump, but they didn't. I got impatient. Me. Emily? Emily. I'm here. Maybe there was a way I could help her. But if Emily wouldn't take money from her brother, would she from me? Me. Can I help? I can lend you some cash to get you started. Emily. Thanks, Harley. That's nice of you, but can't accept your money. Me. You can pay me back after you start making some dough. Emily. I don't feel comfortable with that, but thank you. Me. Anytime. I'm here for you. I know we don't live close to one another, but I can find a way. Pause. I thought she was gone. Then bouncing bubbles returned. Emily. I appreciate you saying that. I have to run. Me. Okay. Have a good night. Talk to you tomorrow. Nothing. And nothing the next day. I was not liking not hearing from Emily. How could I fix it? I had been doing some thinking about what she had said, along with my own situation. She was a massage therapist. I needed one to run my spa and provide the services. What if I gave her the job? We could advertise her specialties and bring in even more clients from the surrounding areas. It would be perfect. We could be together and see if a real relationship could work between us. I was starting to get excited by the prospect. I took a deep breath, and I reached for my phone. Me. I have an idea. Emily. An idea, eh? Me. Yes. Why don't we partner up on this? I need a massage therapist to run the spa. We can go 50-50. You can bring in your own clients too. Silence. I waited and let her ponder the idea. Emily. That sounds great, but I can't move to Colorado. Me. Why not? Emily. My family is here. Me. Your family can come to visit as often as they like, free of charge. Emily. Thanks, Harley, but it can't work. Why not? I wondered. She seemed as into me as I was to her, so why was she turning down the opportunity to be something real? Me. We can make it work. Emily. I don't think we can. She wasn't even considering my idea, and it could work. I knew it could work. I started to think that something else was wrong with her. Something Emily wasn't telling me. Me. I can make it work. Think about it at least. Silence. This time, no more bouncing bubbles. The silence went on for days. I texted her at least once a day for the first couple of days after our last conversation, but she never responded. I kept trying to think of what could have gone wrong. Did I offend her? How? By asking her to partner up with me. That couldn't be it. Why ignore my texts? No, there was definitely something more going on that I didn't know. It reminded me of how little I really did know about the woman who occupied my brain nearly every waking hour. The thought made me sad and a little angry. Why was she playing with me? I'd been very clear how I felt about her. If she didn't feel the same, she shouldn't have been having intense phone sex with me several nights a week. Another week went by, and I hadn't heard one single word from Emily. Obviously, she didn't want a relationship between us to work out, or else she would be willing to try. She backed away from me, and I needed to respect her decision and give her space. After a couple of more days went by, and I couldn't take it anymore. I needed to know what was wrong. It was driving me nuts not to know. All I knew now was that I missed Emily. I missed her like crazy. Maybe if I could talk to her in person, I could convince her that my idea was perfect for both of us. I came up with a plan. I was going to Washington. Emily. After our last conversation, I had reluctantly decided to end it with Harley. I was just being cruel by leading him on. I could tell that he wanted our relationship to move forward. He had even asked me to partner up with him. He wanted me to move to Colorado. That was impossible. I could never move my daughter to Colorado. I knew that Harley didn't understand my refusal or why I had to put distance between us. But I didn't see any good reason to tell him about Chol or about my problems. He would want to fix them. And my problems were not fixable. Not by him. Harley had said that he could make it work. But I knew that he couldn't make it work. There was absolutely no way. I had considered every angle of it and always came up with the same answer. I cried for an entire week after I decided to let Harley go. At first, he texted me nightly as usual, but when I didn't return his texts, he stopped. I should have just told him that I couldn't talk to him anymore. But I knew he would fight me on it, question me. I couldn't give him the answers he wanted, and I didn't have it in me to argue about it. I should be happy that Harley had finally given up. I got what I wanted. I missed Harley so much it hurt, even though we hadn't actually spoken since the conference. His text messages had kept me going. Now, with no messages coming in, I felt lost. I found myself moping around work and the house when I was home, feeling sad. I hid my feelings from Chloe and Kellen the best I could. Chloe was easily distracted, but I had a feeling that Kellen wasn't falling for my act. He gave me my space, however, and I was grateful for it. I struggled with what to do about Harley. I had so many issues that he didn't know about. Could I tell him? The big question was, would Harley still want me after he knew the truth about me? With that all on my mind, my boss noticed that I was having trouble concentrating lately. She wasn't mad, bless her heart, but she suggested that I use a few of my vacation days. To get my shit together, as she had put it. I willingly accepted her suggestion. I could use a few days off, but I doubted that I would ever get my shit together. Harley started my own search for Emily. I did another, more thorough, search on social media. I wished that I had asked her more about her family. She had mentioned a brother, but had never said his name. If I knew his name, I could search for him. My search turned up nothing. I had been looking online for private investigators to help when I remembered my brother Dax's buddy Jackson. He owned his own security and PI firm. I decided to contact him, and I gave him the little information that I had. I didn't mention any of it to my family. They would think I was nuts for doing it. I would eventually have to tell them about Emily, but not yet. Only Dax knew that I remained in contact with her since the conference, and none of them knew about the trip to the chapel. 2 days later, Jackson called with some information. He had found Mayberries that lived in Boston Harbor, which was just north of downtown Olympia. He said that Mimi and Gregory Mayberry were well-to-do, with Gregory being an investment banker. They had a son and daughter, Hellen and Emily. Jackson didn't have an address for Hellen Maybury but gave me the parents and Emily's. I was ecstatic. I paid him through his website and booked a plane to Olympia for the next morning. Then I Googled hotels close to the East Bay area. I found one right on the bay and booked a room with a view for 3 nights. I had no idea how long the trip would take. Now, what would I tell my family? I found Dax at his cabin, working in his office as usual. I had to be honest with at least one of my brothers. He could cover for me if I was gone longer than planned. "Harley, to what do I owe the visit?" he asked, grinning. Dax's office was decked out with all the latest tech equipment. I pulled up an extra chair to his 3-screen contraption. "What are you working on?" I asked, disregarding his question. "A new commercial on how great the resort is in the summertime," he said. "And, why are you here?" he repeated, smirking. I took a deep breath. Here it went. "I'm going to Olympia for a few days. I want to ask you to cover for me," I informed him. Dax's grin deepened. "You're finally going to get the girl. That's the plan," I confirmed. "About time. I haven't ever seen you moon over a woman like this. She must really be something," he said, saving his work. "What do you need me to do?" "Cover my fitness classes for me. Check on the lodge lounge. We don't have any other events planned this week. With the weather being in the upper 60s, we might get a hiking trip or something. I was going to ask if Reed and Bryce would help out too, but don't want to alert Brad," I said. "Yeah, that's all fine. But Brad is going to find out you're gone. He might not miss you for a day or 2, but 3. Dax shook his head. "He'll start asking where you are." I sighed. I wasn't even sure why I didn't want to tell Brad. Was I afraid he'd tell me I was being stupid going to find a girl I had known for such a short period of time? Dax read my mind. "Brad would be the last person to tell you not to go. Look at the shit he went through with Angela when he first met her. That happened fast too, but he just knew," Dax reminded me. I remembered. "I know. I'm sure you're right. Cole, too. He and Lindsay went through all that drama when those guys kidnapped her. He had Cole's back until the end," he reminded me. "And he had your back when you stayed at the hospital for a month with Oakley," I mused. "Yep," Dax nodded. "I don't know. Maybe I'm just pissy with him because he dismissed my proposal like that," I suggested. "He didn't flat out dismiss it. He's looking for a happy medium to getting it done," Dax said. "Maybe. I just don't want to talk to him about it yet. He doesn't know about Emily. Only you do. I want to keep it that way for now." "Okay. But is there another reason? Besides your Vegas wedding that wasn't a wedding?" Dax asked. "I asked Emily to partner up with me with starting up the spa. She's a massage therapist," I informed him. "Ah, yeah. I see what you mean. But that would be perfect, man. She could run the spa and everything," Dax said. "If I can convince her to drop her life and move to Blue Haven," I smiled. "And if she says no, there's no reason to involve Brad. If she agrees, you can have the conversation when you get back." Dax figured it out. "That's what I was thinking," I agreed. "Okay, I'll ask Reed and Bryce to help me if I need them. Besides this commercial, I don't have too much going on right now. When Brad asks, I'll just give him the basics and tell him you will talk with him when you get back," Dax said. "Sounds like a plan. Thanks so much, Dax," I said sincerely. "Any time, bro." He grinned at me. "Now go get the girl." I nodded and left him to his commercial. Before the sun came up the next morning, I snuck out of the resort. I hoped that nobody was up yet and saw me. I left before sunrise because I knew Brad had his morning coffee on his front porch, and Cole got up early and did some work in his woodshed. Before I knew it, I was back at the airport and on a plane to Washington. I didn't text Emily and tell her I was coming. I had thought about it, but didn't want her to tell me not to stay away. My plan was to surprise her. I had no idea how Emily would take my visit. Would she let me in? Turn me away? As I looked out of the plane window, I was as nervous as hell. But I needed to see her in person, and showing up unannounced on her doorstep was the only way. The plane landed, and I decided to rent a car. No way was I going to be hailing or calling a cab every time I wanted to go somewhere. I asked about my options and decided to splurge a bit. I ended up with a silver BMW M6 Grand Coupe. Used to my SUV, the V8, 560 horsepower engine took me a minute to control. It only wanted to go, and I had to learn how to rein it back. I drove to the hotel in style. After check-in, I decided to go and do what I had come for. I freshened up before going to find Emily. With the temperature in the mid-70s, here in Olympia, I changed into a dark blue polo top and black dress shorts. I grabbed a jacket just in case I needed it later. Back in my new BMW, I punched Emily's address into the GPS. It was midday during the week, so I suspected Emily to be at work. I could just wait for her. I circled the East Bay and drove north on East Bay Drive until I got the command to turn off. From the map, it looked as if she lived a couple of blocks from the bay. After taking a few turns and driving down a residential street, I was notified that I had reached my destination. I slightly passed the house on the right and pulled into the next available spot along the curb. I sat in my car for a moment, getting up the nerve to walk up to her door. I had figured that she would be at work, but I saw a white Chevy Malibu parked in one of the duplex's 2 driveways. I thought that she had mentioned driving a Malibu during one of our text sessions. What bothered me was that there was a big black truck parked along the curb, blocking the Malibu into the driveway. Whose truck was that? I didn't want to jump to conclusions just yet, but maybe whoever drove the truck was the reason she'd stopped texting me. No matter. I'd come to talk to Emily, and that is what I planned to do. If there was someone else, I'd have to see it for myself, and then I could put us behind me and move on for good. I got out of my car and walked down the sidewalk toward the black truck and Malibu. I noticed that the truck had a firefighter's decal in the windshield. East Side Fire Department, it read. I had just walked by the cab of the truck when I heard it. The sound of a small child giggling, a woman's laughter, and a bouncing ball. I knew that laugh. With the bed of the pickup shielding me, I glanced toward the sound. Yellow hair shined in the sunlight. The laugh came again, and I knew for sure that it was Emily. I watched in shock as she played basketball with a small child and some guy. The guy was teaching the child how to dribble and shoot the ball. The hoop was way too high for her, but she gave it all she had. Emily stood below the hoop to catch the ball. Her back was to me. The child laughed and laughed when the ball arched under the hoop. Then I heard it. "Mommy, did you see how close I got this time?" a little voice yelled out excitedly. "I did, baby. Great job," Emily answered. "Mommy?" Emily passed the ball to the man, and the child ran over to him to steal it back. He dribbled in front of her, not letting the little girl get it from him. But the girl was quick and dabbed her hand in for a piece of the ball. The man lost control of it, and it bounced away. The child doubled over with giggles. Emily laughed and ran to retrieve the runaway ball. The man, laughing himself, picked up the little girl, whirled her around and hugged her to him. I couldn't hear what they were saying, but the resemblance was evident. Both the man and the child had brown hair, though the man's was a tad lighter. What did it for me were the similar facial features. Even from where I stood, I could see the analogous outlines of their noses and high cheekbones. As the man kissed the child on the cheek, I had a sinking feeling in my gut. Emily retrieved the ball and turned to trot back to them. I moved behind the truck's cab so she couldn't see me. Once she took up her position at the hoop again, I hurried to my car. Inside, I rolled down the window so that I could hear them. I sat for a moment and watched them play in the side mirror. Emily had a daughter that she never told me about. Who was the man? Her husband? Boyfriend? Obviously the child's father. I didn't know what to think. Maybe that's what she had meant when she'd said she couldn't be married. Maybe it was because she already was. My heart was torn to pieces as I watched the man come to Emily with the girl in his arms. Smiling happily, Emily leaned up to hug both of them. I had seen enough. It was time to go home. Emily. Something made me turn and look toward my house. I noticed an out-of-place silver BMW parked along the curb in front of Kellen's truck. The window was rolled down, and a man's arm was resting on the door. My eyes went to the big black watch on the man's wrist. Even from this distance, I knew that I had seen that watch before, but I couldn't place exactly where. Before the BMW started to pull away, I got a glimpse of the man's profile in the side mirror as he glanced into it to look for traffic. The man had a firm jawline, a jaw tailored with a 5 o'clock shadow. Where I had seen that watch came rushing back to me. He had worn it the night we went out in Vegas. Harley. No, it couldn't be. But I knew it was him. And now he was gone. Looking back at Cole and Kellen, I wondered what he had seen. Most likely, he had come to surprise me and caught me with my daughter and Kellen. My daughter had called me Mommy several times. I knew her voice carried, as sometimes Kellen brought her to the park without me. I could clearly hear her giggling and playing basketball from the front porch. And Kellen. I had mentioned my brother to Harley, but he wouldn't know this was him. After seeing us interact and our familiarity with one another, Harley would assume that Kellen was Chloe's father. And my significant other. Shit, what was I going to do? For a quick moment, I had the urge to run after him. But by then, the car was down the block, and I'd never catch up. The last thing that I had ever wanted was to hurt Harley. It was unintentional, but it didn't change the fact that it happened. A sense of panic set in. My heart started to skip entire beats, and my breath came fast. I couldn't catch it, so I leaned down, palms on my knees. I concentrated on my breathing. Slow, even breaths. Kellen knew that I had panic attacks, and this was a technique that I had learned to manage them. My heart raced, and my chest tightened. I felt as if I was going to have a heart attack. Kellen came over to me and put his hand on my back. I let him. The warmth of his hand felt comforting. He remained silent and let me breathe through it. Luckily, after about 5 minutes, my heart rate slowed down. The short breaths became naturally longer. My body trembled, and Kellen took my arm to lead me to the house. With Chloe's hand in his, he took us both home. "You okay, Mommy?" Chloe asked, concerned as Kellen helped me to the couch. "I'll be okay," I whispered, giving her my best reassuring look. Kellen got me a glass of cold water, and I sipped from it. Finally, I started to feel better and sat back into the couch. Chloe sat to one side, and Kellen sat at my other. "Has it passed?" he asked softly, nudging me with his elbow. "I think so," I answered. "What brought this on, Emily? You have been doing so good lately," he asked, concerned. I quickly glanced over at Chloe, then back to Kellen. He got the point. I didn't want to say in front of her. "Chloe, why don't you go and pick out a movie for us to watch?" he suggested. "Okay," she agreed, and went over to the movie rack. "I saw Harley," I whispered to Kellen, wide-eyed. "What? When? Where?" He was shocked. "Are you sure?" "Yes. He was in that silver BMW parked in front of your truck. Did you see it?" I asked Kellen. "Yeah, I did notice it. I just thought it was the neighbors." He paused in thought. "Now that you mention it, a BMW M6 Grand Coupe is a bit out of place in this neighborhood. Unless it's Mom and Dad visiting," he mused. "It was his fancy watch that I noticed. It's very unique. He wore it the night we got married," I told Kellen. "Maybe you just thought it was the same watch," he started in. "Yes, but I saw his profile in the mirror when he looked into it before pulling away. I saw his jawline and beard. I know it was him, Kellen," I said matter-of-factly. "Okay, so why the panic attack? I thought you were talking to him?" he asked. "I stopped answering his texts a little while ago." I shook my head sadly. "Why would you do that?" Kellen inquired. "Because he asked me to partner up with him to start up a spa. He asked me to move to Colorado," I informed him, frowning. "I never told him about Chloe," I added. "I watched my baby put the disc in the DVD player." Kellen picked up the remote from the coffee table and pushed play for her. She plopped down right in front of the TV as My Little Ponies began to sing. Chloe sang along and swayed to the music. That brought a smile to my saddened face. "What do you want to do?" Kellen asked me. "I don't know. I feel so horrible. He saw all three of us together," I reminded him. "That's why he drove off without coming up," Kellen considered. I nodded. "Should I try and call him?" Kellen thought about it. "It's up to you, Emily. Whatever you decide to do, I have your back," he said sincerely. "He came all this way to talk to me," I said more to myself. I got up to grab my cell phone from the table by the front door. I dialed his number. No texting now. I needed to hear his voice. Straight to voicemail. I dialed Harley again. Voicemail. Shit. I needed to go and find him. Knowing Harley, he'd be staying at the nicest hotel that was closest to my address. I used my phone to look up the closest hotels. The best one was the Sheraton near the historic district, overlooking the bay. "Will you watch Chloe for me? I know it's last minute," I asked Kellen. "Of course," he answered. "Go." I nodded and grabbed my keys. Crap. Kellen is blocking me in. He unclipped his key ring from his jeans and tossed them to me. "Take my truck." "Okay," I agreed. "Thanks, Kellen. I'll be back as soon as I can." "Emily," he stopped me. "If you find him, take your time. My next shift at the firehouse isn't until tomorrow night." I smiled at him and headed out the door. "Harley!" I was blinded with fury as I drove back to the hotel. I knew I was driving too fast but didn't care. What was the point of having a powerfully fast car if it couldn't be driven fast? Once back at the hotel, I decided to work out. No way I could get a flight back at that very second. Might as well stay the night, book one for tomorrow, and get the hell out of there. As I vehemently worked out my frustrations, I couldn't get the image of Emily and that man out of my head. Why didn't she tell me? She'd lied to me the entire time. All the times we'd been intimate with one another, both in person and over the phone, she'd been with someone else. I was enraged. I worked out fiercely, moving from one machine to the next with no concern that I was overdoing it. My body shook and told me it was time to quit. My muscles couldn't take any more strain in one workout. I grabbed a towel to mop up the sweat that poured from my body. I'd shower in my room. I passed the indoor pool and decided to take the steps when I saw a family lined up in front of the elevator. I walked up the back steps, which emerged near the entrance to the building, forcing me to walk through the common room to the elevators. I emerged from the stairwell. Looking up, I stopped in my tracks. No one had hair that yellow. Emily was at the front desk, and the attendant had the phone up to his ear. I knew she was having him call my room. I hesitated. I was shocked to see her there. How did she find me? I had thought that I'd stayed well concealed at her house, but maybe not. I took a deep breath. My body was still trembling from the strenuous workout and the leftover anger that coursed through me. I watched as the attendant put the phone back into the cradle and shook his head. I read his lips. "Would you like to leave a message for Mr. Hunter?" Emily nodded and told him in her soft, sing-song voice what to write. I couldn't help but notice how sexy she looked from behind, wearing short cut-off jean shorts that hugged the round of her ass. The outline of her leg muscles glowed with a tan. She was much tanner than she had been in Vegas. She had on a snug white tank top, accenting her perfect tits. As I studied Emily from behind, my cock twitched in my shorts. The man wrote down the message and placed it into a white envelope. I stepped backward toward the stairwell. There was no way I could make it to the elevators without them seeing me. I reached the thick door and began to push back on it. Slowly, it creaked open. One more step and I'd be through the door and out of her life. Forever. But did I really want that? My mind reeled. What was she doing there? She'd looked happy with her family. I had so many unanswered questions. I hesitated too long. Emily turned from the front desk, and our eyes locked. I saw her beautiful, heart-shaped face light up with her smile. My body reacted to her sexuality, and my dick grew to its full length. Anger be damned. She moved closer to me. Then I saw her bloodshot eyes. She had been crying. My heart melted. I thought that I had gotten to know Emily over the last couple of months. But as it turned out, I didn't know a damn thing about this woman. Harley, Emily whispered. Emily, I returned in a not-so-friendly tone. She winced. I felt bad, but held my stance. She had some explaining to do. Did I even want to hear her explanations? If everything she had ever said to me was a lie, why would she stop lying now? She took a few steps closer. I noticed her eyes roam over my sweaty, toned body. I wanted to smile as her gaze lingered on my hard-on, but I dropped my hand to hold the towel over it and kept a straight face. Her big, blue-gray eyes came back to meet mine. She opened her mouth to say something, but nothing came out. I waited for the next lie. Emily finally found her tongue. Can we talk, please? She whispered. Her eyes looked at me hopefully. My brain told me to say no, but my body made me say yes. Emily? Harley led me past the front desk, and I motioned to the attendant that I had found him. We took the elevator up to his room on the 18th floor. The doors opened, and as we walked into the bright hallway, I realized that it was the first time that we had ever walked together that Harley did not offer me his arm or hand. I swallowed back tears. But could I blame him? Harley swiped the keycard, and we entered the room. His tank top, soaked from his recent workout, clung to his chiseled torso. He went directly to the mini-fridge and bent to pull out a bottle of water. His lined shoulder muscles rippled as he leaned into the fridge. He stood and put the bottle to his lips, guzzling the clear liquid down in several gulps. I watched as his biceps swelled like a balloon as he held the bottle to his upturned lips. He tossed the empty plastic bottle into the trash. I stood in awe in the presence of this fine specimen of a man. Why on earth would I ever let a man like this go? With one quick motion, Harley pulled the wet tank top from his chest and threw it onto the chair where his travel bag sat. He bent down and rummaged through the fridge once again. This time, he pulled out a bottle of beer. He reached in for a second beer and handed it up to me. He stood up, twisted off the cap, and took a big swig. I waited patiently for him to be ready to talk to me. He had remained silent since we left the lobby. I wished that he would say something. I guessed I was the one who would be doing most of the talking. I was holding my beer bottle to my bosom with both hands. Harley took it from me, twisted off the cap, and handed it back to me. I nodded thanks and took a small sip. He wasn't looking at me, but at the floor instead. Harley, I can't believe that you came here, I said. I didn't know where to start because there was a lot to say. I needed his complete attention. I needed him to listen. I needed him to understand. I waited for his response. His eyes finally glanced up to me. You stopped answering my texts. I was worried about you, he said crossly. I nodded. His look said it all. How mad he was at me. When I didn't say anything back right away, Harley glared at me. You were worried about me. I smiled to myself. Harley had been the only person to say that to me in my life, besides Hellen. I wanted to see you, Emily. Is that so hard to believe after everything? He asked angrily. No, I admitted. I need to tell you something. It's not easy to say, I started. Don't worry, I already know, he barked. I grimaced. I wasn't sure exactly what to say, so I just started at the beginning. I never lied to you, Harley. I just didn't tell you everything. Please, can I explain? I begged him with my eyes. Harley's gaze softened as he looked into my pleading eyes. It wasn't much, but it gave me the encouragement I needed. Go ahead, he said. I have a little girl. Her name is Chloe. Harley nodded. So I saw. What about the guy? Is he your husband? Boyfriend? And don't bother lying because your little girl looked an awful lot like him. No. Neither, I said, shaking my head emphatically. Harley, that was my brother Kellen. He spends a lot of time with Chloe and me, I told him earnestly. And that's why they look a lot alike. Because they are related. He nodded, seeming to let go of some of the stress in his shoulders. Why didn't you tell me about your daughter? Harley asked. His face relaxed from the scowl he had been wearing, and it gave me the courage to continue. I took a sip of beer and another deep breath. I was married a long time ago, but I'm divorced. I began my story. Okay, go on, Harley urged. It was all wrong from the start. When I met my ex-husband Sean, it was all glitz and glamour. He came from a prominent family, had a lot of money, and was successful. The CEO of the Institute for Court Management, to be exact. Harley raised an eye in question of the title. It's not really important what he does, just that his position was one of importance and one that impressed everyone, including me at the time. Harley nodded his understanding, and I continued. At the time, I thought I was lucky. My parents even approved of him right off the bat, I said with a shake of the head. My parents don't approve of anyone, I explained. Anyway, I got pregnant right away. I couldn't tell anyone but Sean and Kellen. My parents are strict Catholics and would have disowned me. Getting pregnant out of wedlock is a big no-no. Sean asked me to marry him. I accepted. I paused to sip on my beer, thinking back to the time. It seemed like an eternity ago with all that had happened. Harley drank his beer and patiently waited for me to continue. For the first part of the pregnancy, things were good. At least I thought they were. But in the last trimester, Sean became distant. He didn't look at me the same anymore. He told me I was fat, and he wasn't attracted to me, I said, looking down at my beer. Harley shook his head in disgust at that. I continued. Sean started going out a lot at night, and sometimes not even coming home after work. One day, I went through his planner that he had accidentally left on his desk in his home office. He always planned his entire day. I saw a dinner reservation with someone named Celeste. I took down the address and went to see what he was doing. I saw him go into the restaurant with a tall brunette. Maybe it was a business meeting, I had thought. She was dressed the part. But deep down, I knew differently. So I waited until they came back out, and before they got into his town car, he kissed her. Now, I knew. I looked at the floor. The memory was as painful then as it was that night. I'm sorry, Em, Harley said. I offered him a small smile before continuing. It hurt like hell. But I was going to have the baby soon and didn't know what to do. I tried to go to my parents about it. But they said that I was imagining things. They blamed it on me. Said that I needed to try harder to keep Sean interested in me. And of course, they also didn't believe in divorce, being Catholic and prominent members of the community. Just imagine, their only daughter getting divorced before her baby was even born? No way. It would make the family look bad. I paused to sip on my beer. Kellen was the only one who believed that it was true, that it wasn't my fault. He saw who Sean was. As soon as we were married, Sean had pushed Kellen away, jealous of our close relationship. Or so I had thought. I realize now, it was more than that. Sean saw Kellen as a threat. Kellen wasn't welcomed in our house. Harley sighed. I can only imagine how hard that was on you. It was really hard, I agreed. Kellen is my best friend. I had to sneak out to meet him, but toward the end, Sean was hardly ever home, so it wasn't that hard to do. One day, Kellen took me to a work dinner with him. He's a firefighter, and there was a fundraiser dinner. I ended up meeting a guy named Mike, who was an EMT for the department. We hit it off right away. But it wasn't anything sexual, more like a good friendship. I made sure to be clear about that. Harley nodded. I went on with my story. Mike was lonely too. He had recently been divorced from his unfaithful wife, so he understood me. Kellen got along well with him, and all three of us started to hang out on a regular basis. When I had Chloe, Kellen and Mike were there for me. Sean only spent a couple of hours at the hospital. I wiped a tear from my eye. Harley went for a Kleenex on the desk. He took me by the arm and led me to sit on the bed. "Do you want another beer?" he asked as he grabbed one for himself. I shook my head no. I'd hardly touched the one I had. Harley came and sat beside me. He waited for me to dry my eyes and begin again. After Chloe was born, nothing changed. One afternoon, I had plans to meet Kellen and Mike at the park with Chloe. Kellen had an emergency call, and it ended up being only Mike and me. For whatever reason, Sean needed me that evening for a dinner party. I guess he was expected to bring his wife. That was the only time he paid any attention to me anymore, when he needed something from me. I drank my beer, remembering that day. "But I wasn't home," I continued. "Sean asked the housekeeper who told him I took Chloe to the park. He knew which park we frequented, and he drove there to find us. We were getting ready to leave. He must have shown up right as Mike was giving me a goodbye hug, a friendly hug. But of course, Sean saw it how he wanted to see it. He came running over, yelling, and telling Mike off. Next thing I knew, Mike was on the ground, bloody with a concussion. Sean beat the shit out of him. Mike ended up spending a week in the hospital because of me." I burst out into tears, no longer able to hold them in. Harley put his hand on my knee, and it was comforting. I took a deep breath and kept going. I needed to get this story over with. "Sean accused me of cheating on him. He said that he wanted a divorce. I knew this was his way to get out of the marriage and not look bad. Then he would be free to be with Celeste or whoever else he was fucking. He could marry his mistress before anyone found out about her. To make it worse, Sean wanted full custody of Chloe. Because I was a cheating slut who didn't deserve anything, he told me. And anyone who would listen, including my parents, who believed every word of it." I paused to sip on my beer. "Em, none of this was your fault," Harley tried to comfort me. I nodded. "I know that now, but it was a horrible time in my life. Sean was smart enough to take pictures of Mike and me at the park. We only hugged once, and even though Sean was really the cheater and had beaten Mike to a bloody pulp, the judge gave him custody because he had clout with the courts. I didn't stand a chance. We got divorced. Sean took Chloe from me, and I moved in with Kellen." I looked up to see straight fury on Harley's face. Though I was glad to see his protective side return, there was no need for him to get upset. I smiled at him. "You can't change the past, Harley." He nodded, but the look of hatred on his face didn't dissipate. I went on. "After I lost custody, my parents wanted nothing to do with me. Finally, one day, Kellen said that he had had enough. You can imagine the state of mind I was in. I started having daily panic attacks, really bad attacks that left me in the hospital several times. Kellen told our parents that Sean was the problem, not me, that he was the cheater. My father is very close to Kellen. Thank God that he listened and believed him. He convinced my mom of the truth. My parents paid to hire a good attorney who established joint custody for me after a long, drawn-out battle. But finally, it happened, along with the agreement that I had to enroll in college or a program and get a job. I had no problem with that. I had always wanted to be a massage therapist. I just didn't have the money to pursue it. Sean would never have let me work. So, once again, my parents came to my rescue and paid for my schooling. I finished my beer, and Harley got up to get me a new one. Untwisting the top, he handed it to me. "So, how are things now? Do you still have joint custody?" he asked. "Yes, but Sean is still his controlling asshole self. He still threatens me with full custody and watches my every move. The worst part is that he really doesn't care about Chloe. He hired a live-in nanny to watch her the entire time he has her. The nanny takes Chloe to preschool, puts her to bed at night, and does everything else in between. He's just a piece of shit control freak." I paused to look Harley in the eyes. The next part was the most important part of all. The part I needed him to hear, to understand. "Harley, that's why I can't move to Colorado to be with you. Sean has me on a short leash and would never allow that to happen. Being he has half custody, he would never let me take Chloe out of Olympia. I watched the anger on Harley's face deepen, but I also saw an understanding. Tears rolled down my face and Harley put his palm to my cheek, wiping them away with his thumb. He looked at me, and I saw the sadness in his blue eyes. I had no idea, Em. Now it all makes sense. I'm really sorry, he told me. His hand moved behind my neck, up into my hair. I needed Harley right then. I needed him to hold me tight and to make me feel needed and protected. As if he heard my thoughts, Harley pulled me into his arms. I wept against his chest once again. He held my head firmly to him and whispered in my ear, "I can fix this. Let me." I nodded into his chest. I knew that he couldn't fix it, but I was damned if I wasn't going to let him try. "Harley, I'm so sorry that I didn't tell you," I sobbed into his collarbone. His body smelled of a mixture of cologne, sweat, and my tears. I breathed it in and cried some more. Harley lifted my chin so that he could look into my eyes. "Em, there is no reason to be sorry. Yes, I wish that you had told me sooner, but I can see why it was hard for you to do so. Thank you for telling me." With that, he bent down and kissed my lips. It was a feeling I thought I would never experience again. Harley. I wanted to comfort Emily. It was hard for me to see her in that state of mind. I kissed her salty lips and tear-stained cheeks. I kissed her until I felt her body relax in my arms. The hard-on I'd had earlier returned with a need to be satisfied. I had never felt such intense desire as that before. It was intoxicating. I yearned to please, to give, to share, and yet to completely possess her. I wanted Emily Mayberry to remember my touch forever. My lips found Emily's mouth again. It was achingly soft. She trembled, and I tightened my embrace around her small body. I kissed her deeply as she parted her lips so that my tongue could explore her inner sweetness. With a soft moan of pleasure, Emily's arms crept around my neck. Her swelling breasts crushed between our locked bodies. It was as if time between us didn't exist. As if we had just parted ways yesterday, not 2 months ago. I twisted Emily's body and sat her on my lap, and her legs wrapped around my hips. I pushed the hardness in my shorts up into her parted thighs. My hand moved to her breast, her flat belly, then impatiently pulled her tank top up over her shoulders. I unhooked her bra and yanked it from her bosom. I caressed her plump breasts with my fingers, pulling at the pink nipples, and felt her body shiver under my touch. I bent my head and curled my tongue around the stiffness, hungrily sucking on her hard peak. My body was on fire. Emily pushed her bottom down onto my groin, and a muffled groan escaped my lips against her plump breasts. I captured her hips and ground her bottom against my swollen cock. Pleasure exploded along the length of my shaft. I moved my hands to her shorts and undid the button. Turning and lowering Emily back onto the bed, I stood before her and pulled her shorts and panties off with one motion. She laid before me naked. The V of her parted legs begged for my attention. I stepped out of my gym shorts and reached for a pillow. I leaned over Emily's naked body and slipped it under her head. Silky yellow strands of hair splayed out across the whiteness. I moved my mouth to hers, capturing her hot lips. I slowly, erotically, probed my tongue through her lips, making Emily aware of how much I wanted her. Emily put her hands on my hard chest and slid them up over my shoulders, delighted in the texture of my molded body. Her fingers trailed up my neck and moved to my beard as she gazed deep into my eyes. She brushed over my sideburns and curled her fingers sensuously through my thick, spiky hair. Instinctively, her trembling body arched up close to mine, seeking more. With a groan, I lowered my body over hers, and her legs entwined with mine. Emily's bare skin felt hot against my nakedness. Her arms locked lovingly around my neck. Her erect nipples rubbed sensuously over my chest. I moved my mouth down her body, to her womanhood, seeking the most intimate part of her. I opened her legs gently and pushed my tongue into her hot pussy. Emily clutched at my hair and arched her hips up to meet my mouth, wanting more. A little gasp of ecstasy broke from her lips as my tongue pushed inside and created havoc deep within her pussy. Emily writhed. Her fingers moved helplessly over my head and shoulders, her body shaking violently. I probed her insides until I felt her body raise in an undeniable tremble. She arched her back against my mouth, and I pushed inside even deeper. I tasted her pussy juices as she came all over my face. When her body went limp with a sigh, I moved back to stand before her, between her parted legs. I had surpassed my own hungry desires to please Emily, but I could not control myself any longer. I grabbed her ass and pulled her body to me. I drove my long cock into Emily's warm, lustrous wetness. She was so tight, so smooth and hot around me that I gasped for breath as I fucked her hard. My body shook, and I closed my eyes, enjoying every thrust. Staying deep within, I moved to lay on top of her, and the feeling of pure pleasure ripped through my body. I was in heaven. I didn't want it to end as I slowly, tantalizingly thrust my cock deeper into her. Emily's breaths came quickly beneath me, her fingers warm and encouraging as they caressed my broad shoulders and back. The pleasure was too much, and I shook out of control. Emily met my every thrust, her body arching and surging up against my sensuous rhythms. Her legs tightened around my hips, possessing me as I had possessed her. Mind-bending sensations peaked in my groin, and I noticed Emily's body go rigid again. "Look at me, Emily. I want to watch you come," I ordered her. Helplessly, she did as I commanded, her blue-gray eyes drowsy with passion. Her body shook, and she moaned as she arched up uncontrollably against me. I kept my eyes on hers and watched as pleasure flowed throughout her entire body, her features softening as the orgasm subsided. Watching Emily come caused ecstasy to erupt hotly through my body. I growled low in my throat, my body thrusting deeply into hers. My full cock throbbed inside of her, and I released. Throwing my head back, I moaned out of control as spasms took over my body. With one last twitch, my body went limp, and I slumped down against her. We laid there like that for a long time, our bodies entwined, each one unwilling to be the first to break the sweet spell that had been woven between us. We spoke of nothing. There was no need for words. We both drifted off into a light slumber. I felt Emily stirring in my arms. We laid as we had fallen asleep, legs entwined, my strong arms holding her tight against my body. I didn't want to wake up yet. I didn't want to let Emily go. But that was selfish of me, and I opened my eyes. The sun was just starting to peek in from the windows. Emily was gazing at me, a sluggish grin formed on her lips. I kissed those lips tenderly for a long moment. Pulling away, Emily said, "I have to get home. Hellen is staying with Chloe. He works tonight. I don't want to keep him too long." Those were words that I didn't want to hear. I didn't respond. Our eyes locked. "Come with me?" she asked. I nodded. I only had a couple of more days there, and I wanted to spend as much time with her as I possibly could. "Do we have time for a quick shower?" I asked seductively. "We have time," Emily smiled. I climbed from the oversized bed. Before Emily could move, I easily picked up her petite, naked body and carried her to the shower. I made the water steamy hot and held her in my arms as it sprayed over us. I turned her so that her back was to me and squeezed shampoo into her hair. I massaged her head before rinsing it out. I grabbed the body sponge and lathered it up with a bar of soap. Sensuously, I washed Emily's entire body, paying special attention to her perky breasts and between her legs. Emily turned to me and saw my hard-on. With a wicked grin, she knelt and kissed the tip of my dick. Instantly, my cock sprung to my full length. She put her lips around the crown and circled it with her tongue. I moaned in utter pleasure as I looked down at her. Emily took the entire length of my throbbing cock into her mouth. She sucked hard, and a groan formed deep within my throat. It didn't take long. My cock, surrounded by her soft, firm lips, twitched in her mouth. Emily noticed and took in my entire length, squeezing my thick shaft with her lips. With another twitch, I exploded inside her mouth and watched in total ecstasy as Emily drank every last drop of my cum. She stood up, flashing her sexy smile. "You can pay me back later." Still recovering, I nodded. "You can plan on it." Her smile deepened, and we stood in each other's arms until the water started to cool. Emily and I quickly dressed and got ready to leave the room. I offered her a long-sleeved shirt since all she had was yesterday's tank top. I watched as she seductively buttoned it up and slipped into her shorts. My cock responded. What was the woman doing to me? Outside, I asked where her car was when I didn't see it in the lot. "I drove Kellen's truck since it was blocking me in," she informed me, pressing the keychain to activate the alarm. On the other side of the lot, I heard beeping and looked to see the Chevy Silverado light up. "I'm over there," I said, pointing to the BMW. "I'll follow you." With a nod, Emily headed over to the truck. I watched her pull herself up into the cab and start it up before getting into my car. I followed the black truck around the bay and back to her house. I let her park first, blocking her driveway, and pulled up to the curb in front of the Silverado. She got out of the truck and waited for me. "You're okay with meeting Chloe?" she asked me. "I wouldn't be here if I wasn't," I told her honestly. Then on a lighter note, "I'm more worried about your brother. I saw the size of him," I joked. Emily chuckled. Her smile lit up her face, and I was relieved to see it again. "Come on. Kellen's a big teddy bear," she said happily. I followed her up the porch steps and waited as she unlocked the door. Opening it up, I heard the little girl from yesterday yell out in glee, "Mommy, you're home!" Emily stepped through the threshold and waved for me to follow. "Hi, baby!" Emily crooned to the child as the girl ran over to her with opened arms. She bent down to greet her. The little girl threw her arms around her mother's neck and hugged her tightly. Her eyes came up to meet mine. "Who's the man, Mommy?" she asked in a small voice. Emily stayed in a stooping position so she could talk to the girl on her level. "Chloe, there is someone who I want you to meet," she told her. I squatted beside Emily so that I could greet the little girl face to face. "This is Harley. I met him when I went to Las Vegas, and we became friends. He came to visit me for a couple of days," she said. "Hi, Chloe. It's very nice to finally meet you," I told her, extending my hand out to her. Chloe looked at me with her big, almond-shaped eyes, an identical blue-gray as her mother's. The child regarded me for a moment in silence, considering what her mother had told her. Then she grinned and said, "Hello, it's nice to meet you, Harley." She put out her small hand and placed it into my own, gripping it hard and giving it an exaggerated up-and-down shake. I chuckled and let her shake until her heart was content. Emily laughed. "Chloe, where's Kellen?" "I'm here." A gruff voice came from the kitchen. "Making breakfast. Want some?" "I made extra," he called out. "Sure," Emily called back as Chloe grabbed both of our hands and led us to the kitchen. "Uncle Kellen, Mommy brought her friend over for breakfast," Chloe announced. "Here we go," I thought, as Chloe pulled me into the kitchen. Kellen had his back to us at the stove as he plated scrambled eggs and bacon. He grabbed 2 more plates from the cupboard and filled those as well. When he turned, our eyes locked. "Kellen, this is Harley Hunter. Harley, Kellen Mayberry." Emily gave us a proper introduction. Before I could speak, Kellen put down the pan and came to me, extending his hand. Eyes on me. I knew he was feeling me out. I accepted his firm grip and shook. "Nice to meet you, Kellen." "Likewise, Harley," he said with a smile. When he smiled at me, I lightened up some. I was a bit nervous meeting the man who had taken care of Emily since they were children. I wanted to make a good impression on him, as I planned on being in Emily's life. "Sit down, everyone," Hellen said as he quickly put the 4 plates in front of the 4 chairs. Chloe ran over to him, and he lifted her up to put her into the booster seat. Emily grabbed glasses and coffee cups and placed them on the table, along with sugar and cream. Hellen had a plate with toast on the counter, and he reached into the fridge for the butter and OJ, placing all in the center of the table. Emily poured coffee, while Hellen poured OJ into the 3 glasses and 1 sippy cup. I watched as the scene unfolded before me as naturally as could be. These two had clearly done this dance 1,000,000 times before. "Sit down, Harley," Chloe said in a tiny sing-song voice, patting the chair beside her. I accepted with a grin and thanked Emily and Hellen for the meal. Breakfast went well. Hellen asked me a few questions about myself and the resort and told me some about himself. He worked alternating weekly shifts, 1 week daylight, the next night shift, at the East Side Fire Department as a firefighter. We seemed to hit off well, to my relief, and I noticed a gleam in Emily's eyes as we ate. "Speaking of the night shift, I have to run soon. I got some things to do before I go to work tonight," he said. "I'll clean up," I offered, as Hellen got up and started to clean up after Chloe, who had made a nice-sized mess. Chunks of scrambled eggs were everywhere, even in her curly hair. "You sure?" he asked, smiling down at Chloe. "It's a doozy." "Yep," I nodded at him. "I have a 1-year-old nephew and 3- and 5-year-old nieces. I got this." Hellen smiled and nodded. "Okay then, I will catch you guys later." He reached down and kissed Chloe on the cheek. "Call me if you need anything," he said to Emily, giving her an identical kiss. Watching Hellen interact with Emily and Chloe reminded me of my tight-knit family. I was glad that she had someone like Hellen in her life. It didn't make up for her hardships, but it was good that she had him watching out for her and Chloe. Hellen had my respect and admiration. After Hellen took off, I helped Emily clear the table. "You don't have to work today?" I asked her. "No, ironically, I took some vacation days this week. I just needed a break. This is my week with Chloe, so it's good to spend some extra time with her." "Ah, I see," I said, washing the dishes and handing them to Emily to dry. "And I get to spend time with you," she added playfully, flipping the towel at my butt. "Will you hang out with us today?" she asked. "I thought you would never ask," I told her, grinning. If it wasn't for Chloe being there, I would have tackled her by now. "But only if it's okay with Chloe," I added, raising my brow at the girl in question. Chloe looked from me to Emily. "Okay," she agreed easily. "But only if you take me to the zoo," she added an ultimatum. I laughed and looked at Emily, who was giving her daughter a sideways look. Chloe nodded at her, giving her mother the serious eye. Emily burst out in laughter. "The zoo?" she asked me. "If you're up for a little road trip, because the closest zoo is in Point Defiance, about a 45-minute drive up the reach." "Perfect," I replied. "I'd love to see some of Washington. I've never been here before, and I'd love to see more." "Puget Sound is spectacular," Emily agreed. "We'll also pass through Nisqually National Wildlife Refuge, and the zoo overlooks Commercial Bay. Both are really beautiful and worthwhile to see," Emily informed me excitedly. "Yay!" Chol clapped her hands. "A road trip!" I chuckled at her giddiness. It was refreshing. Emily helped Chloe from the booster seat and told her to go to her room and get dressed. "Dress in something nice, Chloe," she called after her daughter. "Okay, Mommy," Chloe called back, clomping up the hardwood stairs. "Cute kid," I commented, smiling. "You remember you said that?" Emily warned, coming to me and putting her arms around my neck. I nodded and kissed her smiling lips. "I haven't been to many zoos," I told Chloe and Emily as we approached the gates of Point Defiance Zoo Aquarium. "You haven't?" Chloe asked, wide-eyed as if I had said the most shocking thing. I shook my head. "I don't live near any zoos, so I only go to one if I'm traveling. Which isn't too often now that I think of it," I told her. "We go to the zoo all of the time," Chloe sang. "Well, we don't come to this zoo all of the time," There are several small petting zoos closer to home, Emily informed me. Well, I said, looking forward to it. Me too, Chloe exclaimed, twirling around, forming her lips into an O as she drew out the word too. I couldn't help but smirk at the kid, as did Emily. She's a regular entertainer, Emily said, giggling. I can see that, I agreed, laughing. During our visit, we saw animals that I'd never seen before, at least not in person. They had interactive exhibits set up where we could feed and pet the animals. Chloe's favorite part was the children's zoo. Mine was the aquarium. So many species of fish and ocean creatures that I had no idea even existed. And the penguins were a hoot. After the zoo, we decided to travel up to Defiance Point Park and take a stroll on Owen Beach, since it was a beautiful early summer day. Chloe was thrilled to play in the shallow waves while Emily and I relaxed on a blanket she had spread out on the warm sand. Watching Chol play, Emily reached out and took a hold on my hand. I squeezed her hand in return, studying her soft face. Her yellow-blonde hair shined in the sunlight, as did her blue-gray eyes. My heart swelled at the sight of her. "Thanks for coming today," she said. "No, thank you for inviting me. This has all been so great. There is nowhere else I'd rather be than here with you and Chloe," I told her sincerely. Emily gazed at me fondly. I returned the stare, memorizing the way she looked right then. The thought of leaving in 2 days seeped into my mind, and I let a frown slip. "What is it?" Emily asked. "Nothing," I said quickly. "Tell me, Harley. I don't want there to be any more secrets between us." "I was thinking of how I have to leave the day after tomorrow, and I don't want to leave you too," I said regretfully. "I didn't mean to put a damper on things." "It's okay. I know you have to leave," she said sadly. "Do you really have to?" I smiled. "Unfortunately, I am needed at the resort. Honestly, this is the first time in my life that I'm actually not looking forward to going home," I admitted. A smile returned to Emily's face. "We'll figure things out," she said. "I don't know how, but we will." I looked at her dead in the eyes. "I promise you that I will figure this out." She continued to smile as she studied my face. Her eyes moved over my body before returning my gaze. I knew she was burning an image of me into her brain as I had done to her. I returned her smile. I was happy. "Harley!" Chloe called out. "Yes!" I returned, grinning big. "Build a sandcastle with me!" She jumped up and down excitedly. "All right," I agreed, getting up from the towel as she pulled my hand toward the water. "I have some sand toys in the car," Emily said, and got up to fetch them. A moment later, she came back carrying various-sized, colorful buckets and shovels. For the next hour, the three of us built a sandcastle to die for. "I wish I lived in this castle," Chloe said, putting on the finishing touches. "Me too," Emily agreed with her. "Maybe one day we will live in a castle," I told them. "All three of us?" Chloe asked. "Sure, if your mom wants to," I told her. Chloe looked at her mom's face, then back to me. "Mommy wants to," Chloe said matter-of-factly. "She likes you." I saw Emily blush. I think I did too. Before our drive back to Olympia, we decided to get some dinner. Emily took Chloe to the beach restroom to try and get the sand out of her clothes. I waited and gazed out at the Sound. I watched the boats going by and marveled at how crystal clear the water was. It really was a beautiful place, just as Emily had said. We traveled down the coastline to a seafood restaurant that overlooked the Sound. We sat out on the deck and ordered crab legs and salads for all three of us. I didn't believe Emily when she said that Chloe would eat the fresh crab, but she proved me wrong. With Emily and me cracking her shells for her, she pulled the sweet meat out and gobbled it up. Now, the salad, well, that was another story. During our meal, Emily got a text. It was from Hellen. I thought that he was checking in on her and Chloe, with them being out with me for so long. But I was pleasantly wrong. Kellen. Hey, Emily. Will Harley still be here tomorrow? Emily. Yes. He's not leaving until the day after. Kellen. Good. Tomorrow evening is the first day of the charity fair here at the firehouse. Bring Harley and Chloe for a while, then I'll take Chloe to my place for the night so you two can go out. Emily. Don't you have to work tomorrow night? Kellen. No, I switched days with a buddy of mine, so you can spend tomorrow night with Harley if you want to. Emily. Kellen, you didn't have to do that. Kellen. I already did, so make plans and go enjoy yourself. Emily. I will. Thanks so much, Kellen. I owe you again. Kellen. No problem, Em. See you tomorrow. Call me if you need anything. Emily. Okay. See you at the fair tomorrow. D. I can't believe that he just did that for me, Emily said after she showed me their text chain. I can. Kellen really cares about your happiness, I said knowingly. He likes you or he wouldn't have done it, Emily informed me, smiling shyly. I grinned. Yay, a fair tomorrow at the fireman house. Can I get on the fire trucks? She asked, bouncing in her seat. If Uncle Kellen can take you. But there will be a bouncy house and games too. A bouncy house? Yippee, I can't wait, Chloe yelled out, bouncing in her seat. Emily and I both giggled at her enthusiasm. We got back to Emily's house after dark. I carried a sleepy Chloe into the house and kept her awake while Emily ran her bath. When she came to retrieve her wobbly daughter, I told her that I was going to take off for the night. Are you sure? She asked sadly. Yes. Get some sleep tonight. I'll call you in the morning and we'll spend the day together. I need to get a workout in and a change of clothes anyway, I told her, placing my palm to her soft cheek, caressing her cheekbone with my thumb. Emily smiled and leaned up to plant a quick kiss on my cheek. I smiled at her as we gazed into each other's eyes. All of it felt so right. See you tomorrow, Chloe. Sleep tight, I told the child whose eyes were already closing. She smiled sleepily and put her hand out for a high five. I high-fived her little hand and grinned at Emily. Talk to you in the morning. Night, Harley, she said, turning to take Chloe to the bath before it was too late. Good night, Em. The next morning, I called Emily after my workout. While watching the sunrise that morning out of my bay view windows, I had the bright idea to see if Em and Chloe wanted to rent a boat for a bit before we went to the fair. I watched the sailboats floating by in the breeze, and it looked like a lot of fun. I'd never sailed before, so I was hoping that Emily had some experience. If not, we were getting a boat with a motor. Hi, Harley, a tired voice answered the phone. Em, good morning. You sound tired, I told her. I know. Chloe had me up at 4:30 a.m., said a pumpkinhead was watching her from the closet. I tried to tell her it was just a dream. Even searched the closet under her watching eye. But to her it was real, and I was the one who was trying to tell her otherwise. Long story short, she was up for the day. Geez, sorry, Em, I said with a chuckle. You think it's funny, huh? You just wait until you have kids one day, she joked. I'm sure I'll get what I deserve. I'm always laughing at the things my nieces and nephews do when their parents don't think it's too funny, I said, laughing. Nephews? Thought you said only one? She inquired. Oh, I have 2 18-year-old twin nephews as well. My brother Brad's kids from his first marriage, I explained. I see. Your brother Brad was divorced? No. His first wife passed away from cancer. Years ago now, I told her. I'm sorry to hear that, Emily replied with a hint of sadness. Yeah, it sucked. Brad and the kids took it really hard. Brad the hardest, I think. I didn't think he'd ever remarry until Angela walked into his life. The kids fell for her first. They needed a mother figure. Then Brad soon followed. Now we got little Abby, my niece, I said, smiling. I'm glad your brother found happiness again, and the twins found someone to look up to. That's important. Another reason I wish Sean wasn't such a jerk. He could be a good father if he wanted to. But he doesn't, Emily said with an edge. I don't get that at all. What a beautiful gift Chloe is. What kind of man can treat their own child like that? And on purpose, I exclaimed. I didn't hide the anger in my voice. Though I'd never met the man, I didn't like him one bit. Anyway, on a lighter note, it's going to be hot and sunny today. What do you think of sailing? I asked her. I'd love that, she replied excitedly. Wait, can you sail? Nope, I chuckled. Emily laughed. Well, I was raised around boats. My parents live in Boston Harbor where I grew up. We always had several boats, but the sailboat was my dad's baby, and we kids weren't allowed to operate that one. She laughed. So, I'll be no help. Well, I was thinking of renting a boat for the afternoon before we go the fair at the firehouse. But maybe sailing isn't such a great idea if we want to ever make it back, I chuckled. No, but there are plenty of just as nice boats with motors. We can get one of those. Chloe would love it, Emily suggested. Sounds like a plan. How about I come and get you and Chloe? You can put her car seat in the back seat of the BMW. Drive around in style today. I mean, not that we didn't yesterday in your Malibu, I added as to not offend her. Emily giggled. Harley, it would be a shame not to get some use out of that beautiful machine. I agree. I'll be by in about an hour. Good. Can't wait, Emily replied enthusiastically. I was excited at the thought of spending another whole day with Emily and Chloe. I tried not to let myself think too much about the night alone that Emily and I would have, or I'd have to take care of a raging boner before I left to pick them up. Exactly an hour later, I stepped onto Emily and Chloe's porch. The storm door was open, and I could see into the small living room through the screen door. Chloe looked up from the TV and saw me, and the biggest smile formed on her face. My heart leaped in my chest. I wanted nothing more but for this little girl to like me, because I already liked her a whole lot. Harley! Chloe exclaimed and came to unlock the screen door. I saw Emily appear around the corner of the kitchen doorway. Stepping inside, I had to catch my breath when I saw her. Emily was dressed in a white bikini top that tied around her neck in a big bow. She had on white short shorts that matched. Her sun-kissed body and yellow blonde hair glowed against the white, silky fabric. Em's smile lit up her entire face in excitement to see me. I gave her my most charming grin, which resulted in a bigger smile from her. Chloe looked from me to her mother and back to me as we stared at each other stupidly. I couldn't take my eyes off her, though. Ahem! Chloe cleared her throat loudly. That brought us back to reality, and both our heads snapped to Chloe. Hands on her hips, she asked impatiently, Are we going on the boat now? I've been waiting. Tap, tap, tap. I glanced at her tapping foot. You have, eh? I grinned at the girl. She remained serious. Yes, if your mum is ready, we can go now. Chloe nodded in approval. Smiling, she ordered, Let's go, and grabbed the oversized beach bag that was by the door. She pulled out a pair of pink sunglasses and smacked them to her face. I held back my laughter as she looked up at me through the sunglasses with wide eyes. You look great, I told her. She grinned and gave me a thumbs up. Throwing the oversized beach bag over her shoulder, she headed to the door. Let me help you with that, I said before she fell over. She gladly gave it up. I got a picnic basket lunch packed up for us too, Em said, going back into the kitchen to retrieve it. With a large wooden basket on her arm, we were ready to go boating. We ended up renting a pontoon boat, and Emily, Chloe, and I took it up the bay into the Sound. Emily knew of some places to stop and sightsee, and the rest of the time we drifted on the waves and basked in the warm sunshine. Chloe was a real trooper and enthusiast about nature, hiking, and sightseeing. For a 5-year-old, to keep her interest like that, she was bound to be an outdoors woman when she got older. She would fit into the mountain life well, I thought. We had our picnic lunch of ham sandwiches, macaroni salad, pickles and chips. Soda and bottles of water washed it all down. The afternoon went by too quickly for my liking. We had such a great time on the boat that we had lost track of time and had to rush to get back for the firehouse fair. All of us needed a shower and change of clothes after the day of salt water and sun, so I dropped Emily and Chloe off at their house and told them I'd be back at 6 to pick them up for the fair. I went back to my hotel and reflected on the perfect afternoon that I had just spent with the two most important girls in my life right now. Chloe and I were getting along great, and I could picture a future with them both. As I showered, a dark shadow kept lurking up on me. I ran from it, but it still caught up with me. I was running out of precious time here in Olympia. Time with Emily. I had to convince her to come to Colorado with me. If I could just get her to agree to a visit, I could show her what she could have if she would agree to start up the new spa with me. I knew deep down that it wasn't as easy as that. There were too many factors involved. I had to think of something fast. Harley was right on time. Chloe was watching for him, and I heard her yell out his name when he came up the porch steps. She knew not to ever unlock the screen door for a stranger, but I told her that Harley was welcome to come inside. Hot days and cool nights called for a complete wardrobe change after our excursion that afternoon. I had Chloe dressed in a summer dress with sandals. She didn't want to wear her sweater yet, so I jammed it into my carry bag along with a baggie of pretzels, several juice boxes, and 2 changes of clothes. I'd learned the hard way that you always packed more than you thought you'd need. I ran a damp brush through my long hair one more time to attempt to control the frizz. The humidity of the day, along with the salt water, were both rough on my hair, even after a quick shampoo and extra leave-in conditioner. Sleek now, I knew in an hour I'd have static cling. I tossed a hairband into the bag for when that happened. I touched up my red lipstick and stood back. I looked good if I did say so myself. I wore a casual, one-piece, above-the-knee, red print dress with a V-neck and elastic empire waist. I chose a white shawl and white strappy sandals to accent the white print of the dress. With it being my last night with Harley, I aimed for sexy but still casual enough to wear to Station 17's annual fair. Halfway down the stairs, I took a moment to admire Harley before he noticed me. Down on one knee, he entertained Chloe as she showed him her My Little Pony collection. If he wasn't interested in My Little Ponies, I wouldn't have known it. He gave Chloe his undivided attention, and it made my heart swell. Harley was wearing khaki slacks, a short-sleeved black dress shirt, and black loafers. He wore the shirt untucked with the top buttons undone. Looking down, I saw his pecs ripple under the shirt as he moved. I noticed that he hadn't trimmed his beard, and the short, stubbly growth was sexy as hell. He looked up, and our eyes met. His lips formed a dazzling smile, one I had no choice but to return. I slowly descended the steps, smiling seductively at him as I walked. Chloe looked up, beaming. "Mommy, I'm showing Harley my ponies." "I see," I told her, smiling. "Can you put them back in the toy box so we can go?" I asked her. "Sure," she replied happily and turned to open the box. Harley tossed them to her, and she giggled, trying to catch each one before tossing them into the box herself. I watched as all 20 ponies made it into the toy box. "Ready?" Harley asked, looking me over. A lazy smile formed on his face when his eyes met mine. He looked content, I thought. Too bad he couldn't stay there with us. I still had no idea how we were going to make a long-distance relationship work. "Yes," I replied. Unable to keep my hands off him, I put my palm up to his stubbly cheek. He leaned in to plant a soft peck on mine, his tender lips warm on my skin. Harley led Chloe and me outside to his BMW, which already had Chloe's car seat strapped in the back. Harley waited while I got Chloe buckled in before opening the passenger side door for me. Settled in, he softly closed the door and confidently strode around the front of the vehicle. Behind the wheel, Harley strapped on his belt and started the powerful engine. I noticed he was wearing the fancy black watch as his hands tightly gripped the steering wheel. I gave Harley directions to Olympia's East Side Fire Department, and we arrived in style not too long after. The fair started at 6, and the main lot was full. Volunteers directed us to the church parking lot next door. Let's go find Uncle Kellen, Chloe suggested, as soon as she stepped out of the car, jumping up and down. Maybe we should find that bouncy house first, I kidded. Chloe giggled and stopped jumping. Uncle Kellen first, then the bouncy house, she replied, hands on hips. Who's in charge here? I wondered with a grin. All right, I agreed as Harley took my hand and I took Chloe's. We walked in a row into the busy fair. Station 17 put on one of the best midsummer fairs in Olympia. For 4 nights they went all out by hauling in kiddie rides, inflatable houses, a bungee apparatus, and rows of games and food. A local classic rock band played in the pavilion. You Shook Me All Night Long by AC/DC blared as we walked by dancing guests. Others had set up portable chairs and laid out blankets in the grass around the pavilion. Chloe moved to the beat as we walked by, but was determined to find her uncle. I knew the driver's seat in the fire truck had something to do with it. Kellen brought Chloe to the station every once in a while and let her pretend she was a firefighter in the truck. We walked around the station and into the main garage area looking for Kellen to no avail. The apparatus bay was empty, as was the kitchenette beyond. I had noticed that one of the engines and an ambulance had been put on display out in the parking area. Maybe he's at the truck or working a game or ride, I suggested to Chloe and Harley, glancing back outside around the lot. I go where you go. Harley nodded. I loved how easygoing he was when he was content. I heard a familiar male voice call out from behind us. Emily. I turned to see Mike, my friend the EMT, walking up to us. Mike? I called out in a pleasant greeting. Hi, Mike, Chloe sang in her small voice. I looked over in time to see Harley's look of bewilderment before he buried it. He glanced over at me with a slight smile. A man in his 60s with a red bandana wrapped around his forehead, a long white braid, and a black leather vest walked up to us and immediately bent down with open arms. Chloe ran in for a hug. Take me in your ambulance, Mike, she requested loudly right off the bat. Chloe, I admonished. What? She asked me. Mike might be busy. You need to ask him if he can take you. It's rude to tell him what to do, I informed her. Chloe looked like she didn't quite understand the problem. It's all right, Emily, Mike said, grinning. He looked up at us. This must be Harley, he said. Without waiting for my introduction, Mike stood and reached out his hand to Harley. I'm Mike, friends of Kellen and Emily, he said. His cheekbones lifted as he smiled. I could barely see his lips through the thick white mustache. And friend of Chloe, my daughter reminded Mike with a sideways look. And Chloe, Mike added quickly. Sorry about that, Chloe. He smiled in her direction. Harley accepted Mike's hand and they shook. Nice to meet you, Mike, Harley said. Same. Kellen was saying that Emily had finally met a nice guy. Good for you, Em, he said, glancing at me with a twinkle in his light blue eyes. I blushed before giving him a quick hug. Do you know where Kellen is? I asked Mike. He lucked out with the first shift at the bouncy house. Mike chuckled. I looked down at Chloe. See? I said we should have gone to the bouncy house first. She scrunched up her face at me, and we all laughed. I'll be over at the ambulance for the second half. Bob is doing the tours now, Mike informed us. Come by then, he said to Chloe. Okay, she agreed, and pulled my hand to go find the bouncy house and her Uncle Kellen. See you later, Mike, I called out as Chloe led us away. I turned as Harley blurted, That guy looks like if Willie Nelson was in a motorcycle club. Not at all what I pictured when you talked about him before, he chuckled. I giggled. I forgot to mention it, I guess. You sure did. Then his face got serious. Your ex beat the shit out of that guy? He asked in a low voice so Chloe wouldn't hear. I nodded. I knew exactly what Harley was thinking. Who beats up an old guy thinking he's screwing your wife? What a tough guy, Harley grunted under his breath with a disgusted look. Nodding in agreement, my lips pitched in contempt as I remembered. We walked around until we spotted Kellen and the bouncy house, only stopping to accept a helium balloon from a dancing clown. When Kellen saw us, he waved us over. "Glad you could make it," he greeted Harley with a quick handshake. "Thanks for having me," Harley answered. Chloe took off her shoes and was ready for the bouncy house. "You need ride tickets first," I told her. "Where do you get the tickets?" I asked Kellen. "I got 'em," Kellen answered, pulling a long strip out of his pocket. "Should be enough for Chloe. If you need more, let me know," he told me. "Thanks, Kellen," I said, as Chloe ripped off a ticket and went to stand in line. Harley and I sat on a nearby bench and watched as Chloe went into the bouncy house multiple times. I scooched over to be close to him, and he put his arm around my shoulders. "This is nice," Harley said, people watching. "Yeah, the station has it every year. It's always a good time," I agreed. Chloe seemed to have her fill of the bouncy house after 5 rounds. We told Kellen we'd meet him by the fire truck and ambulance at the end of the evening. Chloe would have to wait for her tours. We had dinner of BBQ chicken and corn on the cob straight off the grill. I had a side of coleslaw, and Chloe and Harley chose French fries. Chloe ate all her dinner to secure a bag of pink cotton candy as well. We visited each ride and attraction, some 2 and 3 times. Finally, Chloe looked tired, and I suggested that we take a break and listen to the band for a while. I had a long beach towel folded in my beach bag, and I spread it down on the grass. We all squished our butts onto the colorful towel and watched as the band played. They had saved their best songs for the last set. Chloe munched on her cotton candy, and I leaned into Harley's side. He put his strong arm around my back. I had never felt safer and more content than I did in Harley's arms. The sky went dark, and the parking lot and firehouse lights came on. White bulbs were strung along the games and rides. We listened to the last song of the evening, a Lynyrd Skynyrd cover. "Tuesday's gone with the wind. My woman's gone with the wind. Gone with the wind." I looked away to hide the sadness from my face, and I noticed Harley doing the same. Our time together was soon coming to an end, and neither of us was ready to accept it. I knew that Harley truly believed that he could fix the situation I was in, but I knew better. There was no way Sean would let me take Chloe. He enjoyed the control he had over me too much. After the song, we packed up our stuff and headed over to meet Kellen and Mike in the parking lot. Chloe got a tour of both the fire truck and ambulance. People began to clear out for the evening. When Kellen had shown the last waiting kid the truck, he came over to us, ready to take Chloe for the night. "I'll take her to my house tonight. Can you put the car seat in my truck before you leave?" Kellen asked. "It's parked in my normal spot by the side door." "Sure thing." Harley and I both thanked Kellen for taking Chloe for the night and giving us some time together before Harley had to leave. "No problem. Have fun," he told me, grinning. "Call me when you are ready tomorrow, and I'll bring Chloe home," Kellen said. I kissed Chloe goodnight and told her to listen to her Uncle Kellen. I handed Kellen the overnight bag that had Chloe's extra clothes inside so he could dress her before bringing her home. Kellen had pajamas at his house for when Chloe slept over. Harley said goodnight to Chloe as well, before we went over to the church lot to retrieve Chloe's car seat. Harley carried it back to Kellen's truck, and I strapped it into the cab's back seat. Harley faced me. "What do you want to do tonight?" he asked. I draped my arms around his neck. "It doesn't matter to me, as long as we're together," I told him. "Do you want to come back to the hotel? We can take a stroll on the bay since it's a warm night, and then go back to the room for a drink and movie," he suggested. "That sounds nice," I agreed, and stood on my toes to kiss his lips. Harley's grip tightened around my waist, and his lips moved over mine. I closed my eyes to concentrate on his touch. When the kiss ended, I slowly opened them and looked up into his face. "I've been waiting all day for that," Harley whispered, gazing sensuously into my eyes. Harley drove us back to the hotel. We walked hand in hand from the parking lot over to the walking path that trailed the beach along the bay. We stopped at one of the lookout points and enjoyed the light breeze. I leaned into Harley, and he wrapped his protective arm around me. Silently, we gazed at the full moon. The stars twinkled at us from above as the lights from the far side of the bay reflected off the water. Neither of us spoke. We stood soundlessly arm in arm, letting the heat of our bodies warm us in the nighttime air. The gentle crash of lapping water on the shoreline was the only sound. We stood for a long moment before slowly strolling back to the hotel in the same fashion. In the room, Harley opened us both a beer, and we climbed onto the oversized bed to settle back for a movie which neither of us was into. Harley held me in his protective embrace, and I closed my eyes to memorize what his body felt like against mine. I breathed in his scent so that I would never forget it. At one point, I felt Harley exhale heavily before he bent to kiss my head. I turned my head to gaze into his eyes. His blue eyes were red and moist. Had he been crying? Somehow, I had managed to hold back the tears that had been welling up just under my lids since we'd come back to the hotel. But when I saw the anguish on Harley's face, the tears spilled uncontrollably down my cheeks. Harley bent and kissed my cheeks, using his thumbs to wipe my falling tears. I felt his own tears fall and blend with mine as we tenderly kissed each other's damp lips. I moved my hands over Harley's toned chest, savoring in its strength. Harley gently lowered me to lay upon the bed. He slowly undressed me, caressing every curve of my body as he peeled off my clothes. He kissed my nude body from head to toe, lingering over my plush breasts, taking each pink nipple into his mouth one at a time. He pulled off his shirt and pants, climbed between my spread legs, and pushed his swollen cock into my waiting pussy. Harley's eyes never left mine as he fucked me slowly and sensually. Kissing each other's tears, we silently wept and made love to each other as if it were for the last time. The morning came too quickly. We hadn't talked much about what was going to happen next, but I knew how the conversation would go. "Come to Colorado with me, just for a visit," Harley pleaded with me. "I can show you where the spa will be. You can see the blueprints, what you can be a part of." "I can't. I have to go back to work on Monday. And Chloe goes to her father's house on Sunday evening for the week," I solemnly explained to him. Even if I wanted to go, to have it all, I couldn't come up with a way to make it happen. It just wasn't possible. Harley nodded, but didn't give up. "Then, come the week after, when Chloe comes back home. I'll buy you both round-trip tickets, and you'll be back before Chloe goes to her father's again," he pleaded. "It can work. For now, it can work." I put my head down and considered what he suggested. Maybe it could work, but for how long? Do I keep traveling back and forth every other week? What about my job? I'm not ready to quit. How would I pay my rent, my bills? And what about you? You have a business to run. I felt defeated. "I'll pay. Once we get the spa up and running, you can move full-time for the sake of the job. You can get the custody order amended. Maybe summer visitation or something for Sean. I know of other families that live like that, and I know a great lawyer." "We can fight Sean," Harley replied, devising a plan. "I don't know if I can fight Sean. What if he wins and takes Chloe away from me for good? I fought hard to get this joint custody, and he's not going to just give it up that easily." "The battle was brutal. It's not as easy as you suggest," I said firmly. I knew that Harley's plan could be a workable option for now. But what about when Chloe started kindergarten next year? I couldn't pull her out of school every other week. Harley's face hardened. I couldn't tell what he was thinking anymore or how he felt. "I understand." That's all he said, and turned to zip up his travel bag. The conversation was over. Irritably, I said to Harley's back, "Why don't you stay here with me? Because you can't? Because you have a life and job at home? It's too big of a sacrifice to leave everything and move here to be with me?" I cried. Not turning, Harley nodded. He picked up his bag and started to walk toward the door. I was angry that he wasn't putting himself into my shoes. He couldn't leave his life, but he expected me to put custody of my daughter on the line and leave my life behind. You don't understand what I would have to sacrifice to move to Colorado, I said sternly. Harley stopped, facing the door. Maybe it is impossible for us to be together. He opened the door and stepped into the hallway. I didn't follow him. I put my head down and sobbed big tears. It was really over. Harley stopped and looked at his shoes. He backed into the room, closed the door, and tossed his bag onto the bed. In 2 long strides, Harley pulled me into his embrace and held me tight. He stroked my back and ran his fingers through my hair until my breathing returned to normal. He put his thumb under my chin and forced me to look into his eyes. No, I can't say that. It's not impossible. I know it isn't. This isn't over. I'm going to figure this out. I nodded. I wanted to have hope. I really did. Harley bent down to kiss my lips. Once I was calm, we left the hotel room and took the dreadful drive back to my house in silence. There was so much that I wanted to say to him, but I couldn't bring the words to form on my lips. I was torn in two between my comfort and my heart. It all just seemed so pointless. Though I would never have wished away the time that we had spent together, it made his leaving that much harder. My heart was breaking, and I barely held it together. I knew that I had a rough time ahead of me. Harley walked me to my door and put his powerful arms around me. We stood still in each other's arms for a long minute. With a final kiss, he was gone. I watched until Harley's BMW was out of sight. Before I could completely fall to pieces, I went inside and dialed Kellen's number. He left. I sobbed into the phone as soon as he picked up. We'll be right there, Kellen told me. I knew that I had to get a hold of myself before Chloe got home. She wouldn't understand why I was so upset. There was no point in explaining my feelings for Harley to Chloe. She was way too young to understand. I went upstairs and changed into something comfortable. I made a pot of tea and waited for Kellen and Chloe. I kept my mind as blank as possible, concentrated on my breathing, and sipped on chamomile tea. The last thing I needed was for a panic attack to take control of me now. Even though I felt panicky at first, the sorrow that had developed down in my gut took over instead. Sunday evening was when Sean and I changed custody for the week. Normally, Penny, the live-in nanny, picked up Chloe from my house at 7 o'clock. I looked outside for Penny's red Toyota Camry. To my dismay, a black town car pulled up to the curb instead. Shit, I said aloud. What, Mommy? Chloe asked, her eyes not moving from her show on TV. Nothing, babe. I think your father's here for you. Go and get your things, will you? I asked as Sean got out of the back seat of the town car. I watched as he strode up the walk to the porch. I didn't want to let him inside, but opened the screen door for him anyway. Just get this over with, I thought. As soon as I saw Sean's face, I knew something was wrong. He looked angry. Sighing, I stepped aside and led him into the living room. Sean, I greeted him, as nonchalantly as I could muster. Emily, we need to talk, he said in a condescending tone. Here it comes. What about? I asked in a steady voice. I know about your little fling, the one you had right in front of our daughter. My eyes widened, but I quickly made my face emotionless again, hoping he didn't notice my surprise. What? I asked him, as if I didn't hear what he had said. He exhaled loudly. Don't act stupid, Emily. I saw you. Great. You were spying on me? I asked, getting angry now too. Not spying. Keeping an eye on my daughter. I heard that you were with some guy, so I had to check on Chloe. That's called spying, Sean. And I was not having a fling. If I wasn't serious about him, I wouldn't have introduced Chloe to him. I'm a grown woman, and I'm allowed to have a relationship with a man if I choose to, I said sternly. If you think for 1 minute it's okay for you to act like a whore in front of my daughter, you got another thing coming, he replied in a threatening tenor. I am no whore, I hissed. And who I spend my time with is none of your goddamn business. If I decide to remarry, It will be my decision alone. Remarry? You? Sean sneered. I saw the car that man was driving. Why would anyone like him want to marry someone like you? Unless you're trying to get to his bank account. Screw you. I defended myself. I noticed you pawn her off on your brother so you could leave with him too. Are you fucking him? Has he spent the night in this house with my daughter? Sean leered. First of all, she's our daughter. Second of all, I don't have to explain myself to you, Sean. You don't rule my life or my decisions, so back the fuck off. I spit angrily. He leaned in close and spoke, his tone low and menacing. But I can make your life difficult, Emily, and you know it. I can have your joint custody revoked so fast your head will spin. I opened my mouth to protest, but Chloe came clomping down the steps with her small overnight bag. She only needed to take a few of her favorite stuffed animals and toys with her, as she had everything else she needed at her father's house. Bye, Mummy, Chloe said, putting her arms up for a kiss and hug. I bent down and hugged her tightly before kissing her rosy cheek. I love you, Chloe. I'll talk to you in a couple of days on the phone. Call me anytime, I reminded her. I will. Love you too, Mommy, she said, and went to the door. Sean followed her outside without another word to me. I watched as he opened the back of the town car for Chloe. Before he climbed in beside her, he looked back and gave me an "I'm watching you" glare. Damn him, I thought after they left. I should have known. He had told me before that he would always be watching me. Enough time had passed without incident that I thought he had given up on the full custody threat of his. He didn't spend any time with Chloe as it stood. He just got off on having me under his thumb. In his eyes, I was the one who'd screwed up. I was supposed to be the doting wife and mother that let him do whatever the fuck he wanted whenever the fuck he wanted and just shut up about it. My divorcing him had been a black mark on his name, and he seemed hell-bent on punishing me for it for the rest of my life. I slammed the front door closed and put my head in my hands. What was I going to do? I knew now that there was no way I could leave Washington. Ever. I pictured Harley in my mind, and the panic I had felt welling up inside of me subsided. I took deep breaths, and soon, the panic was replaced by the numbness that I had been living with since the moment Harley had left. I thought about calling him. Hearing Harley's caring voice would mean the world to me, but I didn't. I didn't want to learn to depend on him. It hurt too bad knowing that we could never be together. The week went by slowly, then another and another. I became more and more desensitized to the world around me. Hellen saw the way I was moping around, but no matter how much I tried to stop my downward slide, it just got worse. You can't live like this, Hellen told me one evening after work. I shrugged. I appreciated Hellen's concern, but nobody could talk me out of this hole. I wanted what I couldn't have. Chloe was at Sean's for the week, which allowed me to sulk in peace. I slumped back on the couch and flipped through the TV channels. Nothing looked appealing. I simply wanted the noise to drown out Hellen's concerned voice. My cell phone rang, and I ignored it. Are you going to get that? Hellen asked me, knowing it was Harley who was calling. I shook my head. What was the point? The phone stopped ringing. A moment later, it started up again. If you don't get that phone, I will. I didn't move and watched as Hellen grabbed my phone and answered it. He left the room to talk to Harley. I sighed and kept flipping through the TV channels. Let them talk, I thought. It wasn't going to change anything. Hellen was gone for a long time, and I started to wonder what they were discussing. I heard Hellen saying that either he or I would call Harley back in a few minutes. Emily, Harley has invited us to come to the resort, Hellen said when he came back into the room. I looked over at my brother with a raised brow. Us? I asked. Yes, us. And we're going. Next week when Chole gets home. I'll take a week of my vacation time. You do the same. I sat up. I don't know if I can request a week of vacation at last minute, I started to say. Yes, you can. Your boss is reasonable, and you haven't used any sick days and only the 3 vacation days. You have lots of time built up. Tell Vicky that it's an emergency and you must go out of town for the week. She'll give it to you. Do it first thing in the morning, so she has time to replace you next week, Hellen told me. What did Harley say to you? I asked him, shocked. He said that he's been asking you to come for a visit, and you keep brushing him off. I don't know what's going to come out of this, Emily, but what's going on with you now is unacceptable. It has to stop, Hellen replied seriously. Chloe is starting to notice that something is wrong with her, Mama. I looked at the floor. Could we go to Colorado for a week? I'd love to see Harley again. But what about the threat Sean made? Though I legally didn't have to, I should inform him if I was leaving the state with Chloe. But if I did that, he'd never agree to let me take her without threatening to take me back to court. Don't tell anyone where you are going. Hellen read my mind. Sean doesn't know that Harley lives in Colorado. We'll call it a family vacation. A ski trip up north. Just the 3 of us. That's what I'll tell Mom and Dad too, in case for some odd reason Sean asks them. I was still nervous that Sean would find out, but I nodded to Hellen. Fine, we'll go. Hellen smiled. Great. Now call Harley back and tell him the good news, he smiled, and tossed the cell phone to me. Hello? Harley answered on the first ring. We're coming next week, I reported with a grin. Thank you, Em. I need to see you. I'm dying here, Harley said passionately. I know, I agreed. I can't wait to be with you again. I hung up the phone, and my whole demeanor changed. I didn't know what was going to come out of our visit, but I did know that I needed to stop letting Sean call the shots. If he wanted a fight, he would get one. Harley, impatiently, I watched the runway from the airport's floor to ceiling windows. I tapped my foot in aggravation and checked my watch every few seconds. The airline's website had said that there would be a short delay, but it had already been 45 minutes. I was just getting ready to go to the airline's desk to ask the attendant what was going on, when I saw a glimpse of white in the sky descending toward the runway. It was them. I just knew it. I watched as the plane taxied on the runway before pulling up in front of the gate. A few minutes later, I heard a tiny voice sing out my name. Harley, we made it! Morning, Chloe. I stooped to greet the little girl. To my surprise, she gave me a hug. I smiled and hugged her in return. I noticed Emily beaming as she and Hellen waited for Chloe to finish saying hello. Chloe babbled on about the plane trip for a few minutes. In her excitement, I couldn't catch everything she was saying. I couldn't wait to get Emily into my arms, but I was patient. After I greeted Hellen and thanked him for bringing Em and Chloe, I reached over and grabbed Emily by the hand, pulling her to me. She threw her arms around my neck and hugged me tightly. I wrapped my arms around her waist and held her to my chest. I'm so glad that you're here, I whispered in her ear before planting a kiss on her temple. She moved back to look me in the eyes. Me too, she said. I kissed her quickly on the lips and took her travel bag from her. We went to the luggage claim and waited on their suitcases. Soon enough, a yellow, flowery rolling case came around on the belt. I rolled my eyes. Catching my eye roll, Emily grinned. Yes, I still have it. Smiling, I picked up Emily's suitcase as it came by, while Hellen grabbed his suitcase and a smaller one that was Chloe's. I led them to my SUV in the main parking area. I held Emily's hand and told them all a little about the resort as we walked. I reached my SUV first and put the key in the hatchback lock. I opened the hatch to toss in Emily's bags. I noticed that everyone had stopped in their tracks. I looked over and saw the confused looks on Emily and Hellen's faces. I followed their gaze and realized that they were looking at my SUV, 1996, two-toned Ford Bronco with oversized tires. It was white with a light blue midstripe. I smiled. The only car these guys ever saw me drive was the 2018 BMW M6 Gran Coupe. They were probably expecting something similar. Chuckling, I came around the side. This is my baby. I patted the truck above the back seat door. You need big tires to get where we're going, I explained. Kellen recovered first and smiled. He tossed his bags and Chloe's small suitcase into the back and let the hatch fall. I had borrowed one of my niece's outgrown car seats for the ride and had it strapped in the back for Chloe. Emily's gaze stayed on the Bronco as she hoisted Chloe up into the back seat. Cool, I heard Chloe murmur as she got strapped in the big ride. Kellen joined Chloe in the back from the opposite door. I went around to open the passenger side door for Emily. I took her hand for support as she lifted herself inside. With the oversized wheels, the lifted truck looked humongous against Emily's petite frame. I jumped into the driver's seat with ease and turned the key. The old engine roared to life, and I smiled as usual at the impressive sound. The truck just screamed power, and I loved it. I noticed Emily watching me from the corner of my eye. I glanced at her and gave her my signature charming smile. Emily's lips curved upward. I kept my gaze on her until I got a full-fledged smile from her, one of those that lit up her face. She couldn't resist me. "What year is this truck?" Hellen asked from behind. 1996, I answered. It's in really good shape for being so old. Kellen considered. I met Emily's stare. It was my dad's. I wanted it after he passed away, and my brothers let me have it. I've kept it well maintained. Added some upgrades too, I explained. I'll drive it as long as it wants to be driven, I added. I put the Bronco in drive and pushed on the gas. The SUV surged forward easily, and we started our trip back to the resort. I knew that the mountain road up to the resort was going to be a doozy. We'd had a big storm the previous night that had knocked down several trees. I'd had to drive over a couple saplings and carefully around another 2 larger ones. As we left the town of Eagle, the scenery spread out before us. Tree-speckled, burnt red mountains rose in the distance and all around us. For miles, all you could see were ridged rocks. The only signs of life were a few other drivers on I-70 and the several secluded homesteads that we passed. When we reached Vail, a popular ski resort town, the population rose again, and I pointed out some green ski slopes to our right. "Why are they covered in grass?" Chloe asked. "Because we are at a low elevation here. The snow melts in April at these ski lodges," I tried to explain to her, not realizing that she didn't know what elevation meant. She looked over at Kellen for a better answer. "We are not high up in the mountains now, so it's warmer down here. The snow melts in April when spring comes. The snow will return in the winter. But some places might still have snow in the summer. High on the mountain tops, it stays cold, so the snow doesn't melt away." Kellen took a stab at it. "Oh, do you have snow where you live?" she asked me. "Yes and no. I do live higher up in the mountains and I can see snow on the very tops of the peaks. But starting in June usually, and in July and August, the snow does melt where I live too. So, we must find other things to do during these months," I answered. "Like what?" Chloe inquired. "Like hiking, mountain bike riding, disc golf, group games, fishing, boating on the river, a zip line that travels down the ski slope, and other events we come up with." "What's a zip line?" she asked. I loved her curiosity. "It's a long rope that we attach to the top and bottom of the ski slope. When people want to use the zip line, we hook up small seats to it. They sit on the seat and slide down the rope," I tried to explain to her. "Ooh, can I zip line?" Chloe asked me. I looked over at Emily. "Absolutely not," she answered without hesitation. I chucked. But when I looked in the rearview mirror and saw Chloe's scowl, I stopped. That wasn't the end of the conversation I feared. As we neared town, we could see the tallest peaks looming in the distance. "Look up there, Chol," I pointed. "You can see the snow." Cole followed the direction of my finger, and her eyes got wide. "Wow, it really is snow. You see, Mommy?" she asked excitedly. "I do, baby. It's beautiful," she said. We got to Blue Haven, and I gave a quick tour of my small hometown as we drove through it. "In case you guys wanted to come down here one day, stay on Main St. and you should be able to find anything you need," I told them. "The post office, sheriff's department, town hall, and a nice restaurant are all in the town square, and you can find small specialty shops, a diner, a general store, and a couple of watering holes along the main road here. Plus, there's a grocery store on the right before you head out of town, I told them. Okay, thanks, Kellen said. That's it? Emily asked me. Yeah, I told you I was from a really small town. I nodded. I didn't believe you. Well, not entirely. I looked over at her with a raised brow. Why not believe me? I asked, amused. I don't know. You just seem to be too professional or something. Not like someone who lives in a town like this? She laughed, looking back over her shoulder at how small the town was. I smiled to myself. Soon after leaving the town center, houses lined Main Saint on either side. After a few blocks, the houses lessened, and the road turned back into plain old Route 9. I continued for a short distance until we came to a blue steel bridge. As I drove over it, I said, "This is the Blue River. It runs parallel to the resort in the valley below us," I informed them as they looked on. I could see a couple of fishing boats bobbing on the blue water. I crossed the bridge, then made the first right onto Mountain Road. A large sign announced the presence of Hunter's Mountain Ski Resort at the turn. "This is your road?" Emily inquired. "Yes, this road takes us up the mountain until we reach the resort." Now was the time to tell them about the road conditions. "We had a strong storm last night. Some trees were downed. This is already a bumpy road, but it's worse now with the trees. Seems to be a lot more potholes lately as well," I said more to myself. "Okay," Emily said. "What does that mean?" "Hold on, because it's going to be a bumpy ride. And don't look over the drop-offs when we get close to them. Not if you aren't good with heights," I warned them. "The drop-offs?" Emily repeated, eyes wide. "It will be fine. I've been driving this road since I was a kid, and in much worse circumstances," I tried to console her. Emily's face turned ghost white, and she just looked straight ahead. I wanted to reach out to her, but needed both of my hands to drive. I noticed that Kellen simply nodded as he studied the scenery out of the window. I took my last look at Emily before the road got worse. "It's fine," I told her again. She nodded. Her face remained white. We had the windows down, which was good because I had to put my head out of mine a few times to get a better view. When we reached the first downed tree that I had to go around, I warned them. "This is the first tree that I have to go around. The city won't be out to move it until later in the day or tomorrow." Emily nodded. I pulled to the left, getting close enough to the rocky edge of the gravel road that I could see the view below. I leaned my arm on the door of the Bronco and unbuckled my seatbelt. "What are you doing?" Emily asked in a quick, high-pitched tone. "I need to see," I said, as I propped myself up with my left arm, pushing my head out of the window. My right hand controlled the steering. I pushed the gas softly and listened to the engine rev. We slowly made our way around the first tree. I had put the SUV in two-wheel drive as I navigated around the tree to diminish the power a bit. As I came around, the front tires suddenly skidded on the loose gravel. The sound was loud, and Emily yelled out, "What's wrong? Are we stuck?" Emily asked, panicked. I couldn't look over at her right then. Even though the Bronco was now facing toward the road, I didn't want to punch on the gas and lose control. Looking down over my shoulder, I saw the river snaking below, way below. I put the truck in four-wheel drive and eased on the gas pedal. Slowly, the massive tires made purchase, and we straightened out onto the road. I looked over at Emily. Her right hand was tightly gripping the roof strap, and the other was holding herself back from the dashboard as if at any minute she would be thrown through the windshield. "Relax, Em. It's over with," I tried to calm her. Emily nodded and sat back in her seat. Her body didn't relax, though. One more, I thought. Kellen was sitting beside Chloe and had seen how close we got as I moved around the tree. In the mirror, I noticed the look of relief in his eyes when the truck was back on the road. Maybe I should have them get out for the next tree, which would bring the Bronco even closer to the drop-off. We came to several small trees that I could drive over. With two big thumps, the Bronco lifted itself over each tree. Everyone bounced in their seat as the tires traveled up and fell back to the ground with a thud. Chloe giggled as if it were a child's ride. When we made it to the next tree that I had to maneuver around, I asked them if they wanted to get out of the SUV for it being that it was way worse than the last. Emily agreed right away and jumped out to grab Chole. Once all three of them were out of the Bronco, I steered it slowly into position. Carefully, back in two-wheel drive, I urged the truck around the tree, being sure not to go over too far, just in case the rocks that separated the road from the ledge gave way. But the tires gripped the gravel. The rocks didn't shift, and without my guests in the car, I felt a lot less nervous than I had the previous time. The Bronco and I made it quickly around without incident. Smiling at my skills, I hopped out of the Bronco to help them navigate around the tree. Hellen was holding Chloe, and I ran to give Emily a hand. I offered her my arm, and she accepted it, but Emily's eyes remained on the drop-off. She stood on her toes briefly to see how far of a drop it was. I watched as her gaze traveled all the way down to the Blue River. Emily shivered, and I tugged lightly on her hand. Emily's face was still as white as a ghost, even though she hadn't been in the Bronco for the last maneuver. "Em," I said loudly. I had to get her attention away from the drop. I said her name a second time, even louder. Emily's gaze finally tore away from the ledge. Her eyes met mine. "Look here." I pointed to my eyes. "Don't look away until we are around the tree." Emily nodded. Eyes on mine, she made it around the tree in one piece. Back at the truck, Hellen strapped Chloe into the car seat, and we headed the rest of the way up to the resort. I was as anxious to get off of this stretch of road as I was to show Emily and her family our resort. The resort was something I was extremely proud of, and I wanted to show it off. I also wanted Emily to see what she could have if we could just figure out how to get her asshole ex off her back. A huge white and green welcome sign announcing Hunter Brothers Mountain Ski Resort came into view on the right. I turned into the driveway before the sign, and as the Bronco straightened out, I heard Emily gasp. I couldn't help but smile as I knew she was immediately impressed. She watched, amazed, as the resort magically unfolded before us as we traveled down the driveway. Seeing her reaction made me remember how picturesque it was. Being used to it, I sometimes took the beauty for granted. As the resort came into full view, Emily remarked, "This place is so lovely." I followed her gaze as she took in the giant log cabin building up ahead and the surrounding landscaping. Cole had outdone himself that year with flower beds and hanging baskets galore. Recently, we had installed a fountain and pond in the grassy area before the main lot and added several decorative benches around it. Blue-colored water sprayed from the fountain into the surrounding pond. We'd added koi. Turtles, geese, and ducks had made it their home as well. "We'll take Chloe over later to feed the fish," I said. "And the ducks," Chloe chimed in. "And the ducks," I agreed. Emily was smiling again, and it warmed my insides. Looking around the resort as we drove through it, I saw through fresh eyes how beautiful it was. I pointed up the mountainside where you could see part of the resort's ski slopes. "See? No snow until the very tippy top," I told them. "Ooh," Chloe murmured. "Can we go up there?" she asked. I looked over at Emily and smiled. "Maybe," she answered. "If it's even possible." "It's possible," I told her. "We've got ATVs." I looked over just in time to see Emily's nervous look return. I was starting to think that she had a fear of heights. Not a good thing in the mountains. I'll have to break her of it, I thought. "Yay!" Chloe exclaimed. Emily glanced back at her excited daughter, then apprehensively at me. I smiled. Oops. I drove straight to the row of guest cabins that were positioned along the road that led up to the ski lodge. There were 5 cabins, all separated by dense pine trees and green foliage, each with their own driveway. I turned into the first cabin's driveway and drove up to the front porch. "Home sweet home for the next week," I recited as I hopped out of the Bronco. I went around to help Emily down from the passenger seat. She grasped onto my hand, and I had to literally hold her as she climbed down the SUV. I remembered her quick exit when she got out on Mountain Road, wanting nothing to do with that downed tree. Now she was nervous about climbing out of the SUV. She definitely had a fear of heights. Feet firmly on the ground, she helped Chloe out of the car seat, while Hellen grabbed their bags from the hatch. "You guys want to get settled in for a bit? I stocked the fridge with some food, a case of water and beer. But we can have lunch in an hour if you want to at the River Room. It's our restaurant and formal dining room," I explained to them. "Sounds great," Hellen answered, looking over at Emily. "Yes, I'm sure Chloe will be hungry for lunch," she agreed. There was a white sedan in the driveway as well. "Whose car is that?" Chloe asked, pointing at the car. "It's going to be your car while you are visiting," I informed her. Chloe beamed. "We get our own car?" she asked happily. "Yep," I answered. Chloe tugged on Kellen's jacket sleeve. "Uncle Kellen, we got a car!" Kellen grinned down at her and nodded. "We sure do," he said, chuckling. "Harley, you didn't have to do that," Emily said. "It's fine. I'll have to work some of my fitness classes while you are here. During the afternoons, mostly. I can get my nephews to help out with the other events. You guys can go into town or go sightseeing if you want. And once the township clears up that road, you won't have any problems like today." "I promise you," I stressed. "All of the guests that come here have to use that road. Kellen can drive if it makes you more comfortable," I said in his direction. "Yeah, that's cool. Thanks, Harley. I'd like to go exploring," he replied. "Thank you." Emily put her arms up around my neck and leaned on her tippy toes to kiss my lips. A prickly sensation grew in my groin as her silky lips pushed onto mine. 3 weeks was too long. Way too long. I moved away before my cock got noticeably hard in my pants. Emily's lips formed a seductive smile. She must have felt it twitch against her thin dress. I grinned suggestively at her. "Later," I mouthed. Emily nodded her head. "You can count on it," I grinned. "Do you guys want me to swing by and pick you up in an hour? Or you can drive the car over to the main building? I can give you the car seat. You can even walk if you want to. Lots of our guests walk around the resort. We keep all the walkways and roads lit up 24/7. Up to you guys," I said. "Maybe we should walk over. We'll have plenty of time. It will be nice to get some fresh air and take a look around," Emily suggested, looking at Kellen. "Yeah, we can walk. Harley, keep the car seat for now, just in case we need a ride back." "Sounds good," I replied. "I'll see you guys over at the main building that we passed on the way in," I reminded them. "Okay, thanks," Emily said. "Thanks, Harley," Chloe sang out, wiggling around. "I think someone needs to use the ladies' room," Emily suggested, watching Chloe do her pee dance. Chloe nodded her head affirmatively, and Emily took her small hand. "We'll see you there, Harley," she yelled back as she led Chloe up the porch stairs and through the front door. I nodded to Kellen and got back into the Bronco. I wanted to stop home and change my clothes. When I had left that morning, it had been cold outside. Now the afternoon sun was making it quite warm. We had lunch from the buffet since there was something for everyone. I suggested that after lunch, I show them around the resort. I said that we'd start in the kitchen because my mom was working that day. I noticed a look of nervousness on Emily's face. "It's no big deal," I tried to tell her. "My mom is the friendliest person in the world. She likes everyone." "Must be nice," Kellen said under his breath, and Emily made a noise that said she agreed. My mom was busy in the kitchen when I brought the trio in after lunch. I introduced them all, and I noticed Emily blush as my mom looked her over. But when Mom reached out and gave all 3 of them welcoming hugs, Emily relaxed, and the conversation was light and fun. "We will all get together sometime, maybe for a small nature hike. Angela and Lindsay bring the girls, and we usually just walk over to the meadow with our cameras and bird callers," she suggested. "I want a bird caller," Chloe cried out. "Can we find birds with it?" she asked my mom. "You bet, and I'll be sure to find you one. I'm sure we've got an extra around here someplace," my mom crooned to Chloe, ever the grandmother. Chloe beamed up at my mom happily. Just as we were about to exit the kitchen, Brad walked through the side door. I introduced Emily, Hellen, and Chloe to Brad, and he shook each of their hands, even Chloe's. Chloe was all smiles. We stood around and talked for a little while in the kitchen, and I noticed Brad was paying extra attention to Emily and everything she said. I had finally broken down and told my other brothers and my mom all about Emily and how I felt about her. If I wanted to try and make it work with her, I would need all of their support. Just as Dax told me they would, Brad and Cole had been great about everything. They had had their own whirlwind romances and found the loves of their lives under unconventional means as well. They were all for me bringing Emily and her daughter up for a visit and getting to meet the girl that had their baby brother all in a tizzy. I'd even spoken to Brad about my plans for the spa where Emily was concerned. He'd promised to consider it. "Why don't we all get together tomorrow for dinner? Make it a family affair," Brad asked us. It took me by surprise. "We can discuss the spa startup since you finally got your massage therapist here for a visit," he joked lightheartedly. Emily blushed. "Really?" I asked. I was even more flabbergasted now. "Yes, Emily's here. We should discuss it now and see if we can come to an agreement. I know the terms have changed now from your original proposal. We can discuss new terms, and Emily can make up her mind what she wants to do," Brad offered. Wow, I thought. He must have really taken to Emily to propose a thing like that out of the blue. "Okay, let's do it. Thanks, Brad," I answered. "I mean, if it's all right with Emily?" I asked, glancing over at her. "That sounds great. I look forward to spending some more time with your family," Emily agreed, shaking Brad's hand. "Sure thing. I'll have Michael put together something special for us," Brad announced, heading back to his office. The rest of the day went smoothly. I took them on a small tour of the resort and introduced Emily, Hellen, and Chloe to the rest of my family as we came across them. Dax and Oakley asked us to come over for dinner one evening. Angela and Lindsay suggested play dates with Abby and Rainey. "Chloe would love that," Emily told my sisters-in-law. The only person who hadn't been around all day was Cole. Dax had informed us that he had been out on a fishing trip since early in the morning. That made sense. Those were Cole's busiest months with the guests. Fishermen came to the resort from all over to try their lines in the Blue River. Cole knew all the hot spots, so his trips had become overwhelmingly popular in the last several years. I had to leave Emily, Hellen, and Chloe at their cabin for my one Monday afternoon fitness class. Emily said that Chloe needed a nap anyway. After the class, I called Emily and asked if I could bring dinner over for all of us. "Sure," she agreed. "Chloe's still down for her nap, so that will work out perfectly." "Okay, I just finished my class, so I'm going to run up to my house and shower. I'll grab something from the dining room on the way over," I told Emily. "You don't have to grab food from the dining room," she said. "Do you really want to cook tonight?" I asked her. "'Cause I don't. I thought we'd eat then walk over to the pond with some bread for the fish and ducks," I added. "That sounds nice. Chloe would love that." "You sure about the food?" Emily asked. "Yes, I can grab food at any time. Anyway, I take food way less than my other brothers do. So, it's about time I get in on the good stuff," I chuckled. "Okay, then let's do it," Emily agreed. "Cool. See you in an hour." "Cool," Emily mimicked me. I grinned and drove up to my cabin. I showered and shrugged on a white tank top and pulled a short-sleeved flannel shirt over it. I slid into a pair of blue jeans and my work boots. I ran my fingers through my thick, dark hair, creating the spiky effect. Back down at the resort, I made sure to take several bags of stale bread for the fish and ducks before I forgot. Then, I took 4 takeout boxes and filled them from the buffet. I filled the boxes with chicken tetrazzini, a garden salad with our house dressing, and freshly baked bread. In the 4th box, I added some white meat chicken nuggets and a side of sweet corn for Chloe, just in case. In their cabin, we ate around the 4-person table that was adjacent to the kitchen island. Looking around, I realized that I hadn't been in one of the cabins for quite some time. Cole did all the maintenance, and we had a housekeeping team, so there was no need for me to frequent the cabins. Just as we had promised Chloe, after dinner, we took a stroll to the fish pond. When we approached, the geese and ducks spotted the bags of bread and immediately flocked over to us. Out of instinct, I quickly picked up Chloe. Looking into my eyes, she said earnestly, "I'm okay. You can put me down." Okay, the geese get really excited about the bread. They are as big as you. Don't let them bully you, I told Chloe. Yell if you need help, I added, before placing her by my feet. It wasn't that the geese were mean, per se, or I'd never have brought Chol over near them. But I'd seen them around bags of bread before, and I didn't want them to scare Chloe right off the bat. Sometimes they got overexcited. After the geese got some bread and calmed down, they made room for the smaller pairs of ducks to wander over. They came right up to grab the bread from our hands. Chloe giggled and giggled. Her jumping around kept the bigger geese at bay. I led Chloe over to the pond and tossed in some crumbs to attract the fish. I watched as their gold, white, and black faces broke the surface to suck up the bread. They got big mouths, Chloe said excitedly, tossing in a piece of bread. Yeah, they are bottom feeders, I answered. Chloe looked at me funny, but then nodded as if she got it. I smiled when I saw tiny heads start to pop up around the koi. Look, Chloe, those are turtles popping their heads out of the water. They like bread too if you want to toss them some. Chloe grinned and tossed an entire piece of bread toward the turtle heads. Madness took over the pond as the fish and turtles ripped it to pieces. Chloe's eyes went really wide at the spectacle, and she giggled and danced around in delight as she watched. We all laughed along with her. Some of the turtles came close to us and stretched their long necks out of the water. Chloe asked if she could pet one. I had to explain to her that these were snapping turtles and that they would bite her. Chloe gasped. Not on purpose, I explained. It's more of a reflex for them to snap like that. That's how they catch their food. But never try and touch one of these turtles because they will hurt you, even if they don't mean to, I warned her. Chloe nodded in consideration. Do all turtles bite? She asked me. No, many of the turtles you find on land won't bite you, but the ones in the water will. Why? She asked quizzically. Because they eat different kinds of food. Land turtles eat plants mostly, and water turtles have to catch small fish to eat. So that's why the water turtles snap at things, to catch them. Does that make sense? I asked her. Chloe considered what I had said and nodded in understanding. Okay, I won't pet these ones. That's good, I told her. Emily and Hellen sat on one of the nearby benches and watched us toss bread to the fish and turtles. The geese and ducks came back for more bread, and we finished tossing the loaf to them. Chloe yawned and looked at her mom. I'm tired, she announced. I bet, Hellen said. You had a long day with only a short nap. Let's go back to the cabin, Emily suggested. Hellen stood up. I'll take Chloe back and get her ready for bed. You two can spend some time together, he offered. Are you sure? Emily asked him. Yep, there's a hockey game on I want to catch anyway, he replied. Emily gave him a look as if to ask if he was really sure. Go, he ordered Emily, taking Chloe by the hand and leading her away from the pond. After 10 feet, Chloe stopped walking, and Hellen bent to lift the small child. We watched them until they walked out of view. That was nice of him to take her, I said. I know, he's the best, Emily agreed. What do you want to do? I asked her. Emily shrugged. I don't know. You live here. What's there to do? Nothing tonight, really. It's Monday. The lounge is open for a while, but that's it, I answered. Want to come up to my cabin for a beer? We can watch a movie or something? I asked her. Or something, Emily joked. Or something, I nodded, grinning naughtily. Emily giggled. I could be up for a little or something. After you. I motioned to Emily. As she walked by me, I grabbed her by the hand and pulled her to my side. Hand in hand, I led her to the Bronco that was parked in the main lot. I took the private drive around the back of the resort up to my family's row of cabins. "Wow, this is amazing," Emily exclaimed. "Look at the view." I glanced over to see what she was seeing. The sun was setting behind the houses, but the reds and oranges of the sunset took over the entire sky. In the distance, over the ridge, you could see the tips of the snow-covered mountain peaks reflecting the bright colors. It was a sight you could only see in the mountains. That was for sure. I stopped the SUV. "Come look out my window at the river snaking below," I told her. Emily scooched over and leaned over me so that she could see what I was referring to. "The river looks so blue," she exclaimed. "And look at the reflections. We should go see it one day." "Of course," I agreed, grinning, checking out the view myself. "I never tire of these views," I told Emily, as she leaned back into the seat, and I urged the Bronco forward. As we passed each house, I announced who lived there. "The big white house is my mom's. This is where we all grew up. We built these other cabins as us kids moved out of the main house. The first cabin is Brad and Angela's, then Cole and Lindsay's. This one is Dax and Oakley's, and finally, this one is mine," I told her as I pulled up in front of the porch. "This is amazing," Emily said excitedly after I helped her down from her seat. "I agree," I told her. "I love living here." "You have such a great view from your porch, too," she added. I opened the door and motioned for Emily to go inside. I flipped on the lamp to brighten the room. "I can't believe that you live here," Emily said in her sing-song voice. "Look at all of the details in the woodwork," she purred, trailing her fingers over the carved etchings. "My brother, Cole, is a woodworker. I planned the designs and he did most of the etching," I told Emily. "Wow," she said again, her gaze wandering from one area to the next. I smiled. "I'm glad you like it." "I do," she grinned. "A lot." I opened us both a beer and gave Emily a quick tour of my cabin. The living space, dining area, kitchen, and my office were downstairs. Upstairs, I showed off my master suite and master bath. "This is heavenly," Emily swooned, studying the bathroom. "What a perfect, relaxing bathroom. Just look at that tub." I grinned. "I made sure to get a good spa tub. I work out a lot, sometimes more than once a day, with my classes and ski lessons and all. The hot water and jets do wonder for my sore muscles," I explained. "You can try it out any time you like," I added softly. Emily turned to me and smiled. "Any time? Any time," I whispered seductively. "Good," Emily whispered, her eyes on mine. I grabbed the beer from her hand and put it down beside mine on the bathroom vanity. Not waiting for a second longer, I dragged Emily into my arms and closed my mouth firmly on hers. Emily fervently returned my kiss, her body quivering with anticipation as she felt my cock swelling against her middle. The wait had been too long and got the best of me. I moved my hand down over Emily's heaving bosom and grabbed at her shirt, pulling it up over her head. Reaching behind her back, I unclasped her bra and watched as her perfect tits sprang from their enclosure. I stepped back and slid out of my flannel and pulled off my tank top. Emily's eyes seductively roamed over my chiseled torso. I shrugged out of my jeans and kicked off my boots. Groaning, I moved to do the same to Emily's remaining clothes. On my knees, I slid my hands up Emily's bare thighs, and she uttered a soft moan as my fingers reached between her legs. I was breathing hard, gasping for air as if I was drowning. I pushed 2 fingers up into Emily's warm pussy. She was wet. Oh, so wet. Emily leaned back onto the bathroom vanity countertop and opened her legs to me. I felt a feverish need to taste her flowing juices. I moved my mouth along her silky thigh until I found her wet warmth. I pushed my tongue into her pussy, lapping at her juices. Finding her clit, I circled my tongue against it until I felt her body tense up. Emily's fingers latched onto my thick hair, and I heard her cry out in pleasure. Her body shuddered, and I flicked my tongue at her clit until she released her juices onto my face. I lapped at her sweet flow until I had my fill. She recovered quickly and pulled me up by my hair to meet her gaze. I saw a burning desire in her blue-gray eyes. Emily put her palms on my pec muscles and pushed me backward into the bedroom. At the bed, she pushed me back hard enough for me to fall and climbed on top of me. Straddling my thighs, her soft hands roamed over my body and found their way to my erection. I closed my eyes and let her hands do magic to my throbbing member. I felt Emily's wetness on my legs and needed her to fuck me just then. I grabbed her small waist with my strong hands, lifted her body, and slammed her tight pussy onto my waiting cock. "Harley!" Emily groaned loudly as my thick hard-on pierced her tight channel. Her pussy lips smacked off my balls, and I lifted her body to repeat the motion. Her body soon adapted to my thick girth, and Emily leaned her hands onto my chest and slid her pussy up and down my cock. I closed my eyes and enjoyed the ride. Emily took her hands from my chest and sat up tall. She bounced on my dick, and I opened my eyes to see her tits heave as she fucked me. My longing for her luscious body surged, and I reached up with both hands to palm her plump breasts. Emily closed her eyes. Her head went back, and I felt her pussy tighten around my cock. I let her ride me into oblivion, watching her lovely face as she came for the second time. When she finished, it was my turn. I was beyond the point of control and couldn't take it anymore. My cock shuddered inside of Emily, and I drove my shaft up deeper inside of her as I came. Groaning loudly, I exploded into orgasm. When my body finally went still, Emily fell limp onto my chest. I put my arm around her back and pulled us both up onto the pillows. Laying with her naked in my arms, I kissed her mouth tenderly. Looking Emily deep in the eyes, I knew that I would never let her go. I'd find a way to keep her with me if it was the last thing I did. Emily, I was looking forward to the family dinner meeting that Brad had set up for Harley and me, but I was still unsure how starting a business here at the resort could ever work out for us. Harley was excited about it, so I didn't express my concerns again. I didn't want to ruin the moment. Not just yet. Hellen drove us over in our borrowed car. When we pulled up in front of the main building, I saw Harley was there waiting for us. He came up to the car and helped Chloe out of the car seat. Turning to me, Harley asked, "Ready?" I nodded. I must have been wearing my nerves on my face because Harley grinned and took both of my hands into his own. "No reason to be nervous. You already met everyone except for my brother, Cole." "I know," I admitted. "But I can't help it. Everyone's been so kind. I just want to make a good impression." Harley smiled and nodded. "Trust me, you already have." He led us up the front steps and held open the door for us to enter. I went in first and gasped. Stopping in my tracks, Chloe and Hellen, who were following closely behind, piled right into me. "What is it?" Hellen asked, troubled. I was taking up most of the doorway so he couldn't see what was standing in front of me. "A dog!" Chloe squealed happily as she peered around my leg. "A big dog," I corrected her, my eyes on the dog. I instinctively put my arm back to shield Chloe from the beast. The last thing I expected to see when I entered the common room was a huge German shepherd staring me down. As I backed up, pushing Chloe with me, the dog laid down. Its tongue lazily rolled out of its mouth as it panted softly. "Good girl, Bella," I heard a husky voice say. My eyes flew toward the voice. It came from a husky man, whose resemblance to the rest of the family was apparent. The dog turned her head and wagged her tail furiously at the voice. "You don't have to worry. Bella is friendly. She's trained to lay down if a guest acts afraid of her." Relieved that I wasn't about to be mauled by the dog, I took a deep breath. "Okay," I said, still holding Chloe back. I heard Harley chuckle from behind us. I turned to glare at him. "Let me go," Chloe whined. I let Chloe go by, but still held onto her arm. I moved aside to let Kellen and Harley inside the doorway first. You can let Chloe go. Sorry, I must have forgotten to mention Bella, Harley said, grinning, still scowling. You think? I wasn't expecting to walk straight into a huge dog. Sorry, Harley repeated. Bella is harmless, though, and she loves kids. And this is my brother Cole, Bella's master. Cole, this is Emily and Kellen Mayberry, and Emily's daughter, Chloe. Cole nodded. Nice to meet you all. Sorry that Bella scared you, he said, extending his hand. Likewise, Kellen answered with a quick shake. I nodded and accepted Cole Hunter's hand as well. Can I pet the dog? Cole asked, jumping up and down, begging me with her eyes. I looked over at Cole before answering her. He nodded that it was okay, so I told Chloe to go ahead. Be gentle, I reminded her. I was a bit nervous watching my daughter approach this massive dog. But to my surprise, Bella remained still and allowed Chloe to pat on her head. Then, she rolled over and asked for a belly rub. Chloe giggled and kneeled beside the animal, rubbing her stomach. Bella closed her eyes, enjoying every second of it. A small audience formed in the doorway of the dining room's double doors. Harley's nieces, Abby and Rainey, looked on from around their Uncle Cole's thick legs. We watched as they shyly approached Chloe. Chloe had only briefly met the little girls yesterday, so this dinner was a chance for them to all get to know each other a little better. Is this your dog? Chloe smiled up at them. Bella is Uncle Cole's dog, but he shares her with us, Abby announced. Chloe nodded. She's nice. Yep, and she likes to play tag, Rainey chimed in excitedly. Tag? Chloe asked. Yep, you want to play? Chloe nodded. Bella, come on, Abby urged the dog to follow her. Come on, Chloe, she'll follow us. She waved her arm as Rainey ran by her. Chloe looked over at me for permission. Go play, I told her. With a mile-wide grin, she got up and ran after the other two little girls, while Bella trotted happily behind them. I couldn't help but smile as I watched Chloe run off with her newfound friends. Whew, you're smiling again, Harley joked, pretending to wipe his brow. I shook my head at him. Come on, he said, taking me by the hand into the dining room. Entering the dining room, I had noticed that it had transformed a little from yesterday. The tables had been pushed together near the large picture windows to form one long gathering space. 15 settings and one high chair were placed around the table. The entire family greeted us with a friendly hello and made us feel welcomed. As Harley led Kellen and me to our seats, I looked over to see Chloe playing nicely with the other two girls and Bella. They're fine. They can play while we talk, Brad said. Dinner's not quite ready yet, so I figure we'd get the meeting part out of the way first. Okay, I agreed. Even though I was nervous about the meeting and the terms that Brad would bring to the table, it turned out that I had nothing to worry about. He had said that he still wasn't too certain about opening a spa, but if Harley and I wanted to go in half and half on it, the resort would pay to expand the gym. He said that after the spa and gym were paid off, we could start paying a small percentage of the income to the resort as a form of rent, which would include Dax doing the advertising. And we would have an initial built-in customer base, as the resort's guests would be using the spa at an additional rate. This would be more profitable for both of us than if we were to open a spa in a remote location where we would have to pay monthly rent, utilities, and advertising, as well as find our own customers. Moreover, we wouldn't have to pay someone to run the spa or gym because Harley and I would do it. We could come to other terms later if our situation changed. Harley and I both thought that Brad's terms were fair. The whole thing sounded so exciting, but I still didn't see how it could happen. I had a lot to think about. Harley had said that he would find a way to make it work. I was secretly hoping that he would be able to, but knowing Sean like I did, I doubted he could pull it off. Wednesday afternoon, Kellen, Chloe, and I were coming home from a nature walk. Lindsay had let us borrow one of her cameras and loaded it up with some film. She told us to go out and shoot some pictures, and she would show us how to develop them in the resort's darkroom. It was exciting to learn that Lindsay was a famous wildlife photographer. She even gave Chloe one of the wildlife books that she had published with her own animal photos. It was Chloe's new favorite book, and she flipped through the pages endlessly. Chloe was so excited about the idea of taking pictures and developing the film. I had no idea that she would enjoy it so much. It made me wish that I had taken more pictures with her when we went out back at home. Chloe was hand in hand between Hellen and me, swinging our arms as we came singing, "Row, row, row your boat," down the driveway to the cabin. Hellen hesitated, and I looked up to see a man standing at our cabin doorway. I thought that he must be resort staff, but I didn't recognize him. "Do you know who that is?" I asked Hellen. "No," Hellen replied, as the man turned toward us. He had a big manila envelope in his hands. "Let me see what he wants," Hellen said, letting go of Chloe's hand and trotting up to the porch ahead of us. "Can I help you?" I heard him ask the man. "Yes, is this where the Mayberries are staying?" he asked. "Who's asking, if I may?" Hellen returned. I started to get nervous when the man hesitated. He didn't say who he was. Instead, I heard him ask for me. I noticed Hellen tense up in a protective stance. What could this man want anyway? Nobody knew we were here except for Harley and his family. "I'm Emily Mayberry," I greeted the man as I walked up the steps onto the porch. The man held out the envelope to me. "You've been served." My mouth dropped open. "What did you say?" The man looked agitated. He rocked from foot to foot and avoided our eyes. He was not here on a friendly visit. He thrust the envelope toward me. "Emily Mayberry, you have been served." This time he pronounced each word slowly, deliberately. The man pushed the envelope into my hand and let go. I had no choice but to grab it or let it fall to the ground. As soon as the envelope was out of the man's hand, he briskly walked around us and down the steps. He must have parked in the main lot because he rushed down the driveway and turned toward the main building. I stared at the man's back until he was out of sight. "I've been served?" "Who was that man, Mommy?" Chloe asked. "I don't know, babe," I answered as I looked over the foreign envelope in my hand. "Was it the mailman?" she asked, looking at the envelope. "Yes," Hellen answered for me when my mouth opened, but nothing came out. My eyes met Kellen's. His blue eyes were glaring with anger. "Do you want me to open it?" he asked me. I shook my head. "No." "I will." I looked at the outside of the envelope. Nothing on it to reveal who it was from. But as soon as I tore it open and pulled out the pack of pages, my heart sank. I instantly recognized the seal of Olympia's family court division, along with a signed letter from the plaintiff's attorney, Roger Natte, Esquire. The plaintiff was Sean Easton, and I was being sued by him for full custody of Chloe. I didn't have to say a word to Hellen, who saw the seal as clear as day. "Let's go inside and let me see it," he said as he led Chloe through the door. "Chloe, you want to watch your show for a little bit before dinner?" he asked her. "Yes! Yes!" Chloe chanted and ran to the TV to turn it on. Hellen turned on the disc that was already in the DVD player. As Chloe sang along to her favorite My Little Pony songs, Hellen and I looked over the summons. "You're to appear in court in 10 days, Hellen said in disbelief. "How did this happen so fast?" "A better question is, why did it happen so fast?" I replied. "I didn't do anything to break our joint custody agreement." I frowned. "It says here that the motion was put forth due to you disregarding the court order and moving Chloe out of state," Hellen read. "What?" I exclaimed. "This must be some kind of mistake. I didn't move anywhere and can prove it." "I know," Hellen agreed. "This is a vacation, and there is no stipulation against a vacation during your week, is there?" "No. Not that I am aware of. I can't keep Chloe from Sean to go on vacation, but I can go where I please during my week. That's the point of joint custody." "Right. Then how did Sean get this to stick? I'm sure that you can prove that you didn't move out of state. You have a lease and can show that you've paid your rent this month. Plus, we'll be back on Sunday morning, well before Sean picks Chloe up for his week. And Chloe is still enrolled in her preschool," I added. "Any major change like that, I would have to run through Sean. I can prove that I did not unenroll her. Even if Sean is mad that I didn't tell him about this trip, I'm not required to tell him, I said, shaking my head. The all-too-familiar sense of panic came over me. I put the papers down on the table and turned to cover my eyes with my hand. I should have known. But the question of how he knew where I was still stuck in my mind. Emily, we will fight this. There has to be a way, Hellen was saying when I heard a light tap on the door. We turned to see Harley standing in the open doorway. We will fight what? He asked, as he looked from Hellen to me, clearly reading the tension in the room. I burst into tears. Any effort I had at holding them back was gone. I put up my finger and ran to the bathroom so that Chloe wouldn't see me crying. I heard Hellen explain the situation to Harley. I pictured Harley's face as he heard the news. If I thought that Hellen was protective, Harley was 10 times more so. I heard Harley say, "How could he do this?" Hellen replied, "I don't know. I really don't know. He must be having her followed." I heard their voices get softer, and they moved toward the bathroom door so that Chloe wouldn't overhear them. I listened through my tears. Harley said, "We are going to fight this. Emily told me the way Sean treats Chloe, that he leaves her with the nanny all the time, from morning to night. We need to get the nanny to testify on Emily's behalf. In the meantime, I'm going to check with my PI to see if there's anything else he can find on Sean to shut him down." Harley was right. I imagined Hellen nodding. "Don't forget what he did to Mike. A man like that shouldn't have any custody of a child, let alone full custody," Hellen said. I took a deep breath and wiped my eyes on the hand towel. Opening the door, I said, "You two are both forgetting about something." "What?" they asked in unison. "Sean has a very good attorney, one that I could never afford, and he knows all the judges in the Olympia court system," I sobbed. "I could never beat him." Hellen and Harley looked at one another. Hellen came over to me and put his arm around my shoulders. Harley turned and stared out of the screen door. I could see that he was fuming and trying to keep it together. We stood for a moment without words. Then Harley's face lit up with an idea. "I know a damn good attorney, too, one that will give Sean's lawyer a run for his money. I'll give him a call." "Who? How do you know him?" Hellen asked. "His name is Cooper Stone, and he is Oakley's best friend's husband. This would be a piece of cake for him. Plus, his mother is a congresswoman, so there's some weight behind him as well," Harley said, a matter of fact. "Do you think he'd take the case?" I asked him. "Yeah, I do, especially if Oakley asked him as a favor. I'll talk to her and we'll give him a call. Let's take this one step at a time," Harley told me. I nodded. "One step at a time," I repeated to myself. Harley told Emily and Hellen that I'd be back after my phone call to Cooper. I immediately found Dax and Oakley at their house and explained the situation to them. "I'll get in touch with Haley now," Oakley told me as she grabbed her cell phone. "What kind of asshole is this guy?" Dax asked me. "Some kind of control freak," I answered angrily. "He has Emily all out of sorts. I've had enough of this guy, and I haven't even met him yet." "Well, he can't prove that Emily moved here, 'cause she hasn't, right?" Dax inquired. "No, they're going back to Olympia on Sunday morning. Sean doesn't even get Chloe until Sunday evening at 7, so this trip won't even affect his time with her at all," I answered. "Then this can't stick. Cooper will know what to do," Dax said as Oakley handed me the phone. It was Haley. "Hi, Harley. I'm sorry to hear about your dilemma. I'm sure Coop will be happy to help, but he's in a business meeting right now. I had his secretary tell him to call me as soon as he's out, probably in about 15 minutes. Do you want him to call you on your cell phone?" Haley asked me. "Yes, please." I rattled off my cell phone number. "Do you guys mind if I wait here for Cooper's call?" I asked Dax and Oakley. I wanted to speak with him first before going back up to talk with Emily and Hellen. "Of course not," Oakley answered. "You know, Harley, I would never say that something like this is a good thing. But you were saying that you wanted to find a way to move Emily and Chloe here to the resort. Maybe this is the way." Dax began. You have to dig up all the dirt you can on this guy, Sean. Use Jackson again, if you need to, Dax suggested. Already on it, Dax. And Emily and Kellen have a couple of things on him already. Problem is, Sean works for the Olympia court system and knows all the judges, I informed him. Cooper can take care of that. He can prove bias and ask to have the trial heard by an impartial judge. Haley has told me about some of his cases, so I know that it can be done, suggested Oakley. I pointed at her. That could work. Thanks. My cell phone rang a few minutes later. I was never so happy to hear another guy's husky voice as I was today. I rattled all the information that I had about the case to Cooper and practically begged him to help Emily. Cooper paused before he answered me. Of course I will help, but you know that I'm not a family court attorney, right? Does that matter? I asked him. I was more worried about you being out of state, or too busy, I admitted. It does not necessarily matter. I'm not familiar with Washington state's custody laws, though. I will have to brush up on their laws and petition the court to let me represent Emily since I am from out of state. Cooper deliberated. So, will you do it? I asked, not meaning to sound so impatient, but I needed to know. Yes. Anything for you, Hunters. First off, I'm going to fax Emily a few papers to sign, declaring me as her attorney so I can get the petition over to the court in Washington. And I will need you to fax me all the paperwork that was served to Emily. Get everything to me ASAP. I'm going to bill you 1 cent. Pay online. That makes me officially your attorney, establishing client confidentiality. I'll also need the name of Sean's employer to prove that he knows all the judges in Olympia. The first thing I will do is make a motion to have the case moved to another courthouse. I'll get a new date, and I'll clear my schedule. I can talk to a colleague who practices family law to see what she suggests. While I'm doing that, this is what I need you guys to do. After thanking Oakley and Dax, I raced back to Kellen and Emily. They were sitting on the porch, waiting for my return. What happened? Emily asked. What did he say? Kellen inquired simultaneously. Good news. Cooper will take the case. I have these papers for you to sign, and we need to pay him 1 cent online to make you officially his client, I began. Okay. Emily shook her head in agreement. And we have some work to do. What kind of work? Kellen asked. As soon as Cooper gets all the paperwork back and permission to represent you as an out-of-state attorney, he's going to make a motion to get the trial moved to a new courthouse. Somewhere out of Olympia. While he's doing that and making his preparations, we need to get notarized witness statements from Mike and Chloe's nanny, and we need to get them both to testify in court, if they will agree to it, I told them. Mike won't be a problem, Kellen stated. We would have to track down Chloe's nanny and ask her. But we can't let Sean know we are doing this, or he might do something to her, threaten her in some way. I have a bad feeling about it, Emily said. Do you know her full name? We can find her without going through Sean. Does she work for Sean while Chloe is with you? I asked Emily. Yes, I do know her name. It is Penny Raths. I think that she lives at Sean's only while Chloe is there. So, every other week. Sean has someone else who cleans and cooks for him. Penny's only job is to take care of Chloe, Emily answered. Do you know where she lives? I asked, hopefully. Emily shook her head. No, but I remember one time she came to pick up Chloe and she mentioned coming straight from her mom's house. So, maybe with her mom on her off weeks? I think she's a student as well, Emily added. Okay, that's a start. I have someone who can get an address for us. We will have to go this week while she's home. We can't wait until she's watching Chloe, I said. You have someone? Emily raised her brow at me. Yeah. It's how I got your address, I admitted, blushing. What, like a PI? She asked. Exactly like a PI, I grinned. Emily eyed me for a minute. What? You never gave me your address and quit answering the phone. How did you expect me to find you? I didn't expect you to find me, she answered. But you're glad that I did, right? Yes, she smiled slightly, blushing now too. "So, should we go now and find Penny?" she asked. "Let email Jackson with her name and details. Let's go tomorrow. We can start with Mike while we wait," I suggested. "Why don't I stay here with Chloe?" Hellen proposed. "That way you two can sneak into town and get what you need. If you're not back by Sunday morning, I'll fly back with Chloe like we're supposed to." "That's a good idea," I said, nodding. "We shouldn't stay at your house either, Em." "So he doesn't know we're back since he was clearly having me watched?" Emily nodded. "We should stay completely away from the East Bay side or from downtown where Sean works. No BMWs either." Emily smiled. I chuckled. "Damn it," I joked. I was glad to see Emily smile. I knew this was overwhelming for her. "Are you sure you want to stay here with Chloe?" Emily asked Hellen. "Yes, I think it's best. Go and do what you need to do. I'll keep her busy here," he answered. "Okay, it's a plan. I'm going to message the PI and book us the earliest flights out to Olympia," I said. Emily signed Cooper's paperwork, officially making him her attorney. I took all the paperwork back up to my office in my cabin. I faxed Cooper everything he needed and paid the 1-cent bill he had sent. I booked 2 tickets to Olympia for 10 in the morning. Next, I messaged Jackson with Penny's name and info and heard back from him right away. He said no problem, he'd be in touch. Great, I thought. If it all worked out in Emily's favor, she might be able to move to the resort to open the business with me. I knew that it wasn't an ideal way to go about things and that it was going to be an extremely stressful time for Emily, but if it worked out, we might actually get our happily ever after. The phone rang and brought me out of my thoughts. It was Cooper calling back. "Hey, Harley," Cooper began. "I talked to my colleague. Here's what she said. Basically, since Sean filed for the modification of the custody agreement, it's his burden to prove that any relocation took place or if the relocation was disruptive to the child. Since it's just a vacation, there is no relocation or disruption to the child's life. So, there's that." Cooper paused before continuing. "Now, if Emily decided to stay in Colorado, she would have to have a better reason to relocate the child other than simply starting up a new business. Sean's attorney would just argue that she could start up a business in Olympia just as easily, if not more so. The only way we see beating that argument would be if she got remarried and would be starting up the business with her husband, who lives out of state. Obviously, you already own a successful business in Colorado, so it makes sense in this situation for the relocation to take place. That could modify the custody agreement in Emily's favor." "Okay," I answered, a bit shocked. "There's no other way?" I asked Cooper. "Not that I can see right now. Even with remarriage, his attorney will argue disruption to the child's well-being. But if you get those witnesses to testify against Sean, it will make Sean look bad to any judge. Not only will he look like a bad father, but a bad father with a horrible temper who almost killed someone. We'll get a couple of character witnesses to speak on behalf of your good character, Harley. Plus, witnesses that can testify that the resort is a perfect environment for a child to live. 5 other children currently live at the resort, with 2 of them recently graduating from high school with high honors. We can win that way," Cooper answered. "All right, I'm going to need to think about this and talk to Emily. We weren't planning on marriage yet," I explained. "It's something to consider, but let me know as soon as you decide so I can start my preparations for court," Cooper said. "Okay, I'll get back to you first thing in the morning. We're flying out to Olympia to talk to the witnesses tomorrow. Emily and I are having dinner tonight, so I can talk to her about everything then." "Thanks, Cooper." "Of course." I hung up the phone and put my head in my hands. If only our marriage in Vegas had actually been real. Now I had to convince her to marry me for good this time. I knew she cared a great deal about me, but did she love me enough to marry me? I didn't know what to do. I went to the fridge to open a beer. I told Emily that we'd go to dinner that night in town to get away for a little bit, just the 2 of us. I called Emily and asked her if she still wanted to have dinner. I told her that I wanted to run some things by her, and she agreed. On my way to pick up Em, I stopped at the resort's kitchen and tossed some leftovers in boxes for Hellen and Chloe. I was feeling bad going to dinner without them. But this was a conversation that I had to have with Emily alone. After I dropped off the food, I drove Emily and me down Mountain Road into town. Em looked nervous on the way down, as the Bronco bounced over the rocky road. With everything that had happened, I had forgotten about the downed trees. The township cleared the road, back to normal, I told her, tossing a reassuring smile her way. Emily nodded. She gave me a small smile, and I could see the worry in her eyes. But trees in the road is not what you're worried about, I noted. This is going to work out, Em. Emily nodded again, still not saying anything. At the restaurant, we ordered dinner and a couple of beers. When the food came, I realized that I was famished. I was glad to see Emily eat her food as well. So, what is it that you wanted to talk to me about? She asked. I gazed at the non-existent fire in the fireplace that was the focal point of the room. I noticed Emily looking at the candle on the table. She sensed that something was up. Just tell me, Harley, she said. Is it bad news? No, not necessarily bad news, I replied. All right, then what kind of news? Cooper had a suggestion. He said that it would make your full custody case stronger. It would also give you a legal reason to relocate Chloe. I started slowly. What suggestion? She asked, looking concerned. That we get married, I blurted out. Married? Emily yelped. Yeah, married. We've only known each other for like 3 months, Emily reminded me. I know. Well, Cooper said that if you were married and starting up a business with your husband who lives out of state, that it would give you a convincing reason to relocate Chloe. I put up my finger when Emily opened her mouth to protest, telling her to let me finish. Because I already own a successful family business in Colorado, it makes sense in this situation for the new business to be here as well. That could convince the judge to modify the custody agreement in your favor, especially with the character witnesses against Sean, exposing him for the asshole he is. Emily was silently staring at me. I waited for what I had just said to sink in. I knew it was a lot. And how do you feel about getting married? She asked me. I thought for a moment before I answered. Honestly, it feels right. As crazy as this sounds, Em, it felt right when we did it in Vegas. That next day, before I realized that it wasn't legal, I was actually excited about being married to you, and that was only after knowing you like 36 hours. I know it's only been 3 months, but Em, I'm in love with you. You're amazing, and Chloe is amazing, and I want you both here with me forever. Once I had said the words, I felt in my gut how true they were. Emily sipped on her beer and thought about it for a long time. Finally, she looked at me and said, Yes, let's get married. Really? Really? I couldn't help but smile. And Harley? I love you too. Emily. When we made it back to the resort, I knew that I had to break the news to Kellen. How would he take it? I really wasn't sure, and I was nervous as hell to tell him that I was planning on marrying Harley. I knew what he would say. I'd rushed into marriage before and look how it turned out. But it was different this time. Not only a different situation, but a different man. Harley was a good man, and though I'd only known him a short time, I did love him. Do you want me to come inside with you to break the awesome news? Harley offered. No, I chuckled. Leave it to Harley to joke right now. Thanks, but I better talk to him alone, I told him. Kellen's going to need time to let this sink in. Like I did. Makes sense. What do you think he's going to say? Harley asked. I don't know, I answered worriedly. I really don't know. Em, do you trust me? Harley asked. I looked him in the eyes. I trusted him more than anyone besides Kellen. He'd done so much for me. Yes, I told him sincerely. Good. I won't let anything bad happen to you. I promise, Emily, Harley said, taking my hands into his. Call me as soon as you are done talking with him, okay? All right, I agreed. Harley helped me out of the truck, and before I could turn away, He pulled me in for a kiss. He kissed me deeply, passionately. It was just what I needed to keep going, to know that this could work between us. I smiled at him. Talk to you in a little bit. I'll be waiting, he grinned. Married? What do you mean you and Harley are getting married? Kellen burst out in a rant after I told him. Don't you remember the last time you got married on a whim? I took a deep breath. Kellen must have seen that the conversation wasn't easy for me, so he waved his hand, telling me to explain it to him. It wasn't on a whim. Cooper suggested it. I began with all the details. When I finished my story, Kellen was silent for a long time, and I knew exactly what he was thinking. I gave him his moment. Finally, he looked over at me and asked, How do you feel about this? Honestly, Kellen, I'm happy for the first time in a long time. Do you love him? I do, I admitted to my brother. Kellen nodded. I want to talk to him before you two leave for Olympia. Call him and see if he can talk now. I'll go up to his place. I looked at Kellen in shock for a moment. Recovering, I realized that he meant it. He was my protective big brother. I dialed up Harley, and he agreed to speak with Kellen. It was as if he had expected my call. Harley, I watched out the front door for Kellen's car to pull up. I had a feeling that he was about to go all, If you hurt her, I'll kick your ass on me. I knew how protective Kellen was of Emily, and I wouldn't have expected anything less from him. I felt a bit nervous, like I was asking permission for Emily's hand. In a way, it was exactly what I was doing. I would never be asking Emily's father for her hand in marriage from what I'd heard about him. So, it was up to Kellen to give Em away. Just be honest, I told myself as Kellen pulled up. I let him inside and handed him a beer. I sipped on mine and waited for him to dig into me. You know that I need to ask you some important questions, right? He asked me. Yes, I understand, I acknowledged. What are you expecting to come out of this situation? Are you just marrying Emily to help her out with this custody thing? Or as a way to get what you want for your business? Kellen asked. No, I shook my head vigorously. I love her, Kellen. It took me by surprise to realize it, but I do. And I love Chloe. I want to give them both the best life possible. And I truly believe that life is here with me, I answered honestly. Kellen watched my face closely, probably trying to judge if I was telling the truth or not. I'm not sure that she's ready to get married again, Kellen stated. I know. It was a last-minute decision. But I told her that I wouldn't pressure her. She and Chloe can stay in the rental as long as she wants to. Forever if she wants. Don't get me wrong. I hope that she wants to move forward with our relationship, but I'm not going to force her. Emily can decide how she wants this to go, I told him earnestly. That's what I needed to hear, Kellen said, reaching out to shake my hand. Thank you for looking out for them. They are lucky to have you. That coming from Kellen was a true compliment. I was relieved and ecstatic to have his confidence and approval. Kellen said his goodbyes, and I called Emily as promised. I told her that the conversation went well and to get some much-needed rest. I'd be by first thing in the morning to leave for the airport. Emily, we decided that we would get married the following Saturday before Kellen and I took Chloe back to Olympia. Probably just at the Justice of Peace for now. We could always have a real wedding in the future if we wanted to. For the next couple of days, our goal was to get the witness statements and for both Mike and Penny to agree to testify in court against Sean. Harley and I landed back in Olympia by 1 in the afternoon. We decided to stay in a bed and breakfast near Black Lake. It was far away enough from the city to not be detected, but still close enough to go on a hunt for Penny when the time came. Kellen had made it easy on us by contacting Mike while we were on the way to Olympia. Kellen said that Mike instantly agreed to both the notarized statement and to testify on the day of the hearing. He met us at a notary near where we were staying so that we didn't have to come into the city. Thank you, Mike. Harley shook his hand when we stepped out of the notary. I've been waiting for a long time for something like this to happen. Sean has another thing coming if he thinks for 1 minute he's going to get full custody of that beautiful little girl. Just wait until the judge sees the pictures of my injuries." "Gory as hell," Mike said angrily. "I can't believe that any respectful judge would let Sean get away with what he did to you in the first place," I agreed. "Really, the entire incident should be revisited. He should have been charged with assault," I said. "Maybe even attempted homicide, considering the severity of the injuries," Harley added. "Do you think your attorney could file charges against Sean for me?" "I'm not sure if we can reopen a closed criminal case, but I can sue him civilly for my medical bills at least," Mike asked. I looked over at Harley. "I don't see why not. Here's Cooper's card. He's going to want to talk to you anyway." "I'll ask him about it next time we talk and tell him to give you a call ASAP," Harley told Mike. "Thank you both. I've been waiting a long time for my day in court against that asshole." "Of course. Talk to you soon, Mike." Harley and I said farewell for now. The easy part was over. After we parted ways with Mike, Harley and I went back to the bed and breakfast to check Harley's email. With no word from the PI, Harley decided to email him to ask for any progress. We only wanted to stay 1 more day in Olympia at the most to be back to the resort by Saturday morning. Jackson ended up getting back to Harley at 7 in the evening. He had come up with an address for Penny's mother. He also said that she was enrolled in classes at St. Martin's University. She took AM classes at Baran Hall on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We had to decide what to do. "What do you think?" Harley asked me. "I say we take a trip to her mother's address now and see if we can find her car there. If not, we go to the university tomorrow morning to try and intercept her," I proposed. I hated stalking the poor girl, but I didn't know how else to reach her. Jackson didn't find a number for Penny either, only her mother's. I didn't want to call and set off any alarms in case she didn't live there. Maybe I was being paranoid, but this was really important, and it looked as if we only had 2 chances to track Penny down. "Let's go," Harley said. We navigated to the address that Jackson gave us. It took us to a small residential area called Sequoia Park. We drove around the housing plan to 4856 Center Avenue and began to look for Penny's car. "There it is!" I exclaimed, pointing at Penny's red Toyota Camry. "She's here." "Now what?" Harley asked. I didn't know. Now what? I hadn't thought it out too well. Did we just go up to the front door and ask for her? Penny did know who I was, so it wasn't so far-fetched of an idea. Or did we call first and ask if she would speak with us? "I say we go up to the door and surprise her. Don't give her an opportunity to back out. We drove all this way to talk to her. I'd hate to go back without doing so," Harley suggested. "I agree. Let's go." On the front porch, I nervously creaked open the screen door and knocked on the big wooden main door. I let the screen door close softly. There was a glass window in the wooden door with a light green curtain hanging over it. Through the curtain, I saw a light come on. A moment later, an elderly woman opened the door. "Hello, can I help you?" the woman asked, giving us an edgy look. I didn't want to startle her, so I decided to tell her who I was. "Hi, my name is Emily Mayberry. I'm looking for Penny. She is my daughter Chloe's nanny. I just wanted to ask her a couple of questions. It's important. Can we speak with her for a few moments, please?" I asked as nicely as possible. Harley stayed behind me, so it didn't look suspicious. "Hold on. Let me see," the lady said. We watched as she disappeared to call for Penny. "Penny!" I heard the lady shout in a brittle voice. "What is it, Mom?" I heard Penny call back faintly as if she was upstairs. "There are some people here to speak with you. At the door," the lady hollered. "Who is it?" Penny came back a little louder now. "Emily Mayberry, Chloe's mom," she said. The woman said softer now. There was a hesitation. For a moment, I thought Penny was going to refuse to come to the door. I held my breath and looked back at Harley. "Tell her I'll be right there," Penny finally called back. Her voice sounded wary then. I'm sure she was wondering what the heck I was doing at her front door unannounced. Penny's elderly mother came back into view of the screen door. "Hold on a minute." She'll be right down, she said in her creaky voice. Thank you. I nodded to her, exhaling with relief at the same time. We waited for a couple of minutes before Penny showed up in the hallway behind the screen. She was wearing a pink bathrobe. Emily, what are you doing here? She asked. She looked worried. Is Chloe okay? Hi, Penny. Chloe is fine. I'm sorry to just show up like this, but I didn't have your number, I explained. Confusion replaced the look of worry on Penny's face. How did you know where I lived? She asked, on edge. I looked at my feet. I wasn't prepared to answer these questions. What did I say? I looked back at Harley for help. We apologize. We had to track you down. It's really important that we speak to you about Chloe, Harley told Penny. And who are you? Penny asked Harley suspiciously. This is my fiancé Harley Hunter. I introduced them to each other quickly. He helped me find you, I added, as if that explained it. Penny just nodded to my relief. What can I do for you? She asked, still talking through the screen door. There is no easy way to put this, so I will just say it. We need your help. Sean is seeking full custody of Chloe on some bogus charges that I tried to relocate her without his permission, breaking the custody agreement. Which I did not do, I told Penny. Penny nodded, and then her eyes got big. Full custody? That would mean that he would want me to move in full time. Penny shook her head as if that wasn't going to work for her. Yes, I nodded. He would ask you to move in full time. I know that he has you take care of Chloe all day. Chloe has told me that you get her up in the morning, take her to preschool, pick her up, get her dinner, play with her, and read her favorite bedtime stories to her. Chloe thinks you are the greatest, and I want to thank you for that, I said honestly. I paused, trying to put my thoughts together. But Chloe has also told me that Sean spends very little time with her. He is never home, and it hurts her feelings. I think that it's wrong of him not to spend more time with his daughter and have his nanny take care of her instead. I agree. I always wondered what his problem was. He goes out with several different women on a weekly basis. Sometimes we don't see him for days, Penny exclaimed. I nodded. I'm here because Sean has petitioned the courts for full custody, out of spite that I'm getting remarried. I tried my best to explain the situation to Penny. Penny looked shocked. If he wins, I would basically be Chloe's mother, poor girl. She shook her head. Why don't you come in? I'm sorry I didn't invite you in sooner, but I was concerned about why you were here. Sean always tells me not to talk to you about his business. But I think the circumstances have warranted a discussion, Penny said as she held open the screen door for us. Thank you, Penny. I really appreciate you speaking to us, I told her, as she led us to the living room and invited us to sit down. Everything all right? Her mother asked from the kitchen. Yes, Mom, Penny answered. It's okay. We are going to talk in the living room. Anyone want any coffee or iced tea? The woman asked. Penny raised an eyebrow at us. I looked at Harley, who was shaking his head. No. No, we're fine, thank you. We all had a seat around a long coffee table. How can I help? Penny asked. We need a notarized statement from you just telling the truth. How you are the live-in nanny and take care of Chloe all day long. You would just say what you do for her, and how Sean is never around. How you don't see him for days sometimes. It's for our attorney who will use it in court, I explained. That's all? Penny asked. I can do that. I don't think that Sean should ever get full custody. Honestly, I don't think he should have any sort of custody if you ask me. He's a horrible father. I often wondered why he even had her the time that he does. That would be so helpful, thank you. But I'd also like to ask you if you would be willing to testify in person on our court date. I held my breath again as Penny's eyes went wide. She looked really nervous. You want me to testify against Sean? I don't know if I can do that. He might come after me if I do it, she replied, scared. I nodded. I was afraid she would say that. I said, Trust me, I don't blame you. I looked over at Harley. He looked back at me, concerned. "Do you think the notarized statement would be enough from Penny?" I asked him. "Maybe." He looked over at Penny. "What if the judge calls you during the trial to question you?" "I've heard of judges doing that for witnesses who couldn't be there in person," Harley suggested. "How would I remain a confidential witness?" Penny asked. "Wouldn't Sean's attorney find out that I'm a witness?" "Probably so," I sighed. "What if you are subpoenaed and are forced to show up? You would have to swear to tell the truth. Surely Sean can't blame you then, and you would only say what you do on the job, what you see. Just answer the questions presented to you?" Harley tried again. Penny shook her head. "I need to think about this. I don't trust Sean. He could ruin me. He knows everyone in the city. I'll be graduating soon from nursing school, and he could stop me from finding a job." "I know," I agreed. I knew what Sean was capable of. "Okay, let's just get your statement notarized for now and go from there. Let us talk to our attorney. Would it be okay if he calls you? His name is Cooper Stone. Maybe he can figure this out for us?" I asked Penny. "Okay, I'll talk to him, and we can get my statement notarized. But please, don't count on me testifying in court," Penny whispered with fear in her eyes. "Penny, the last thing that I want is for anything to happen to you. You've been very good to Chloe. We have Mike's testimony, so hopefully that will be enough in court," I said sympathetically to her situation. "By the way, do you know anyone else who has witnessed Sean's behavior that we can talk with?" "Anything would help," Harley asked Penny. "Margot, the housekeeper, sees everything, but she would be too afraid to lose her job. I know that she needs it," Penny said, shaking her head. "I can't think of anyone else who is around enough," she added. "Okay, well, if you do think of anything, call me. I'll leave you my number," I told her. "Sure. When do you want to meet at the notary?" Penny asked. "Would sometime tomorrow be okay?" I asked her. "We are flying back to Colorado on Saturday morning." "Sure. Will you meet me at the notary at my school? That would be easy for me. I have class at 10, so let's say at 9, Penny suggested. "That's perfect," Harley answered. Penny gave us the address for the notary near the university, and we told her that we'd see her at 9 a.m. "Thank you so much, Penny." I thanked her again. "You have no idea how much I appreciate this. I have to do it for Chloe. That child deserves to be with a loving parent, not with a crappy father like Sean, who doesn't really care about her. I wish that I could do more. But I did know. That was the problem. And I could never live with myself if something happened to Penny because of this." We thanked Penny and her mother for their hospitality. Harley and I decided to go to dinner when we got back to the bed and breakfast. The woman who owned the place suggested a restaurant that was walking distance from the BB. It turned out to be a cozy cafe by the lake that had outdoor candle-lit seating. We ordered freshly caught fish entrees and enjoyed a few beers. There was a warm nighttime breeze coming off the lake. After dinner, we walked hand in hand, leisurely back to our room. Even though I was stressed out, spending time with Harley made me feel relaxed. He held onto my hand tightly as we strolled by the lake, and it all felt so romantic. So right. I felt lucky to be marrying such a great guy, and I had a feeling that everything was going to work out the way it was supposed to. "I think we have enough with just a notarized statement from Penny," Harley said. "Yeah, Mike's testimony will be pretty convincing, especially with his medical reports and photos of his injuries. He was really messed up. He has been waiting for payback. I'm glad that he's getting his chance," I said. Harley nodded. "Maybe Penny will have a change of heart about testifying. She seems to really care about Chloe's well-being. Give her some time to think about it. There will probably be a couple of weeks until the hearing anyway," he said. "Maybe," I nodded. "Even if the judge doesn't approve of me moving to Colorado, Sean won't win full custody. So that alone makes me feel a little bit better," I told Haley. "But I think we have a good chance to take this the whole way," I added, feeling optimistic. "Me too," Harley smiled. "Me too." He reached over and kissed me. Back in our room, we both had another beer and put on a movie. Feeling better, I relaxed against Harley's chest on the bed, allowing myself to feel the closeness of his body against mine. I hadn't changed yet and decided to go to the restroom to put on my night clothes. "I'm going to go change," I told Harley, getting up. Harley nodded and pushed his fingers through his already ruffled hair. His eyes were on the TV, which was emitting the nightly news. I stopped at the restroom door to glance back at him. He was lounging on the bed, the pillows propping him up. He had unbuttoned his dress shirt the entire way, exposing his well-built chest. A wave of desire rose up inside of me at the sight of his sun-kissed body. I couldn't get enough of his half-naked, toned self. My eyes wandered to his faded jeans that seemed to cling perfectly to the length of his legs, outlining the powerful muscles of his thighs and calves. I tore myself away from the godly sight and went into the bathroom to change and freshen up. I had only brought shorts and a tank top to sleep in. Just then, I wished that I had brought something sexier. I came out of the bathroom to find Harley standing by his travel bag. He had pulled out a pair of shorts. I walked up to him from behind and put my arms around his thick torso. The scent of his body, warm and musky and so male, was powerfully arousing. I inhaled deeply, breathing him in like an aphrodisiac. I moved my hands to explore the powerful muscles of his torso and shoulders. I kissed his back softly. I felt Harley tremble at my touch. A deep-rooted, aching physical reaction at the feel of his chiseled abs caused me to slide my hands against his taut flesh to find the waistband of his jeans. I unfastened them. Beneath the thin cotton of my tank top, I felt my nipples harden against his back. They ached for Harley's touch. I pressed my body close to Harley's back so that my swollen breasts pushed up against his hard body. "Emily," Harley moaned as I massaged his chest, my arms wrapped tightly around him. "I want you so damn bad," he murmured. "Then take me," I whispered in his ear. Harley abruptly turned to me. He drew me toward him, his hands stroking the tops of my shoulders. He moved his hand up to slide into my hair, tilting my head so that he could push his lips onto mine. His mouth moved against mine in an explorative, open kiss. My heart leapt in heady response to the tension between us. My body rejoiced in the sheer pleasure of having his lips pressed to mine. Harley's hands shaped the back of my head, then slid slowly down my back to my waist and beyond, until they cupped my ass and pulled me into his stiff manhood. I felt the rapid thud of his heart against my chest, and my stomach clenched at the sensation of my breasts pushing against his rock-hard pecs. I ached for more intimate contact. Harley's kiss moved from my mouth to my throat to my ear. With his mouth against my ear, he groaned, sending fierce shivers of pleasure over my skin. His hands moved to my tank top and slowly slid it over my head, exposing my plump breasts. Harley's big hand moved to the roundness of my tits. His mouth wandered from my ear to my collarbone to my breasts. I sighed with pleasure as his mouth moved over my erect nipple and sucked eagerly. I clung onto him. There was no one in the whole world but him. Nothing in the universe but the intimacy that we were sharing. My hands caressed the flat plane of his belly, and Harley moaned. Haley slid down my shorts and panties, and I willingly stepped out of them. His hand found the soft spot between my legs, and my body opened to him. I was so aroused as he fingers pushed into my pussy that he found easy entry. I closed my eyes, mindless with delight as he finger-fucked me. My hands went to Harley's jeans and pulled them down his legs. He moved back to step out of them before he picked me up and carried me to the bed. He laid me upon the silky sheets and climbed on top of me. The pressure of his lips on mine hardened, quickening my pulse. His tongue plunged fiercely into the sweetness of my mouth as he ground his naked body over mine. The movements of his body over mine relentlessly drove me to a pitch of such intense desire that I cried out in tormented frustration as I waited for the first thrust of his hard cock. Finally, Harley aligned his member with my center, and he thrust into me with such primal need that he cried out as well. He thrust his thick dick into my pussy over and over and abandoned himself to me, taking us both to paradise. I marveled yet again at how we seemed to be made for one another. Everything about being with Harley felt right and natural. Even our bodies seemed to be made for one another's pleasure. I moved my body to meet his thrusts and allowed the sensation in my center to build up. I came hard as Harley made love to me. He waited until my body relaxed, and then with one final push, I felt his muscles tense up. His body quaked and then relaxed upon me. Breathing hard, he kissed my lips. He slipped out of me and gathered me against him until we slept peacefully in each other's arms. Harley. I needed to tell my family about Emily's and my plans to get married. We got back into Blue Haven early on Saturday morning. The Justice of the Peace was open until 6 in a nearby town. We would have to move fast or wait until our next visit. I decided that the fastest way to do it was to call an emergency family meeting. Brad agreed to hold it at 11 o'clock. Emily, Hellen, Chloe and I waited patiently to share the news. We walked into the meeting, and everyone was mingling around the lounge. When we entered, Brad turned and loudly cleared his throat. "Everyone, Harley has something he wants to talk to us about." All eyes turned to me, looking at me expectantly. "Thanks for coming on such short notice," I started. I was nervous. Why was I so nervous? This was my family. I took a deep breath and just blurted it out. "Emily and I are getting married. Today." Silence. "What?" Brad asked. "Did you say married? And today?" Emily and I nodded. "It's a long story, and I promise to fill you all in. Now isn't the time. But we have decided that it's best for us to get married. We will go to the Justice of the Peace this afternoon if anyone wants to join us." More silence. "Anyone?" I asked. "Harley, have you gone mad?" Cole asked. Then he looked at Emily. "I don't mean any offense toward you. It's just that this is so not like Harley." "No, I haven't gone mad, Cole. I really care for Emily and Chloe, and I want us to be a family. But we need to do this quickly. I said that I'd explain better later, and I will," I told them. Brad opened his mouth to say something, but Dax cut him off. "I think it's a great idea." Brad and Cole gave him an "are you crazy" stare. I looked to my mom, who was gazing at me thoughtfully. Her blue eyes moved to Emily and back to me. "I have noticed a big difference in Harley since he has gone to that business conference in Las Vegas. He's happy. And I know it's because of Emily," she said, smiling. "Let's have a wedding, shall we?" Mom turned to Brad. Okay. If that's what Harley and Emily want, who am I to stop them?" My mom nodded. "And we don't have an event today, so we can have the wedding here at the resort." She turned to Oakley. "Start planning." Oakley grinned from ear to ear. "I'd love to." She clapped her hands together in excitement. I opened my mouth to protest, but once my family got an idea in their heads, there was no use stopping them. Oakley was already barking out orders. "Brad, call the minister and see if he can come on short notice." "Got it," Brad answered. "Lindsay and Angela, can you help get the girls dressed in flower girl dresses?" "All 3 of them," she said, glancing at Chloe. "And Dax, get your son in a tuxedo. He can be the ring bearer." They all nodded. "Come with us, girls," Lindsay and Angela called. Emily nodded for Chloe to go with them. My mom came over to Emily. "I have something for you up at the house. You come with me, dear," she said, taking Emily by the hand. "Get in your tux, Harley, and meet us at the ski lodge in 2 hours." "Okay," I said, looking Emily in the eyes. She smiled and nodded. If she was okay with it, then I was too. "Reed and Bryce, can you start decorating the lodge?" Oakley asked the twins. They nodded. "Okay, I'll meet you up there. I need to talk to Michael about dinner and a cake. Then I'm going to gather some wildflowers from the meadow on my way up." Okay, the twins agreed on their way out the door. And just like that, another hunter was getting married. In exactly 2 hours, I was standing at a makeshift altar, under a white arch of wild flowers. Dax was my best man. The music started, and 3 small flower girls wearing flowing dresses came walking down the aisle. Each had a basket of wildflower petals, which they tossed into the aisle. Then came Lindsay and Angela, who were the bridesmaids. They helped little Dax Jr. walk down the aisle between them. He was carrying a pillow with a shiny ring on it. Then I saw her, my bride. I gasped. Emily was so beautiful, wearing my mother's wedding dress from when she had married my dad. Hellen walked Emily down the aisle, having borrowed one of Dax's suits. They looked magnificent, walking arm in arm. Emily stood before me, and Oakley stepped out to hand us each a small slip of paper which contained our vows. We recited them, and the minister told me to give Emily the ring. I was shocked to see that it was also one of my mum's old rings. Perfect, I thought. Now you may kiss the bride. When I heard those words, my heart melted and a tear fell down Emily's cheek. I bent to kiss her sweet lips. We were married, husband and wife. It all was so perfect. And with Oakley working her magic and getting a license from the Justice of the Peace just an hour before, this time it was legal. Later that night, after the celebration dinner and reception came to an end, I took Emily up to my cabin to have some alone time. Hellen had taken Chloe back to their cabin to put her to bed. Finally, we're alone. I kissed Emily warmly. "Are you okay?" I asked her. "I'm more than okay. Your family made the day so special. I'm so happy," she replied, smiling. "Good," I grinned. "I have a wedding gift for you," I told Emily. "No, Harley, I didn't get you anything. That's not fair," she replied, pouting. "No big deal. I had Dax do it for me while we were away." "Do what?" Emily asked, curious now. I handed her a long white envelope. "Oh no," she said. "No, this is a good envelope, I promise." I chuckled. "Go ahead, open it." "Okay, I'll have to take your word for it," she joked and pulled the papers from the envelope. I watched her face as she read the document in her hands. When Emily realized what she was looking at, her face lit up like an angel. "Is this a business license?" she asked me. "Yes, in both or our names. You just need to sign it as Mrs. Emily Hunter." Emily grinned. I handed her a pen, and she signed her new married name for the first time. "Now you're a proud owner of a spa, Mrs. Hunter," I said, grinning wide. Emily threw her arms around my neck, and I picked her up and carried her to the bedroom for our makeshift honeymoon. Emily. 2 weeks later, Harley and I had only seen each other once since the wedding. Hellen and I had to take Chol home for her week with Sean. It killed me to let her go with him, especially now that Sean knew that we had obtained an attorney who had won the motion to have the judge and courthouse venue changed to an out-of-town one. Sean came himself to pick up Chloe on that Sunday and barely spoke a word to me, the hatred radiating off of him in waves. I wondered where Penny was but couldn't ask. I worried that Sean would kidnap Chloe and run away with her, but Kellen reminded that Sean would never ditch his career and high status to take a kid who he really didn't care about. Kellen was right, but I was still so relieved when Sean dropped Chloe back off the following Sunday. Harley showed up the next day for our custody hearing that was on Wednesday. Cooper had everything in place. We were optimistic that we would win full custody and the right to relocate Chloe to Colorado. I had never been so stressed out in my life. The 2 days before the custody hearing would have been unbearable for me if Harley wasn't there to hold my hand. On Wednesday, Harley drove Kellen, Chloe, and me to the courthouse. Cooper surprised me. He was a tall and handsome man. He held himself with dignity and pride and stole the floor in the courtroom. All eyes were on Cooper Stone. And, to my surprise, Penny showed up. "What are you doing here?" I asked her. "I'm happy to see you, but are you sure you want to do this?" I asked, voicing my concern. Sean was in rare form today. His face was red with anger that Cooper was making his high-price attorney look like a fool. Yes. Sean fired me after we last spoke. He didn't give me a reason, just said to not come back. It made me worry even more about Chloe that I wasn't there to keep an eye on her, so I had to come, Penny told me. I'm sorry that he fired you, I said, frowning. It's okay. I'm graduating in the fall, and I'm already looking for a nursing job. It will work out, Penny replied, smiling. Cooper called Mike first. Mike shared his gruesome story, as well as his medical records and bloody photos. The judge took a good, hard look at them. When he asked Sean what he had to say for himself, all Sean could say was that he had caught Mike and me together. Mike testified that we were only friends, and that he worked as an EMT at the same firehouse as Hellen. Next came Penny's testimony. She simply told the judge the way it was at Sean's house, how she took care of Chloe all day long, most days never even seeing Sean. The judge glared down on Sean through his eyeglasses, and I finally felt like things might go my way. Cooper then presented some pretty character-damaging information that Dax's PI friend Jackson had dug up on Sean. As it was presented, Sean's face went from red to white, back to red. Then Cooper called Harley's and my character witnesses, which were Kellen and Mike, plus Dax and Oakley, who had agreed to come as well. Dax also showed the judge pictures of the resort and of the large Hunter family. The judge agreed that the resort was a good environment to raise children. After the final statements, the judge took a 5-minute recess. Cooper said that he had a good feeling about the final judgment. When the court convened, the judge ruled completely in our favor. I had won full custody and could relocate Chloe to Colorado. Sean would have 4 visitations per year, where I would fly Chloe home and stay at Kellen's house. Even better, the judge approved Mike's civil case against Sean on the spot. Mike was going to get his day in court. I had never been happier than when I heard the judge rule in my favor. I finally had full custody of my daughter. Things were finally looking up. Harley. 4 months later, Emily and I started up our business. We had built it from the ground up, with the help of my brothers, and Reed and Bryce. Once the gym was expanded and the new spa building was up, we had all new equipment delivered to us. Guests had been booked in advance for the next month for new fitness programs and spa treatments. Dax advertised like the social media champion he was, and even got 2 awesome commercials accepted by the local and Denver TV networks. Everything was finally in place. We announced an official grand opening ceremony, and the resort was packed for the celebration. Not only did we fill all the guest rooms, but many locals came to support our family as well. "Are you ready?" I asked Emily. She held the giant scissors in her small hands. Heavy silken blue tape closed off the entrance to the new spa. "I've never been readier for anything in my life," she announced, grinning. "Cut the tape!" the people yelled from the crowd who milled around us. My entire family stood on either side of us as cameras flashed. "Do it," I told Emily. Emily pushed the big silver scissors together to cut the tape. With a snapping sound, the tape gave away and flung to either side of the new building. Everyone cheered as we opened the doors to our new business. Once Emily and I were able to slip away from the crowd, Emily told me that it was the best day of her life. "All my dreams have come true, and I owe it all to you, my husband." She looked up into my eyes, blushing. "I couldn't have done it without you," I told her, matching her intense gaze. "We make a pretty good team, don't we?" she asked. I leaned down and kissed the tip of her nose. "We sure do, Mrs. Hunter," Emily smiled. "I have a surprise for you. I wanted to give it to you today." "What?" I asked her. Emily looked at her belly, then back up to meet my eyes. "I'm pregnant, Harley. Chloe is going to have a new brother or sister," she said excitedly. "Are you sure?" I asked, and Emily nodded. "I'm going to be a father?" "Wow," I said, trying to picture it. "You have been a perfect father to Chloe. Now you will have a son or daughter of your own," Emily said happily. "Are you happy?" she asked me. I didn't need to think about it. I have never been happier in my life, and it all started the day that I stole the cab from you. I grinned. So, you do admit to stealing my cab? Emily squinted her eyes at me. Maybe, I said, blushing. Still my Mr. Smug? She said quietly, smiling lightly up at me. What? I asked, confused. But she shut me up with a kiss. Epilogue. Emily. 8 months later, I looked around the room at my family. Everyone had come to celebrate. I looked from face to face, each one of them smiling at Harley and me. To my right were Brad and Angela. Angela was holding up Abby so she could peer down at me. Reed and Bryce, Brad's twins, men now at age 19, beamed at each other. I looked at Cole and Lindsay. Lindsay had her camera out and had been there the entire time, capturing each moment. I couldn't wait to see the video she took and all the pictures. She had promised to make us a photo album. Cole held up Rainey, who was giggling excitedly. Dax and Oakley stood before me. Little Dax was now 2 years old, and he was struggling to get out of Dax's arms. All he wanted to do was explore his surroundings, with the need to get into everything. He was a real handful. I grinned up at his chubby cheeks and thought about what I had to look forward to. Mary Beth was to my right, and I smiled up into her lovely, motherly face. Over the last year, she had become more of a mother to me than my own mother ever was. I was forever grateful to her for all her support and for being there for me when I needed her the most. Kellen stood next to Mary Beth. His handsome face was all smiles. I was so happy that he could be here with us to share in this special moment. Lastly, I looked at my wonderful husband and life partner, Harley. I studied his charming features. He grinned down at me with that special grin that he only had for me. "Do you want to hold him?" I asked. Harley nodded his head. Yes. He was still emotionally recovering from the birth of his son. A tear fell from his eye as I handed him our new bundle of joy. "Family photo," Lindsay called out. She set her camera up on a tripod and set the timer. All 17 of members of the Hunter family crowded around the hospital bed and smiled at the camera. "Perfect," I said when the camera flashed. My life was perfect.